Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of Overwatch League action. The clash of titanic forces.
This one, it promises to be an absolute doozy.
Oh!
That is not okay at all!
He's just ripping people to shreds.
What is this? What is that?
How are you gonna do it to him like that?
This is Watchpoint, presented by State Farm.
Hello, one and all, to the Watchpoint Free Show presented by State Farm. My name is Zoe Schwind, and joining me are, am I going with your nicknames or I don't know. Costa and Reinforce, Scott Costa, Kennedy.
You forgot my name,
Jonathan.
didn't you?
Wow!
I did forget you. Well, I forgot your last name, alright.
The truth is out.
And you can't even pronounce my last name.
Schwind.
So,
Nailed it.
Schwind.
sure,
So
let's try again in the post. For now, we're going with Zoe. And guys, we have a great slate of matches coming at everyone watching again today. Today is going to be 3 matches, and not just 2 like we had yesterday. So let's just discuss what we are about to experience here in the Overwatch League. We have some fantastic matches coming your way. We're starting things off with the Mayhem going up against the Paris Eternal. The Boston Uprising will try to take on the Toronto Defiant. And last but certainly not least, Dallas Fuel will be facing off against the San Francisco Shock. So let's just start with the first match of the day. It's going to be the Florida Mayhem going up against the Paris Eternal, who quite frankly have been looking pretty darn okay so far. But we want to discuss, I think, the Mayhem first, looking at their starting 6. What do you guys want to see, specifically looking at the main tanks here? Costa, do you want to see Karajan in or Fate? Who do you prefer, given their playstyle currently?
Yeah, this Florida team we haven't actually seen in a while, and the one trending theme that we saw in the past was Fate and Karajan sort of switching times. I'm actually really surprised.
Are you
maybe
though?
not as surprised, because Karajan is sort of the main tank Reinhardt that they usually have. When they play other things, it's usually Fate. So I guess it's not too surprising to see Fate in. But I'm not a huge fan of the back and forth. But there's been so much time since we last saw them play. They could definitely have just settled on Fate.
So what I'm interested about, and I'm curious about your opinion as well, is how much do you think Fate affects the shot calling in this team? Because we know that he's a great leader, and he often wants to be the one main shot calling. Now you swap back between Karajan and Fate. Like, do you think that affects the team environment a lot? Knowing Fate, of course, because you played with him.
Yeah, from my history of playing with Fate on Valiant, I played with him for about 1.5 years. He's a very smart player. He's a very, I would say, outspoken player. He likes to, sort of lead the team from the front line. So I think he would definitely have a massive impact on the sort of shot calling and the strategy when he is in the roster. It could definitely, the Mayhem struggle so far this season could definitely have been a mix of not having a set shot caller and Fate not really being that person in that role at all times. So it'll be interesting to see what they do in the next few weeks as we see more of them. But I'm surprised to see Fate in the lineup once again.
Well, if we're now looking at the starting 6 from the Paris Eternal, XE is currently out with a neck injury, so he won't be able to actually play for them. And he has been a big playmaker for that team, really. What are your expectations looking at those starting
Well,
6?
keep in mind that XE, while he's been amazing so far this season, this week we've removed McCree and Widowmaker. So maybe it's not too big of a blow for the Paris Eternal. I can imagine if they forced Soon or Nico to play some of XE's heroes, it would have been a bit rougher. We know that Soon is an incredible hit scan, but I think he prefers maybe to let someone else like XE play the McCree, etc. when McCree is available. So I do think we should take a look at the main tank position, because usually so far this year we've seen Ben Best mantle the main tank role, and that's because Ben Best Reinhardt is just so darn good. But now instead, with Reinhardt removed this week, we see No Smite in. No Smite, who, might I put it lightly, had a pretty lackluster Reinhardt last year. So, I mean, when it comes down to the Orisa, I don't think No Smite's Orisa is in a kind of like lacking. I think it's quite good, honestly. So, I think this is quite to be expected, given the fact that Reinhardt is removed from this week's hero pool. And I'm looking forward to see how the Paris Eternal perform without Ben Best and without XE.
Yeah.
And since you're looking out for the tanks, I'm just going to assume that Costa is going to have his eyes on the back line there. FD God, anyone?
Yeah, you actually took the words right out of my mouth. I think the person that surprised everyone the most this season was FD God. He got signed very close to when the season was starting. No one really expected it because Cruz was in the lineup, so a lot of people expected him to play. And then FD God's come in and he's just been ridiculous. You know, his stats are very high up there across the board, but I just love how aggressive he plays. He seems
18th.
to always get into the backline of the opposition team, getting boops after boops. He's just doing so much work, and he's not really getting punished as much as you would expect for someone playing as aggressively as he is. So I'm just forever impressed with this guy. You know, he's always getting things done for the Paris Eternals. So, you know, I'm hyped for him and the rest of his career.
Yeah.
Right on. So that will be our first match of the day. And following all the action between the Paris Eternal and the Florida Mayhem, we're going to head into a game between the Boston Uprising and Toronto Defiant. Now, Boston, they're in a world of trouble. Now, Swimmer retired. They're down to 6 players, and they've only really won one single match so far this season. Who needs to step up, Costa?
Yeah, as you said, we don't have to look at the starting lineup because we know exactly which 6 they're going to field because they only have 6 players, which is pretty much unheard of. And if I'm the Boston Uprising coaching staff, all that kind of stuff at this point, you need to find something that's just your style. Play what works for you, play to your strengths. And for me personally, we have McCree and Widow out of the pool. Let Color Hex play Farah. Just experiment with it, run with it, because he is an incredible Farah. That's what he was known for back in Australian contenders, way back when.
Jerry Ash, maybe? Jerry Ash, anyone? Any takers? No?
Jerry Ash,
Come
Color
on.
Hex Farah, LA Valiant
I mean,
round 2.
honestly, Ash Farah, that seemed to work out well enough yesterday. It didn't get them the victory in the end, but, you know, it was creative. And I think also what you just said is something which echoes what Space said yesterday. Like, the teams which are good are the teams which have a style.
Yeah.
So what is Boston's style? Like, what should their style
Well, right
be
now their
in
style
course?
is losing, but I think they should try to snap out of that and actually get back
That's
on
a
winning
choice.
streak. So, I mean, it's hard for this organization, right? Because both me and Costa, we've been sometimes in some rough periods. I know that last year Costa started 0-7. Not much of his fault because he was actually benched. Not wrongfully so,
worse.
I would say. Wrongfully so. You know, I think you should have started. You know, I
thanks,
really think
buddy.
you're a fantastic player, Costa. No, but that being said, it's hard, right? If you're the Boston Uprising, like, how do you snap out of this? I really think they should look to make some kind of signings. Like, you at this point, you really have to make some kind of signings. I don't think Brusen is a long-term great off-tank for this team. I mean, there are great off-tanks out there. You know, maybe pick up, like, QOQ or something. Maybe if you need some new main tank blood, pick up Mag. I mean, I'm just listing a bunch of Korean players, but they're spectacular, and you can't deny that. So, I do think while they have some cool pieces like Color Hex, Jerry has been fun to watch, but maybe you can pick up someone like Kevster from Envy. I mean, these are fantastic players, and I think at this point, you might need some new blood in the Boston Uprising franchise.
I mean, and Boston has a history of picking up good new blood and actually really
Do
shaping
they though?
them into
They kind of ruined it at this
top-tier
point.
players.
Not recently.
Because this
Actually,
year,
no, they do.
Not
They,
recently.
not recently, but they definitely made a splash in the first season,
Yeah.
and quite frankly, in
With
the second
Crossy.
one, they had pieces here and there which worked. So
Yep.
I'm just saying, they've done it before. That means they most likely should or could do it
Yeah.
again.
No,
Trying to
no,
be
yeah,
positive here, right? It's Friday.
I
it's
like-
yeah, I
positive
get it,
Friday.
Zoe, and I go with you. That usually was like the Boston Uprising
Thank
brand. But at this point, I'm like, you can't proud yourself on being like the scouting team if you're 20th. Like, then you've actually
True.
just failed at the scouting process in the first place. So, I agree with you, Zoe, and that's very much the Boston Uprising we know. So, maybe do some better scouting, I don't know. More scouting, some kind of
Oh.
scouting.
Or yeah, you know, Farah, Ash,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah,
Let's
or just
see
play
how it
Farah,
goes. Or just do that. Now, the next match, or no, not the next match, the next team we should be discussing is, of course, their opponents, and that is the Toronto Defiant. A team which also has some ups and downs. Quite a few downs actually this very season. They just last week got reverse swept by the Outlaws, so that was fairly tragic. And also they just had their head coach Fefe retiring. Now, if we're looking at the starting 6 and if we're looking at the players in their hero pools, reinforce. What do you think is going to happen to Beast without being able to play the Reinhardt?
You
What
know,
do see?
Beast has actually been quite good on the Reinhardt so far this season. I think he fell short in map 5 against Houston. I think Muma got the better of him there. But, you know, without the Reinhardt, I still think he'll be solid because he was usually known for his Winston coming into this season. He has incredible Primal Rages, for example. And I mean, let's be real, like, Orisa is not that hard to pick up, and it doesn't differentiate from the top and the low-level Orisas that much compared to Winston, compared to Reinhardt, etc. So I think Beast will be fine this weekend. The question for me is just, are you going to play that double shield, which we've seen some teams do, and put Nevix on the Sigma or the D.Va for that matter? It doesn't really matter. But are you going to make Beast play the Winston, which we saw Dreamer yesterday? Dreamer played some Winston with this Ashe composition, and maybe that's up Toronto with Defiant's wheelhouse, right? We saw Surefour play some Ashe. Maybe they're willing to play this composition too. Or are we going to see them default onto the double shield? That's what I'm looking out for today with the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, and when you're looking at this roster, and you look at the meta that we saw yesterday, we saw a lot of Reaper Doomfist, and if you think of the Toronto Defiant, that's right up their wheelhouse. You have agilities on the Doomfist, you put Surefour or Logics on the Reaper, and then you play the double shield. I actually think they can make this work really well, and it can, you know, definitely be a good weekend for them, especially since they're playing against the Boston Uprising. I think if you're coming into this match, all you do is you go, let's just play the meta, let's play what we know we can play, we're good at, the characters that we know we're good at, and just sort of play it right. And if Toronto come in, I don't think they need to cheese, I don't think they need to, you know, play like force dive like we've seen from them in the past. So I just hope they come in and just play a solid game.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if they can make it happen or not. All of that and more will happen anytime soon. However, for now, we are heading into a very quick break, and then we will be discussing the last match of the day. Experience gamer-grade internet with Xfinity X5.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. We are now going to head into the last discussion of the day, or rather the last match discussion of the pre-show. That's right. That's going to be the Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock. Now, Shock had a rocky start, but you know, kind of caught themselves again recently. And the Dallas Fuel, not been looking too bad, I dare say. But what do you think, Costa? Can they take down the 2019 champions?
I think this is a team that has definitely looked significantly better than we've seen them in a long time. And that's really exciting prospect because it's hard being a Dallas fan at times. So we do need to keep it in perspective, though. The thing that I really like about Dallas is that they've been playing their own style and they've been making it work. So we saw Decay play Tracer pretty much the entire series against the Valiant, and they made that work. They then, you know, came and had a really good win last weekend. So now you're playing the Shock, though. You're going to have to come in with something completely sort of new and unique if you want to catch them off guard. Otherwise, you're just going to play straight up against them. So it is going to be up to I would say, the DPS duo to do it. And, you know, when you look towards Decay, he's obviously incredible. He's obviously going to do a lot of work. But if I'm expecting someone to win this match for the Dallas Fuel, I think it has to be Doha.
Yeah, I mean, Doha has similar capability to be a star player as Decay. He might not be as fancy with the Tracer, etc., but we've seen great things from Doha so far this season. I think that his Doomfist and Sombra are spectacular, and those are two heroes you need to keep in mind when you think about Doha. But also, Doha has played some incredible Mei as well that really helps Dallas Fuel set these fights up. So if Doha can set up his team with great Mei walls, etc., or just playing that Doomfist and try to up the tempo a little bit, because this is what we like to see when worse teams go up against better teams, right? We like to see them take it to the better team, play up tempo a bit, go a bit more aggro. I think the Valiant playing the Ashe composition yesterday, not as aggressive, but it at least showed that you can take it to the top teams if you actually try something different and play your own style and play in a different tempo that the teams aren't really accustomed to. So the Dallas Fuel today, they have a good opportunity if they can rely on Decay's incredible individual skill on the Tracer and many other Hitscan heroes, but also Doha's Mei and Doha's Doomfist. If they can up the tempo with both of those firing away today, the Dallas Fuel actually have a little bit of a chance. A little bit, just a little bit, because Shock are good.
A little bit of a chance.
But a little
I
bit.
like that. I like the
a
positivity.
little bit.
But I mean, yeah, they are, despite the San Francisco Shock having a few shaky matches this very season so far, like, you can't take them out of the equation by any stretch. Like, that's just not possible. They are a super high caliber team. Now, with the hero pools in place for this very week, we are removing Reinhardt, and that means Super is not going to get to play that Reinhardt. Reinforce, what do you want to see coming out from the San Francisco
You know,
Shock?
I was quite surprised to see Shock doing so well last week when they were playing the double main tank composition. Because last week we saw Super, we saw Smurf, and they played the Orisa Reinhardt composition really well with Choyobin not in the mix. Now, D.Va is back this week, and with Reinhardt removed, I do think we'll see Choyobin back in the starting lineup. I could see them, with Reinhardt being removed, maybe play a bit more Smurf, because we've seen in the past how Smurf sometimes plays these control maps. They like having that all-Korean roster in, with Mothin, of course, on the Lucio, when he can play it, when Lucio is not removed.
Honorary Korean.
Honorary Korea. But
Exactly.
I do think that Choyobin will be back in the lineup this week because he's so great at this off-tank role, and I don't think we'll be seeing any Reinhardt Orisa because Reinhardt is not able to play this week. So we'll see what they do with the front line, but I do expect a little bit less Super and more Choyobin.
Yeah.
All right.
You got to really highlight how much depth this roster has, and I think someone I want to highlight is Uns. He's been a new player that no one really knew much about. He's sort of a Korean sort of ranked player streamer, and he's just been absolutely killing it on all the hit scan roles. His McCree, his Widow, all of those things are super valuable to this team, and you'll see his stats right there. With that said, all of a sudden we have McCree and Widow out of the pool. Are we going to see him play a Reaper, or are we going to see him play a Tracer, or are we going to expecting to see a different roster? Doesn't really matter because it's the Shock. They have such a deep DPS pool with, you know, Striker, Sinatra, Rascal. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. You could field anything. You add ons on top of that, they're going to be set. So I'm really excited to see what the Shock pull out because they pretty much can do anything at this point.
I love how much versatility we're seeing from the Shock, not just in terms of they have a lot of players, different players they can field, but also the different styles each of those pieces are actually bringing to the mix. So always interesting to see who's coming out and how they will actually, get the most value out of all the pieces they have to work with. And that will conclude our discussion for our last match. However, we have a few more things to come here in our pre-show. Next thing up is, of course, Emote Control.
Emote Control!
And that is presented by State Farm.
Emote Control!
That's right. We're going to emote again for you and react to some of the most highlight-worthy clips we've had so far. Is that actually just from yesterday, or is that from like the last week? I'm not entirely sure.
I think it's just from yesterday.
Just from yesterday?
Yeah, just from yesterday.
Okay. In that case, we're kicking things off with Tuba and a really, really crispy, crunchy, lovely Doomfist 5K. Woo.
Oh, I sort of highlighted this yesterday. Tuba coming in and playing that Doomfist. It's an absolutely massive pog for the Washington Justice team, having another DPS player that's showing a lot of flexibility. I'm using the Stratus emote because it's kind of ironic, but it's a hype moment.
Yeah, I don't know which one to take.
I have cash money.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
I'm
That's a
taking
good
cash
one.
money. Yeah, that's...
Well, I'm gonna go with Sideshow's face. For no...
Potato
Potato
Judge
face,
always
yeah.
works. It's very Yeah, it's very
I
universal.
mean, I think
It's a good
you
reaction.
two already picked yours, and I don't feel like I can duplicate yours and like double up on it. So I'd rather just pick a unique.
You can actually. We don't have rules.
Yeah, but
just-
I just made up my own rules in my own head, and I like Sideshow's face.
okay.
That's fair.
So
Respect that.
I'm gonna pick this one.
That's one of us.
Wonderful. I
why
like
not?
it. There's always a place for
Yeah.
Potato Josh. Now, our next play is going to be by a player which we have been praising a lot yesterday, and rightfully so. Hawk and his Sigma. He's a god on this hero. What can you say? And the stunts he's throwing out are not just annoying for the enemy team, but actually a beauty to behold, such as this a beautiful stun on Corey, who's been ulting. Oof.
Yeah.
You love
Dibs on the money. Dibs on the money.
Dibs. Oh, yeah. Johnny set the rules. There's only one person who have a thing.
I just made up rules
I
I
think-
think
in the middle of the show. Yeah,
Johnny's got the money. I don't understand. This is just great awareness for him to recognize that the Reaper has TP behind and then make that instant turn with the rock. For anything, I got the Moth face. Obviously, Corey is absolutely disappointed with that ultimate. That's exactly how Moth felt when they didn't get on the card.
you hate to see it.
Yeah, I wish mine. I wish the Stratos face would actually come with a sound effect to it, because that would just really. That would
What would
really
that sound
bring it
go like,
home.
Zoe? Do it.
You almost got me to do a sound.
Yeah!
I don't know. It's more
Let's
like
go!
a woo.
Let's go, team! Nice, May
Yeah,
won!
exactly that. I don't know why Stratos sounds like that in your world, Reinforced, but that's okay. Last but not least, we have the Gladiators trash talking on Twitter, mid as well as post match. Sodium levels were rising during that game, and I love it because it is the LA rivalry. I don't know if the players feel like it is a rivalry, but we love to make it seem as if it is. And yeah, your dishonest comp. I like it.
Gladiators, your dishonest comp.
Dishonest heroes. That's good.
I'm holding up the officer, Johnny. Okay, I want
Same.
more trash
Yep.
talk.
Yep.
Okay, but this ain't it.
What do you mean
Gladiators.
this ain't it?
is
You know when
rather
you're winning.
What do you
aggressive.
mean?
They
you don't.
played.
You don't.
They played
do
to
that
their
when you're
win
winning.
conditions. They played to how they think they were going to win. I understand you're upset, but that means Valiant is doing what they wanted. No reason to throw your salt on the Twitter.
Zoe?
Yeah, I'm firmly also officer reinforcing
No, you
this
can't
one
double
because
up.
Quite
What are you
frankly,
doing?
What?
I've decided so.
No, but like, the thing is, you can't trash talk when
True.
you're winning.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
True.
That's
Right.
not okay. What are you
I
going
picked the
for,
potato head.
Reinforce?
Not because of the potato, but because Josh's excited face.
Do love.
Very excited face.
He
I
is very
zoomed in.
excited. He's very
Yeah,
happy
very happy.
too.
So, Paul, it's all, yeah, it's
Beautiful.
cool. Love to see it.
Well, we love to see it. Thank you guys so much. That was Emote Control presented by State Farm. We're now heading into a very quick break, and afterwards, we are back with our predictions. Let's just say Hugo went off the grid today with his predictions. My.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
玩的时候是怎么想的？
没有想很多，因为就是留给你思考的时间已经不多了。他2月8号要出发，然后2月7号我们接到通知要报名，然后当时你要是不快点报名的话，就马上就没有名额了。然后我们科室他们报名就非常的积极和踊跃，所以想都没想就把名字给报上去了，然后也很荣幸就被选上去了。可能是因为我长期的在那个中正监护室待着，可能对这个危重症病人的诊治这一块还是有一定的把握。当时第一反应就是这个世界需要更多的英雄，然后自己感动自己，然后就报名了。
只能说真的很厉害。我心想哇，竟然有这么厉害的粉丝，太棒了。所以真的很厉害。
其实我对这种感觉很有感受吧，就是这种上前线的感觉。我就很佩服你这种精神嘛。然后谢谢你支持我们队，看我们队比赛。
一定要加油，一定要加油！
谢谢。
你们要赢了，我们开心一整天。
我们会努力一下后面的比赛的。
好，请务必要加油。
好。
一定要保护好自己，注意防护。再就是，好好加油。想问的话没有什么，就是我就希望你们能多赢比赛，希望成都猎人队能拿到总冠军。
谢谢。
好，那薇薇，你有没有什么愿望是我们可以帮你实现的？愿望，对，除了拿到总冠军。因为之前那个咱们队伍的有一个小姐姐说已经给我寄过，就是我喜欢的选手的那个签名照片了嘛，我就很开心啊。我要回家把他们好好的珍藏起来。这签名照就可以了吗？就满足了吗？我还可以提什么过分的要求吗？他们准备了一份礼物，让他们说好不好？我呀。
我们准备了一个天使的大雕像，就是天使的手办，特别好看。
太棒了！可以附上你们全队的签名吗？实际上，我觉得猎人队的每一个队员我都很喜欢，都长得很帅。除了雕像，我们这边还会准备就全套的我们之前出过的周边，然后所有人的签名照片，然后还有所有人签名的队服。我希望你能一直喜欢我们，也能一直幸福快乐。我们希望有机会以后大家一起去吃海底捞，就是你很喜欢。好啊。我们可以教你玩天使。
直接跟一窝说学天使吧。
好的，一定要是他手把手教我。请把我的祝福带给成都队的每一位队员。我希望你们能在这个舞台上面越来越好，然后也希望咱们成都队发展越来越好吧。当然最终愿望就是希望你们拿下总冠军。
谢谢。
我们会努力的。
对，我一定要支持你们，一定要支持你们到最后。
谢谢你。
好的，拜拜。
拜拜。
好，拜拜。
Absolutely incredible stuff there. Hit me right in the feels, guys.
Oh, absolutely.
I wasn't ready to cry today, but here we are.
I think we should let Chengdu win.
Yeah, honestly, I really want them to win for her now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just want to see more Evil Tall Mercy, really. To sort of like honor that, because she was a big fan, so I think it's lovely.
I love that. Like first of all, awesome that the Chengdu Hunters set this up to actually chat with her and everything. But also, when they ask her for her biggest wish, and she just keeps on bringing it back to like, no, but you gotta win.
Yeah, you gotta win.
Like, cool. Yeah, I love your statue and everything, but like, you must win the championship.
No pressure.
Love the dedication.
Sure.
Yeah, no, that was really sweet. And if you want to hear and see more of Wei Wei and her story, make sure to check out her feature. It's called Heroes Never Die, a story of courage, hope, and compassion. You can find it over on overwatchleague.com. So we want to thank her and everyone else on the front lines for their sacrifice and for helping us get through these very difficult times. And before we head into our first match of the day, let's actually take a look at our prediction leaderboard. The top still hasn't changed. That's right. I am sitting on a very comfortable lead here, but Costa, you're getting very, very close to overtake Reinforce.
Yeah, Johnny's been messing with me this whole season, and look who's on the way up. So I'm going to overtake him real soon. Don't worry about that.
Speaking of way up, there is when there is a way up, there is always a way down. And I think Hugo is.
Okay, sorry, I gotta be real here. Okay, so Hugo every time goes for the one close. Yeah, he just picks the left one, the one like closest to him. Seems rigged. Matt is trying to throw.
Matt is.
Well, this is.
Is he just a lazy dog?
I think Matt is setting Hugo up for unsuccessful predictions here.
Failure.
So I don't know about that. Maybe we should check that out.
Matt just wants to prove, make himself feel better by making Hugo a worse analyst. So, I can't believe Matt would do that.
Yeah, but no one can be. You can't be angry at Hugo. You can be angry at Mr. X though. That is very possible. So make sure to tweet it at him. Hugo went for the Mayhem as well as Boston. The shock he did get in the end there, but yeah, bold predictions coming out from our little pet. Love it. Love it. Absolutely fantastic. Now, guys, this is already it with our Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be back for our game break after the first two maps, but for now, we're heading over to the casters. That is going to be Sideshow and Brent today.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Pretty sure it's... I actually have no idea. Florida, then Park. Do we look at schedule? Who knows?
Cool, cool. Okay. Do you still want our OBS to be unmuted?
I get the updated when I show sent to me.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
fantastic. They're bound to be amazing matches of the highest quality. I can assure that. I don't know about Josh, whether he can assure it, but me personally, I guarantee you that you want to be sticking around for all however many hours we're going to be here for. But the first one, what Josh, you want to say something?
I'm not going to give any assurances or guarantees, Brent, but yeah, I think these games are actually going to be pretty good. We've got some tight games coming up. But why are you selling the people promises early on in the day?
That's what I do, you know. I'm a snake oil salesman at heart. It's you know, I like to sometimes dress things up a little bit. But in case you don't know us, my name is Brent. I'm joined by Josh. We're going to be bringing you the action for the games today. I assume you've just been watching the Watchpoint pre-show where they've been discussing some of it. But let's take a look at the match at hand. We've got Florida versus Paris. Let's take a look at the Florida starting rosters, their lineup here. As you can see, pretty standard stuff from what we've seen. And for me personally, Josh, I'm looking at this Florida squad and I'm hoping that they are able to step up a little bit now to the plate of the Paris Eternal. I want to see some more out of Florida because this is a team that just seems to get bullied and beaten around on a regular basis.
Well, that's fairly true, yeah, and they haven't been great historically. They actually have less franchise wins overall than Paris, despite having a year's head start. But they've had a really tough schedule so far. They've played against some of the big hitters in the Atlantic Division, and unfortunately, Paris are just another one that they're going to have to go through. But I kind of believe in this team. They've got quite a bit of talent. I don't think they're going to be hanging around at the bottom of the table for too long.
Well, let's take a look at the Paris Eternals roster as well on the other side of things. The one thing you're probably going to notice is Exi is not on this roster. He's not present. Soon is going to be playing instead of him. That's because he has a neck injury, I believe. He's back in Korea. But still a lot of talent packed into this Paris roster. Definitely still a formidable team, despite the fact that they've lost one of their star players.
Oh, absolutely. And Exi was one of the runners for Rookie of the Year from what we'd seen of him so far. But you've gone from a really talented rookie to a very talented and very solid veteran presence there with Soon. And Soon actually comes into this with a 16.8% first elim rate, which I know is just going to sound like a random number to you, but that's actually 7th overall. So Soon is no slouch whatsoever either. And when you take a look at the maps coming up as well, Hanamura and Rialto, the only maps where Mayhem have a positive win rate all time. The only maps. So, not too bad.
Yeah, and those are the maps we're going to be seeing here. As you take a look through the map set, you can see Rialto and Hanamura. 2 maps that we will be seeing, at least in the second. Potentially Hanamura. You know, I don't want to guarantee that this game will be more than 3 maps. Could end up.
You were giving guarantees earlier, Brent.
Okay, but here's the thing. Listen, I can't promise that. As much as I like to shout that I am omniscient, I'm not at the end of the day. We're going to be heading into the match shortly. But, you know, from what you've said about those map statistics, it seems that Florida, they do have a chance here. And I don't want to make this out to be like it's going to be a one-sided affair, because with Florida Mayhem, they've revamped their roster year after year. And they've come up with this team that you're seeing on your screens right now. Is it going to be enough to go up against the Paris Eternal? Might just go back on my words and say no. Might just say stick it out. You know, we might be surprised here, because here's the thing with hero pools as well, Josh. Anything can happen. Anything can change on a regular basis.
We've also seen some really strange compositions happening this week based on hero pools. I mean, think back to how salty the LA Gladiators were when they came out with a win over the Valiant, and how strange those compositions were. But it seems like both teams at the moment running fairly default stuff. May Reaper coming out from the Florida Mayhem, and a Reaper Doomfist for Paris. Letting Nico flex onto that hero. Huge
oh my
uppercut.
Goodness. Nozmite gets the halt of the century, pulls all of Florida together. And Florida have just been absolutely melted. And those kind of halts is really the bread and butter of these kind of Orisa compositions. You just get absolutely collapsed on. That was, I think, the most value I've ever seen a Seismic Slam get in Overwatch history. Nico got a 6-man Seismic Slam, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and those are really crucial, actually, to being able to get the most out of your Doomfist, because it provides him with so many more shields to be able to play aggressively right afterwards. You know, the amount of shielding you get on the Doomfist is based on how much work you get done with those abilities, like the Seismic Slam, like the uppercut. So Nico there was perfectly happy to play aggro. And now Florida back in the attacking position.
Yeah, Coalescence is going to be used early, along with the May Wall from Florida, just trying to separate Paris. They've done that successfully, but the question is, can they get a kill? Struggling to really collapse onto anyone. Hambin falling very, very low. There's the Gravitic Flux, though. This is going to be securing at least one. Indeed it does. Hambin falling in the fray. Paris, though, still in this fight, remember, at this point. They want to try and contest this with a sound barrier. Gets unleashed, utilized. Bit of superior health points to see if they can push forward and get a pick or two. Nico using the meteor strike, though, to survive. couple of players still being lost here as Florida seem to have the edge in the fight at hand. Nice little hold into accretion. Means that Florida are going to be winning this team fight. Question is, can they cap it in a reasonable time? That's the trouble with the control center, Josh, is, you know, despite the fact that you might win the team fight within the first 5 seconds, they can always just get that little bit of extra control point percentage.
They certainly can. And Florida are looking to really establish a forward hold here. If they can get good May walls off in this choke point, then Paris should be suffering a little bit, but this Gravitic Flux could do amazing damage. The fact that both teams traded out their sound barrier in the previous fight gives Hanbin an opportunity, but Yaki's Blizzard just does too much work, zoning people out, getting the damage through, and Gananjin's Coalescence soaks them up. It was a nice try from the Paris Eternal. I like what they were going for, but they'll need a little more than that to be able to break through that first choke.
Coalescences coming out from both his teams there, but it was the Florida Mayhems who came out on top, obviously, with the Supercharger as well on top of it, and as you said, Yaki's Blizzard really getting all the value there. One of the reasons why you do run the May is because you have that hard lockdown with the Blizzard, with the freezes, one of the main selling points at least these days, but it's Paris' turn to try and counter-attack this one. As you can see, they're rotating. The speed boost available with them as FD God's on his primed Lucio roll, something that he's known for. I'm just going to wait to see.
Yeah, my eyes at the moment are on Nico as well. Nice halt, but no value really gotten there for the Florida Mayhem. Soon's going to teleport in towards the back end as well. Just going to distract for a little while, and Nico's been taken down. Yeah. That's so unfortunate because he was really the person that was supposed to make everything happen.
And with Nico falling there, you lose a lot of damage output. As you said, Josh, he's the person who's supposed to be getting stuff done. Florida have heavily pushed back the Paris Eternal. Paris just trying to get out of there. Using the shields, using the accretion, using the coalescence just to try and punish now the Florida Mayhem for playing too aggressively into them. But the Blizzard, the halt, everything is perfect right now for the Florida Mayhem. The coordination is fantastic. And BQB with 4 kills. His team set him up for that one. He's going to be the star of the show for now. 90% and counting on the control point. And the Florida Mayhem look to be in total control of this one. Paris Eternal going to struggle to even get a single foot on this point.
Yeah, I don't think they're even going to be able to capture, to even be able to contest, sorry. And FD God, he went for it, but they knew exactly what he was going for. 100% ticks over to the Florida Mayhem, no overtime, and the underdogs are in a great position right at the beginning here. It's a very interesting scenario that we're in because Paris are considered a top team, but we haven't really seen them run this kind of composition before. Whenever Reinhardt's out and they have to put in No Smite instead of Ben Best, this team looked a little weaker, but with FD God on the Lucio and Soon and Nico still there at the front lines, I thought this would still be a fairly good meta for the Paris Eternal, but it seems like Florida Mayhem with their May Reaper putting a lot of pressure on Paris early on in this control map.
Yeah, it's a classic comp that we've seen so far over the course of the Overwatch League season. Florida, they executed it pretty nicely, I would say. Their ults coming online effectively, rotating them in and out. They know exactly how to play into the Paris Eternal. Now, question is, can they do it again? Or will Paris battle back and take this to the 3rd round? As you can see, the teams are clashing. Nice halt coming out from Florida once more. Big boop though from FD God. He's going to collect the kill there onto Hanbin. Takes out Gargoyle. It's going to be the 1-for-1 trade, though, as he did trade his own life in the end. And Florida are pushing into them now with the Reaper shotguns, slamming into damage. BQB is the one to once more collect the kills for his team. And it is going to be the point unlocked eventually here for the Florida Mayhem. Another wonderful execution set up off the back of Fate's own halts once more on the Orisa.
Yeah, and I like the way that the Florida Mayhem are playing, but I am a little surprised that Nico isn't trying to move over to the May. May Reaper, Reaper Doomfist, these are all reasonable compositions to be able to use this week, but Nico just isn't getting enough done on the Doomfist. Yeah, he's had some cool seismic slams and uppercuts set up with a halt, but the actual picks don't appear to be really happening just yet.
Well, coalescences are online now for both these teams. Florida almost with the Blizzard as well. Yaki's going to be looking to try and use that. Another great halt from Fate. Nico forced the seismic slam up to safety here whilst the teams engage on the low ground, and it's BQB once more who comes out on top, putting on an absolute show with the help of his team. Yaki setting him up with the Blizzard, and the kills will just start flowing in from Florida Mayhem. Yaki giving him the old tactical crouch. Avert your eyes if you're under the age of 13.
This is a tough situation for Paris Eternal. They've used both of their support ults, and the enemy team now, Florida, is going to be heading up with their Supercharger with their Gravitic Flux and with a sound barrier of their own.
Yeah.
I mean, even if Gargoyle just uses his Gravitic Flux here, Paris really have nothing to be able to answer it with. And this is just going to keep on ticking. Florida are in a great position to just take this map.
That's
beautiful
from
pick,
Nico. Great opening pick down to Yaki, takes him out. Now it's going to force Florida to use ultimates to try and contest this one further. The sound barrier by Chris gets a little bit of work done here, but a supercharger from Fate is destroyed instantly. Paris have executed this fight effectively with the opening picks they need, but the Gravitic Flux should seal the deal here for Florida. Coalescence on top will just hose down the opposition, and Paris forced to back off. They have one more opportunity here, but not a terrible fight, all things considered, when you think about the ultimates they forced out of Florida.
Definitely. That first pick didn't really make the fight winnable so much as it forced out a lot more ultimates from the Florida Mayhem than they would have liked. And now with 5 seconds left, Paris just looking to touch the point. It is actually Reaper Doomfist mirror right now. So as we go into overtime, Soon gets demolished.
That's a great punish from Florida Mayhem, spotting that he didn't have the Wraith Form, the Wraith Walk available to him. Seismic Slam from Yaki ran into the back line, but the kill feed is just lighting up from the Florida Mayhem right now. Overtime is ticking, but this fight, it just seems over at this point. No one able to touch, and Florida Mayhem come out swinging, taking the first control map in a very dominant fashion. That's what you like to see, upsetting all expectations. And we have a game on our hands, because a lot of people were coming into this, myself included, I'll admit, thinking that this is going to be quite a one-sided affair based on the way Paris are playing, but Florida have shown up, and they've shown up well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm so excited for this because I really feel like this Florida Mayhem team has not been able to showcase what they're capable of just yet. And if they're able to give a close game or maybe even steal a win here against the Paris Eternal, it will really put them on the radar of decent Atlantic teams right now. This is a great start for a Florida team that desperately needs it.
All right, well, we're going to go to a short break now, but when we come back, we're going to have map 2 of this series coming right up.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
And by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Yes.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody. Yep, that sure was a dominant performance from the Florida Mayhem, wasn't it? If you're just joining us, we are part of the way through the first series of the day, which is going to be, of course, the Florida Mayhem versus the Paris Eternal. And my word, didn't the Florida Mayhem show up a little bit, didn't they?
Yeah.
Something that we weren't quite expecting, but they've definitely done their prep. They seem to have found that, you know, the old tried and tested double shield, the May and the Reaper, seems to still be quite effective, doesn't it, if you don't really know how to play into it.
Yeah, definitely. And I would also say that it's a little strange that we're seeing the Florida Mayhem running more of the Mei than the Paris Eternal. Paris have been doing incredibly well on the Mei so far. Nico is a very intelligent Mei player as well, and I would consider his Mei to be far better than his Doomfist. Now you look over to the other side on the Florida Mayhem, and Yaki actually does have a very solid Doomfist. Yeah. So if I was coming into this match, I honestly expected it to be the other way around.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? It's shaping up to be quite a good series, actually, all things considered. Paris Eternal, though, no slouches in terms of being a team that can bounce back when the going gets rough. Definitely partly attributed to their coaching staff that they've got behind them as well. But we're going to be heading into the map shortly enough. Any individual performances that you've been impressed by so far, Josh?
Well, I think it's more about Paris adapting to the Mei, honestly. I don't really think that it was an individual performance-based thing from Florida, more so than executing the teamwork fairly well and having a strategy that Paris really struggled to deal with, because the Reaper Doomfist really does rely on getting, if not regular, then at least some picks with the Doomfist to be able to get in. Like you're very much relying on your Doomfist to do a lot of work in those fights, because otherwise the Mei walls are just going to seal you off. So as we head into Rialto, though, I do want to bring up this little statistic again, that Rialto is one of only 2 maps where Florida Mayhem have an overall positive win rate all time. So that includes 2018, 2019, whatever they've played so far in 2020 on this map as well. It has been fairly decent for them. So we'll see whether that continues. They do still have a number of players that were with them throughout the last couple of years. And generally speaking, they've run a lot of Mei on this map in the past before as well.
Yeah, Rialto, a map where, especially if you start holding them before the first choke point on the first section, Mei can be very potent in terms of individual hero picks. Paris Eternal looking to be teasing us a little bit with potentially a Pharah. Sometimes you do see Pharah on this first section of Rialto.
Yeah, Pharah Hangzhou is a very reasonable pick coming out from this first gate, because the amount of shield damage you do just burns down Fate. And you can try and set up multiple angles with Nico coming up over the top. So I'm interested to see what they do here.
Nice little headshot from Soon. Great rockets as well from Nico. He's dodging the Halt. Halt is really one of the only key abilities that the Florida Mayhem have to deal with Nico while he's in the air.
Although Yaki was hitting a lot of icicles there.
Yaki on the Mei still putting in work, as you can see. Ooh, Nico falling very low, has to back off, has to drop down. And they're just putting in enough spam to just try and keep him at bay, but it's quite difficult when you're running the fire. Now, Ambin is locked up in the upper section of the map, but the rest of the team is there to back him up now as Soon picks off a player or two. Nico follows up with the own barrage, taking out Yaki. The damage dealers pretty much down and out. BQB makes a switch over to the Ash. And Yaki over to the Tracer, I should say. So Florida forced off a lot of their picks here to try and contest with the Paris Eternal what they're running, but they're making switches of their own now as Nico moves over to the Sombra.
Yeah, the Sombra Hangzhou. Okay, that is a very strange one. We've seen a lot of swaps so far in this match, and we saw a lot in the Battle for LA as well, where the Ash was being run quite a lot of the time. Ash very effective against Safara, sure, but maybe not so much against the Hangzhou Doomfist composition that Paris are currently running. But it's going to be difficult for Soon to do too much through this tiny little choke point.
Yeah, it's a hard point to try and push through now. The Hulk comes out, Coalescence as well. They're going to try and combo up as much of it as humanly possible here, and that dynamite damage comes out, but Soon answers back. The Dragon Strike is massive. Oh my goodness. Follow-up kills on top of the damage boost. That's going to be 4 for him, and he just cracked open his first point like it was nothing.
Yep. I mean, as soon as they forced the Pharah off, I thought the BQB was going to return over to the Reaper and they'd be able to take the fight on the floor. But even then, even with them running Mei Ash, Soon needed to do something huge, and he found the perfect flank angle to get a Dragon Strike onto both tanks of the Florida Mayhem. Now Florida make the switch back over to the Mei Reaper, and they're just trying for some huge aggression. Oh my word! The whole rock into the canal.
Mate, that was
good night, no smite FD God.
That was ridiculous. Halt into the accretion, into the boop, all combo together. It was Gargoyle that got the kills at the end, but that was a team effort there.
Yeah.
They just got sent flying straight into
so
the
good.
drink. Beautiful play. We'll see how Paris decides to answer back, but look at the aggression by Florida. Supercharger comes down the wall to block them all out. The Gravitic Flux sends them straight up into the air. Gargoyle is farming. The damage numbers are all his. He's hunted for some sort of award at the end of the day. I think you're a little bit too late for the 4,000 final blows, but you'll be able to catch up soon enough.
Yeah, a bit too much of a rookie to be able to get those in. Although this is his second year, so not technically a rookie. I want to just point people's attention to the ult economy of the Florida Mayhem. Even though they used both tank ultimates, they still have a Sound Barrier and a Blizzard and a Coalescence, and they'll be charging up those tank ultimates again. It's part of what makes Mei so powerful is that her ult is phenomenal. But that pick is crucial.
That's exactly what they needed.
Yaki.
Yaki going down, misses the Blizzard. Chris is going to try and clutch it up, though, with some nice little boops there. Nosmai and Chris as well, definitely putting in a ton of work here. See though if he can follow it up, if it's enough. I think that's actually almost a solo carry Lucio performance. Florida have to back off though here. They've lost too many players and the superior spawns come in for Paris, so they can keep running them down. As you can see, players are ready and waiting, the spam being sent in, but that bought them a crucial bit of time now for Florida to regroup, and now they can fight with the high ground here.
Yes, and this is where the Blizzard has to find some kind of value here, or they might just be able to get a pick with the walls, trying to push Hanbin out of position. He's forced to use the Gravitic Flux.
Yeah, we see Ultimates being forced out here. Gravitic Flux is going to catch onto a few. BQB dodges it, using his Wraith form, but Paris are just happily pushing this cart forward. Florida going to be hunting for a couple of picks now. As you can see, the Blizzard is utilized. It's going to freeze up 1 or 2 targets, and that's going to allow Florida Mayhem to collect as many kills as they possibly can. The eliminations start flowing. Oh, no. Gray. Do they know?
Oh my word, they don't know.
They don't know.
I was going to say, the Florida Mayhem do not mind if they push the payload because they just need to win the fight. But Gray is going for the back cap.
Gray!
They still haven't realized.
Gray!
Oh, now Chris sees it.
They've realized. Okay. All right. I mean, he's not getting out of that one, but I can respect the effort. Plays like that. Florida Mayhem thankfully keeping an eye on the objective timers there.
Yeah.
My heart skipped a beat.
I really thought that that's the kind of thing that could throw a team like the Florida Mayhem off. You know, they're trying their best to just stay toe-to-toe and stay ahead of the Paris Eternal. All of their attention on the next fight. Gray could have sneaked a back cap in there, snuck a back cap in there, but that's more like Soon's duty, really, right?
Yeah. That is
Gray trying to do a Soon impression.
Something that he's quite famous for. He's had a couple of them in his history and his careers. But now Florida, they've got the Supercharger to work with. They lay it down using the Ice Wall for a bit of defensive cover. That follows it up with their own Death Blossom as well. BQB happily going to be claiming 2. Writing them off as Death Note. Make it 3. Make it 4. Can we count even higher? Probably not. But
counting with Bren.
Yep.
Counting with Bren.
It wouldn't be the first time.
The Florida Mayhem here are playing a really nice tempo. They're turning it up, they're playing aggressive so that Nico can't even get into position, can't find an opportunity to get picks before the Florida Mayhem have just bundled into them and turned up the pace, killed them with one of their ults. So I like the tempo that Florida are playing at, but what is the game plan here for Paris? Are they just going to continue running Reaper Doomfist even if it doesn't work at all? Nico, he's found a couple of picks and he's won them a couple of team fights, but it hasn't been consistent.
Nice little ult to gain into cold lessons. Florida Mayhem have been so good at actually comboing up that ult with just key abilities, and they found another team fight win with only 16 seconds remaining for Paris. I don't think anybody's able to touch. Someone's going to have to make a switch over to some sort of stall hero, maybe the Wrecking Ball, but it's brutal because Nosmite is so close to his own. Okay, Nico's going to end up using a Meteor Strike to try and contest this one. Yaki uses the Ice Block, instantly takes him out. Overtime is going to start ticking now. Soon finds a kill into Gangnam Jin. It's going to take a miracle though. FD God finds himself flowing into the fray here. The Gravitic Flux off onto the flank is going to be connecting onto one into the backline. That's Hanbin trying to make some magic happen, but it's far too late for any sort of nuisance, for any sort of flanking sort of plays, because the Florida Mayhem have absolutely cleaned this one up. And as the overtime will start to burn down, you're going to find them full holding them, I should say, round this little corner U-bend in the second section of Rialto. Nicely done from Florida. I think I got to give credit to Fate overall here. His halts have been magnificent in setting up the rest of his team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. His halts have been good. The Superchargers have also been very good, very clean play. But not just from him, but from everybody on the Florida Mayhem. Gargoyle's been right there, taking positions, utilizing his accretions really well. Yaki and BQB have been a really deadly duo at the front as well. I think, though, they look even better because Paris haven't come up with an idea of how to break this May Reaper composition effectively. The Reaper Doomfist is good if your Doomfist can get into position. And if he can get into places to secure kills early on, or at least to disrupt, get in the backline, pull people around. But instead, they really didn't find any value from that Reaper Doomfist at all. They won one fight with it. One. And the rest of their push was basically gained with Soon on the Hangzhou and Nico, broadly speaking, on the Pharah. So, even though this is still winnable for Paris, you can certainly see fuller holes, as Achilles likes to say, on Rialto. You can have stronger defenses than the one that Mayhem just put up. Mayhem are in a great position to get a very early 2-0 lead in this series, something that nobody was really expecting, especially with it being this dominant.
Yeah. You're really going to throw Achilles under the bus like that?
Oh, that's his phrase. That's his little cliche. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's the fuller hold.
Okay.
Referencing, of course.
Josh, I really appreciate that. Going to be having to have a chat with you after the after this little cast. But for now, Florida Mayhem are going to be opting to change things up. Actually, going to be rolling Soldier 76 and Tracer. Oh, the halt though. BKB falling down to about half HP. Luckily, his team are there to heal himself up. Different approach to almost the. Oh, nice halt up into the sky. Almost takes out FD God, but it's a different approach to try and counteract what Paris are running. You have a lot of long-range capabilities with the Soldier 76 to try and pressure out this Pharah pick. And you can see how much trouble Nico is having to just get anything done here.
Yeah, and the Tracer will be able to harass the Hangzhou and the backline as well. So definitely potential for Soon to be able to find just an immediate pick. But if he doesn't, he's going to spend half of his time just dueling this Tracer.
Yep, it's pretty brutal. See, Yaki is getting a lot of work. He's just distracting the backline. And his job here is done. He goes in there. You might think, well, Yaki, you haven't really done anything. But much like that weird anime magician meme, which I don't know the origin of. I think it might be Sailor Moon. But he just goes in there. He distracts. And that allows Florida Mayhem to clean up the front line.
Attention is a resource, and I mean, that's a bit of a meme, but it's absolutely true. If Soon can't do anything in the fight, then they don't have that incredible shield break, and so BQB and Yaki just have all the room they need to be able to do to, you know, BQB can focus with Gargoyle, focus on taking out the Pharah, and the DPS are totally useless from Paris.
This is a completely different side of Florida Mayhem that none of us were expecting, but I'm pleasantly surprised by it because they are playing and forcing Paris to play up to their sort of tempo. He could be going to be using his own tactical visor. You can see, oh my goodness! Word. Okay, it's pretty huge. Follows it up.
It's been a while since we saw a nano visor, honestly, Bren, but it brings back good memories.
Yeah.
Absolutely melting everybody.
That was a little bit monstrous there. And I think last night, I think it was Wolf and Achilles who were making comments saying, you know, it's been a while since we've seen a visor get any kills, but it definitely feels like a rarity. Florida Mayhem making it work though, and now they've made even more switches. Paris Eternal are sweating right now. Look at the position they're in. They do have a supercharger, but Florida matching them almost hand in hand when it comes to the ultimates. So we're going to see an early Valkyrie here by FD God. Uses it just to keep his team alive. Yaki has to use his recall early. Big self-destruct comes sent in as well from Hanbin, but Hanbin immediately demeched once more. Florida just demolishing the front line here.
Yeah, they really are. They're playing very high tempo. Nico again can't get anything done because he's playing a low tempo hero. I don't know why they haven't swapped over to the mate to try and stall this out or to be able to play more aggressive. And FD God is still on Mercy, gets Death Blossom. Florida Mayhem are just demolishing them right now.
This might be it here, BQB on the Reaper. He might just be doing it. Those might falls to fate. A few stragglers left onto the cart here. Paris Eternal falling bit by bit, brick by brick. They can't really hold against the might of the Florida Mayhem, and that's going to be another map secured for them. They are leading this series 2-0.
Well, unexpected, but when you look at the compositions that Paris are playing and how they're playing them, it starts to make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
I hate to be so reductive, Bren, but May is a good hero.
May is a good hero, yeah.
It seems, you know, almost too simple to be reasonable analysis, but I really think if they'd opted for the May Reaper at any number of times throughout Rialto, they would have had a much better chance of being able to deal with the tempo that Florida Mayhem were actually playing at.
Yeah.
And instead, they play these low tempo heroes like the Doomfist, which, okay, it's not that low tempo, but you absolutely need to find picks, otherwise it's pretty useless. And the Sombra, which definitely is a low tempo hero, and you just don't have the time. So this is a tough situation for Paris to be in.
Well, Unexpected, indeed, but it's time to see what the Watchpoint desk has to say with our game break. We're going to a short break, but we'll be back with the gameplay soon enough. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Game break presented by Pringles Wavy. My name is Zoe, and joining me are Custa as well as Reinforcing. Guys, the Mayhem currently up 2-0, and none of us expected this to happen. However, Hugo turns out to be a genius.
Hugo's so smart.
Are we now, since we gave Matt kind of, you know, flag for Hugo's pick, are we now giving Matt credit for Hugo's picks?
Absolutely not. No, this is all Hugo.
No. Okay, just asking for a friend, Matt being the friend. So no is the answer. But let's talk about why the Mayhem are currently looking so good. They are playing with Yaki on the May, and they just seem to get so much value out of it. Custa, how do they make it happen?
Yeah, I've been really impressed with this Florida Mayhem team. They have come in with their strategy. They're playing the May compared to the Doomfist, like we've seen a lot of other people play, and they make the Doomfist pick seem really questionable. And I want to give a lot of credit to Yaki and BQB. They're doing incredibly well, working very well together, and they're just making it so hard for Paris to just do anything. But I also want to give a special mention to the tanks of the Florida Mayhem as well. Fate and Gargoyle, their pulls, their accretions, everything that they have in their kit, they're using so well. This team just looks completely different to who we saw at the start of the season.
Yeah, well, reinforced. If we're looking at the other side here, Paris clearly struggling to dealing with the Mei, and they are sticking to their comp. They're sticking to the Reaper and the Doomfist, a comp which we saw other teams, they made it work. But Paris does not seem to get any value out of it. Should they stick to
No,
this?
I don't think you should stick with it. I mean, you're down 2-0, and at this point, you really have to try something else. I've heard, you know, from other sources that Florida Mayhem is a fantastic Hangzhou and Tracer team. And I think we saw in Rialto as well that when Florida Mayhem, when they brought out the Soldier and Tracer composition, they're really good with that. So I think that Paris Eternal, we want them to play the Mei Reaper composition. But I don't think Paris Eternal can play the Mei Reaper composition, because that just means that Florida Mayhem, they will adapt to the Mei Reaper and they're allowed to play that Hangzhou and Tracer. So I think this is a game of composition swaps. It's a bit like playing Torbjorn to prevent the enemy team from playing Tracer or playing Sombra. So in this case, Paris Eternal, they're in a tough spot. They cannot play the Mei Reaper because that allows Florida Mayhem to play the Hangzhou and Tracer. So they're sort of forced to play this Doomfist to prevent that composition swap. But as we see as a result, like Sideshow said on the cast, Nico is not finding the picks with the Doomfist, and as a result, Paris Eternal are crumbling. So there's a lot going on here behind the scenes with the hero swaps. I don't exactly know what the Paris Eternal should stick with moving forward. There's just too much going on, but this is just not working with the Doomfist.
Yeah, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised, considering that we know that Nico can play the Mei. In fact, he is very good on the Mei. So, yeah, the Doom not quite working for them. We had a lot of highlight-worthy moments, mainly coming out from the Florida Mayhem, and one of them made it into our crunch time presented by Pringles Wavy. However, in this specific play, Gargoyle has been given the credit, but Costa, it was all Chris, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, just tank stealing all the support credit, just like normal things. Yeah, so this is a crunchy play. You actually have to highlight Fate here as well. He has a phenomenal pull, pulls a lot of them up to the high ground, and you actually see Chris jump out the window, gets a boop, and you actually have almost no momentum once you get halted, so if you do get booped, you're going to go really far. This actually looks like a set play from everything that is set up, so just goes to show the level of cohesion that this Florida Mayhem has right now with their composition. So you love to see it. This is amazing play by Florida Mayhem, and it's very crunchy, if I say so myself.
What I don't like as well,
Definitely very crunchy and crispy.
What I don't like as well
What is
is that Gargoyle stole these 2 kills when he already had ultimate charge, okay? Like, you just let Chris get those.
God, Goyle.
Chris get those, and he'll have the sound barrier up. I mean, there's so much going on there, you know? Analysis, pay attention, the details.
Just tank player
things. Yeah, but
things,
that's what we're here for. Credit where credit's due. We're shouting out Chris because he deserves it. And if he doesn't get play of the game, we will riot. That's player of the match, rather. Well, that was our crunch time. Wonderful.
Get the Reddit post up. Let's go.
Presented by Pringles Wavy. Guys, we're heading into Numbani next. Very quick thought. What do we need to see from the Paris Eternal?
Just adaptation. As Johnny said, as he said, adaptation in any way. There is not one single answer. They need to play to their strengths. But what they're playing right now, the Doomfist,
Soon Tracer
just ain't working. So switch.
Soon Tracer, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Soon Tracer, always a great sight. So let's see if they have something else for us and if they can bring it back in the second half. And for all the action, we once more head on over to Sideshow and Bren.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Outland. A wild and dangerous world, where you must scavenge what you need to survive.
You will find no justice here. Only despair and darkness.
But if you dare enter my realm, you are not. No, that's not what I was going to say. I should never have taught you to demon hunt.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by HyperX. Unleash your style, unleash your fury with HyperX Fury Memory. And by Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. We are halfway through the first series of the day between the Florida Mayhem and the Paris Eternal. And my word, what a series it is shaping up to be.
Yeah.
Florida Mayhem currently leading 2-0, but are not quite out just yet, the Paris Eternal. Josh, explain to us why. Take us on a little history lesson. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah,
it's not really a history lesson.
It's a bit of history. I mean, this was Week 5 history in the Overwatch League 2020. I want to take you back in time to when the Paris Eternal were playing that week in Week 5. They played against the Houston Outlaws. They came in with hero pools, and they didn't have a good read on the meta. They were playing Tracer with the Sombra. They didn't really get much done. They got 3-0'd by the Houston Outlaws. Huge upset. They come around the very next day. They play totally different compositions, and they dominated. They did really, really well against the Philadelphia Fusion, ended up closing out that series 3-2. And that's what this coaching staff, I think, is capable of doing. Now, in Week 5, they had a whole day to be able to turn that around. In this match, they only have, what, a 10-minute break that we just had for that halftime to be able to turn things around. But I think they definitely need some kind of different strategy moving forwards.
As we take a look at the maps, of course, we're going to be heading into Mbani. It's a bit of a fan favorite. It's a personal favorite of mine as well.
Yeah, it's a great map.
Really like it. Quite a unique layout. It's set up quite nicely for a variety of weird and wacky scenarios that we might see. And that's what these teams are going to be battling it out on. We'll see if Paris can complete the reverse sweep. It will start here, if anywhere, whether with a draw or a win.
This map is a little bit different to the others that we've seen so far. It's not as suited to the main Reaper compositions, purely because Point A has ridiculous high ground for the defenders. So if you're running a May Reaper on offense or defense, you have to give up the high ground to be able to get down, or you have to make big looping rotations in order to take control of the high ground. So I could see Paris playing something slightly different here, but it looks like we're, for the moment, going to be going for a May Reaper duel. I thought it was really interesting what Reinforce was talking about on the desk as well, that he believes that the Paris Eternal were playing the Reaper Doomfist in order to stop Florida coming out with a Tracer Hangzhou. Because BQB and Yaki, very good on those heroes. So that's an interesting dynamic at play here as well, that if Paris do run too much of this May Reaper, we might see a new evolution of the mini meta game between these two teams and see Florida pull out some more damage dealing heroes.
Paris going to be opting to mirror them. Nico going to be moving over to the May, as we've already said. Nico has a very good May on him, and Florida going to be sticking with the composition that's been doing them so well so far this series. As you can see on the top of the scores, if you're just joining us, no, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Florida Mayhem are currently leading 2-0, but Paris have been in this situation before, and they have battled back. So we'll see if they can do it again as the teams begin to clash now onto the high ground. An early May wall by Nico. FD God gets caught out of position, though! And that wasn't anyone's ice wall, that was actually their own that actually forced his position and out of the way. Florida have a pick, but Nosmite is going to be answering with one of his own. Gargoyle going down. We'll see if they can do any more damage. You can see pretty much an even fight, but no speed boost available for the Paris Eternal. They only work with their raw movement speed, but FD God, he's back in the fight. Remember, he's a zippy, zoomy little demon. He's ready to get back into the fight very quickly with the speed boost.
Okay, we're learning more about the
lore.
The lore of Lucio, apparently.
Would you let me write
demon
the lore
frog
of
possessed
Overwatch?
his body? Not if that's the kind of stuff you're going to come out with. I won't be able to sleep at night. FD God's got to be careful there, because the Paris Eternal won that fight because they had a huge defender's advantage. When Florida were coming through the choke point, they managed to trade the kill onto Gargoyle and then collapse on them when they're on the low ground. But if FD God dies like that, it gives Florida Mayhem such a huge opportunity to get in.
Alas, but it is Nambani. Nice little hold comes in. Great boop as well.
Great play.
Knocked a few of them onto the low ground. The Coalescence is able to get a lot of work done, and the Florida Mayhem are walking forwards with it. Paris have to play aggressively. They have to get some picks of their own, otherwise it's all going to be for naught. But Yaki is there to beat down FD God. He falls to pieces, and the mighty fist of May. And Yaki, I mean, he loves it, doesn't he? He absolutely loves it. Someone's got to be having a word with him.
Yeah, that's a bit cheeky. I love that play, though, from Fate and Chris. The exact same thing that we saw on Rialto. The halt into the boop to take control of the high ground. On Rialto, it landed them with 2 insta-kills because they went straight into the canal. But it basically did the same here because control of the high ground is absolutely everything on Nambani. And now Yaki looks like he's in a cheeky little position to get max value out of this Blizzard.
Well, about 4 minutes remaining on the time bank here. Plenty of time for Florida to work with. The Blizzard comes out. Don't believe it connected onto anyone. Someone got frozen off onto the edge there. Was Handbin, but he works his way out. VQB is in the back line, ready to peel. He takes out Nico. Here comes the Death Blossom as well. Puts in a lot of damage. Let's see if the Florida Mayhem can really just pressure them now as the Supercharger comes down. And it should be curtains for them, but Paris Eternal do not want to give it up in the slightest. They're going to be using both of their support ults now, forcing out a couple of ultimates from the Florida Mayhem as the Gravitic Flux comes out and takes out Hambin. Florida look to be in control of this fight, especially with the amount of damage they're able to pump in as well. They have the player advantage, and as a result, they're going to be winning the team fight. Gray tries to do some sneaky little plays once more, as he's just waiting, just buying a few more seconds, but overall, the Florida Mayhem obviously coming out on top of that one.
Yeah, Gangnam Jin bags and tags him towards the end there as well. And Paris, I don't think they're going to have a great opportunity to recontest. They might just go for it, because you might as well if you've got an opportunity to group as 6. But it's not looking great for them. Florida Mayhem have just stormed through this, and they don't even touch in time.
No, it's a disaster. Florida.
And now they've invested their shield and their May wall just to try and touch. Florida Mayhem have a huge momentum here and ability cooldowns.
Brutal situation if you're a Paris fan, because now they have to go back in. Really have too many cooldowns to use. The Blizzard, once again used by Yaki here, but it's actually Hambin across the map of Grecian. Takes out BQB, sets him up for a nice little kill here, and that is the go button. Paris, they need to win a team fight here, and it seems like they are just going to be doing just that. The Coalescence from Gray will be washing down the opposition. A lot of damage being put into them, but they have to play a little bit more passive here. As Florida are going to be answering back now. A huge Gravitic Flux connects onto so many. Forces out the sound barrier from Paris. They have to try and fight back into this one. FD God using his own ultimate, try and keep them back into the fight, but Paris have to disengage, using the May wall defensively as well. And this gives Florida an opportunity. You can see how forward they are playing right now, just playing super aggressive, trying to play into the pace, take the tempo in their own hands. And now another Blizzard by Nico though. Paris are going to be separating Florida Mayhem, and they should be able to take care of the backline. Or not. I mean, it's going to be the one-for-one trade. Very chaotic, very scrappy, but it seems like Florida Mayhem are the ones coming out on top.
It certainly does, with the Coalescence in play now as well, and Nosmite getting slowly chunked down. the Florida Mayhem eventually pushed this one forwards. Mostly because Soon was dropped in the previous sound barrier from FD God, and that momentum is just so crucial. Florida have been great at just keeping the tempo high this entire time. Now it's about playing patient. Oh, Soon, great boop there from Chris as well. Pushes the Death Blossom further away as they look to close out the map.
Yep, they're just playing passive now. Great force to switch over to Batiste to try and contest this one. Fate uses a supercharger. That's risky. He was only on 50 HP and it was in a poor position. Instantly destroyed. You don't want that out of your supercharger. This gives Paris an opening now. As you can see, the accretion comes flying out, takes out Gargoyle, sets him up for the kill at least. Gray able to pump in superior healing damage as well, but the Blizzard comes out from Florida and it's going to be locking down the Paris Eternal, ready for them to try and get these pickoffs. Nico then sends in his own Blizzard, see if they can lock down any of the members of the Florida Mayhem, to see if they can counteract what they're throwing at them right now. But it seems like the Florida Mayhem, like a swarm of bees or perhaps hornets, just really covering and smothering any sort of straggling member of Paris they can find. All they got to do is clean up the last few players who are waiting onto this point, and this is going to be their fight to win here. Potential clutch here, maybe from Soon, as he has found one kill, but he is going to be falling as well. As soon as they take out Nico off to the side, this might be over.
This has been such a long, scrappy affair. Yeah, the fact that BQB died has made it so much more difficult for them to actually be able to find picks. And Hanbin coming back on the ball is going to stagger it out a little bit, but I think Florida are starting to get people back together here. This should have always been their fight to win.
Yeah, there you
go.
But
a little lack of patience there towards the end from the Florida Mayhem, and they rushed players in a little too much, but they still complete it with an enormous time bank, honestly. Florida obliterating. This has been a very one-sided match.
That was an interesting one as well. I mean, there were opportunities for Paris to try and clutch that one. Nose might manage to get the supercharger out. They weren't really destroying it, but Florida managed to get it together towards the end there. And as you said, Josh, they have obliterated this map. They have a 1:41 time on them. Barney, these days, with the sort of compositions that teams are playing, it feels actually quite rare to almost see a full completion of some maps. You often see the defending side has such a massive advantage when it comes to playing compositions like this double shield, utilizing the May as well. But this time, Florida really just cemented themselves as quite a dominant team.
Yeah.
Special thank you, of course, to our friends at TeamSpeak for all the hard work they put into helping making these online matches happen. Be sure to use the code listed below. It's called OWLSpeak20 to redeem your own Overwatch League badge in the TeamSpeak Client, so you can be one of the cool kids with a special little emblem next to your name, you know?
Nice.
Josh has got about
I've always
20.
wanted to be cool, Brent. I've always wanted to be cool.
Yeah.
But alas, it eludes me.
What do you mean?
I just can't pull it off.
Yeah,
Can't pull it off. I'm a nerd at heart,
that automatically puts you in a cool kids club. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
You're already there. Get the backstage.
All right, let's see what the Paris Eternal come out with on the offense. Seems like they're going to scout at the beginning. I wouldn't expect them to be running the Sombra and the Symmetra the entire time. It's not a composition that we really see. And
just scouting, yeah.
Okay, the Pharah is what they're going to go with here. It can be an effective way of breaking point A. Not that effective at being able to break the future points, though. And you lose the opportunity to build up a big ultimate like the Blizzard.
Yeah, we're no strangers to seeing Pharah on this first point. Florida know exactly what to do. Look at the aggression they're putting out here. Yep. They play straight into Paris. They don't let them, or don't give them the opportunity to set up. That could have cost them. Chris goes down, and they do get a resurrect onto Nosemi, which means they're at a player disadvantage now.
That's a big mistake.
Oh my goodness, Nico, he's got the wrap around to 2020. Look at him go! The damage boosted rockets are brutal to beat down. His own little fist is going to be doing the work here with the damage boost on top. It doesn't matter if the rockets don't really secure the kills because the Paris have unlocked this first point. What a critical mistake there from Florida.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Chris going down just to a damage-boosted rocket when he was at the front of his team. All of your defense there is about the Lucio speed boost and how you move backwards and forwards. You know, trying to sit backwards when you think that the enemy team is not too close to you and then rush into them when they are. BQB now makes a swap over to the Soldier 76. Locking the legs. And he's going to try and deal with Nico.
Holt comes into the backline. Nico using the barrage up in the air. Almost into the skybox. He gets taken out by the Helix rocket. BQB sets him off with the fadeaway. Now the teams are going to be clashing under the guise of the Coalescence. And it seems like Paris Eternal are the ones who are completely in control of this one. Gray, nicely done. He had the damage boost on top of that. Damage boost with a Coalescence is an absolutely horrific combo to be going up against. It will just tear through absolutely anything. Shields don't stop it. You need something crazy. You need like a shield that blocks Coalescence. Doesn't exist of MMA.
Okay, no, that doesn't exist. Tell you what does exist, though, a May on both sides. A May Reaper, in fact, because BQB's made the swap when as soon as he saw that Nico moved back over to the May. And now, the only difference is FD God is running Mercy instead of Lucio, so that's not going to be very effective for them.
Critic Flux used by Hanbin. He's looking for an opportunity to get some good value out here, but effectively, Florida Mayhem dodge it pretty well here. I can see them going into the back line. Gargoyle feeling very, very low, but meanwhile, the front line is being taken out. Yaki's going to try and get a kill onto Soon. He does indeed trade it, but Pass Eternal far too strong. They are able to take the second checkpoint.
Way too many ultimates there for Florida Mayhem to be able to stop things totally, but I am still surprised that FD God is staying on this Mercy. No, okay, now he goes back to spawn, moves over to the Lucio. That's much more effective for the compositions that they're running. And Paris have a great opportunity here. I mean, look at the time available to them. They have made perfect use of their momentum exactly as Florida did.
This could be a world record, could be the 112, could be the time we were looking for Paris to try and come back with. Florida Mayhem using their supercharger, using the Coalescence to halt. Doesn't really combo with much, but still a great opportunity for them as they brought down Soon. All frozen up though. Nico getting a lot of lockdown of his Blizzard, but no kills to be found. It doesn't really matter when Hanbin's hitting off the shots. Still trading out the ultimates. Gargoyle using his Gravitic Flux to set up a couple of them here, as you can see. These wee little orbs and fists of an elderly 60-year-old man who can't quite remember his first name. Somehow strong.
Yeah, but he's got a good left hook on him.
Yeah, he really does. Have you ever looked at how swole Sigma is?
Yeah, he's unbelievably built.
Yeah, it's actually ridiculous for an old man like that.
Yeah, I've got a granddad like that actually. But you know, plays a lot of sports. Very ripped for an old man.
You've got to stay in shape when you're in those anti-gravity environments. A lot of people don't know this, but your spine will start to deteriorate. Anyway, the teams are clashing. We see the Blizzard's going to be used here by Yaki, and it locks him up, and that is going to be an instant team fight win here by Florida Mayhem. Wonderful stuff.
Okay, but you look at the amount of ultimates that were used there, and okay, they only used 2 ults, but their others were nowhere near to being online. And so now they come into the next fight with, what, a Death Blossom to be able to counter the Supercharger, to be able to counter the Gravitic Flux, the double supportal. So they're deliberately holding really far forwards because they know they will lose a normal fight. So they have to make something different happen. And look, Soon, the sneaky little beggar, straight into the back.
He's doing it again, and he's forced Paris into a beautiful position. The pincer movement. Florida's positioning was compromised. They had to back off to contest the point, and they've fallen like flies one at a time. Oh no, that is brutal. But a wonderful little outplay there by Soon, doing what he does best. That's what he's famous for. He's done it so many times going for the back cap attempts. And Paris are rolling this card in. Can anyone even touch this one? BQB is in the back line. He's going to try and TP onto the point. He is going to at least force the contest so they don't get the cap straight away. Death Blossom comes out. FD God going to be using the sound barrier though. Counteracted up, and they're just pushing this one in. It's sailing all the way home. The Gravitic Flux only connects onto one from the side of Florida, but they are getting the spawners up. Paris, though, going to be using that Blizzard to lock them down, and if anybody wants to contest, they're going to have to walk straight into that death trap, and they're going to be getting 2 minutes 42 on the clock. What a record time here for Paris, just answering back at Florida's time their own.
Yeah, that's an incredible performance coming out from the Parisian team. To add another minute on the clock when the first 2 maps and your defense was just appalling in terms of how you were staying close to the Florida Mayhem, they've been blown out of Oasis and Rialto. So this is a great response for them.
Yep.
And we're seeing that the Florida Mayhem really didn't have some specific counter comp to run, at least on Numbani, against the May Reaper from the Paris Eternal. So perhaps the rest of this match will just be the mirror. The double shield May Reaper mirror. And that gives Paris many, many more options. I feel like they're such a better team at being able to execute that when Nico's on the May than when he is on the Doomfist. And they still have these other little fruity options for how to crack open Numbani on their own offense. Yeah, that's what I would call a Hangzhou or Reaper with a Pharah. Reaper Pharah, that's a pretty fruity comp.
Yep. Tasty indeed.
Citrusy.
Citrusy. You know, you got to get your citrus in. You don't want to catch scurvy. Always a risk when we're in quarantine right now, you know?
Yeah, I was actually worried about that recently, so I've been eating as many bell peppers as I can.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that bell peppers are a better source of vitamin C than an oranges.
Yep.
So, there you go. you want to try and stay
This
healthy,
this
eat raw
nutritional
bell peppers.
message,
There you go.
this nutritional message brought to you by the Bell Pepper Gang.
Eat your bell peppers, everybody. Unless you're allergic, then don't.
Like Zoe is,
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah. Well, Florida Mayhem going to be opting for a high ground approach. And as you can see, they're trying to meet them. Nice May wall comes out from Nico. They have to break through it here, but it is a cluster on the top ropes. Who knows who's coming out on top in this one? And it seems like it's Paris, actually, from the look of the kill feed. But the way those fights turn, Josh, I'm going to be real with you. I see particle effects, I see freezes, I see shields, I see walls, and you know, I just see red. I start seeing bloodlust. You know,
the biggest difference there between the two teams is that the Florida Mayhem are forced to push to a tiny little choke point. So all of the damage that comes out from the Paris Eternal is funneled into one very predictable location, and they're able to just get way more damage done, way more multi-freezing done as well. Paris' ults are going to start ticking up. The only big one that Florida have available is this Coalescence from Gangnam Jin. That one has to do work with 30 seconds left.
A couple of shots from BQB, tries to chunk them down. The Coalescence does work. Nico very close to his Blizzard. He might need it to try and salvage this fight. You can see the Coalescence just keeping them both teams up, actually. The heals coming through being the most important aspect of that, but it seems like Florida are the ones who are shaping up to be the top dogs on this point. BQB happily just shredding through them with the shotguns. The Hulk just pulling them all towards him, and it's going to be 3 kills for him. I got to say as well, people are going to be looking at the bigger picture of this match so far, and if Florida do end up taking it, they're probably going to be saying, you know, BQB, what a guy, what an MVP. But you got to remember, it's a team effort, and Florida have been playing well as a team. Yaki with the halts, Yaki with the freezes, and Fate with the halts have been a huge setup. Gargoyle as well, being able to combo up his accretion with any halts he finds. And Chris the boops.
Yeah, Florida Mayhem, all of their players have been running at 100% so far this match. And look at the ult bank that they have. Just 6 ults up for them. Paris Eternal are not going to have their Coalescence available, but they will build it up at some point over the course of this fight. So this next battle is going to be monumental.
Here we have it. Gravitic Flux from Hampin tries to set it up, but the tempo has been set. Florida Mayhem just unleash a whole chest load of ultimates. Gangnam Jin, look at that, baby. 4 kills for you. You deserve it. Go on. Take a seat. Take a load off.
4 ultimates used there for the Florida Mayhem, and I feel like that was a bit of a bait play from Paris Eternal, just using the Flux and accepting that they're going to lose that fight, but going to come in here with 5 ults versus 2. And unless the Flux and the Blizzard can do something ridiculous from Florida, or they have BQB hiding in some off position, and actually Yaki is hiding in an off position. If the Blizzard does enough work, possibility, but no, BQB and Yaki fall way too early.
The Blizzard does actually get out. That was the important factor, and it kind of pushes Paris apart. They can't really contest this too effectively. Gargoyle finds 1 kill, but it seems like Paris might be the ones who are coming out on top. That little bait play earlier, forcing out the ultimates from Paris, or from Florida, I should say, has paid dividends almost twice-fold, as they're going to get that full hold here just before point B. And it's always a little bit of a risk there when you don't commit as much, when you bait the enemy team into using too many ults, especially in those overtime situations. Because if you mess up, then suddenly you've just gifted them a full checkpoint almost for free. So sometimes you see teams just opt into just essentially unleashing every ultimate at their disposal to try and win that one team fight. But Paris playing quite conservative.
Yep, Paris with the smart play, with the benefit of hindsight. Don't go for the even fight with ultimates up across the board, but set themselves up, you know, give up a little bit of payload progress, make sure that you lock it down. Now with 2 minutes 42, at the speed at which Paris attacked previously, they should win this map. But Florida Mayhem made a fairly pivotal error on their point A defense and just gave away Chris's life immediately to the Pharah. So if that mistake gets rectified, we might see a very different point A hold, because Florida otherwise had a pretty decent plan. They were playing very aggressive, high tempo. They were crushing the tanks of the Paris Eternal. It was just that slip up from Chris, eating a damage boosted rocket, that cracked open point A.
Yep.
And again, Paris are going to go for this scouting with the Symmetra and the Sombra, just to make sure that Florida aren't running anything weird. They're not pulling out this strange Tracer Hangzhou for the final fight.
I gotta say, Chris dying to that damage boosted rocket reminds me a lot of the first Talon takedown, where you were playing Lucio, and wandered straight into Hotel of King's Row and died immediately at the start of the fight.
Are you comparing me to Chris? Because I'll take that.
Sure, yeah, why not? Take it. Free compliments, hand them out all week. They're going to be making a switch now, Paris Eternal, going over to the Pharah Reaper composition, what they used to crack open the first time.
Same thing. And I would anticipate the same response here from the Florida Mayhem. They're going to play really aggressive, try and crush the tank line of Paris, and then back off.
Rocket's being sent to the back. This time they seem to be prioritizing staving off Nico a lot more than they are.
But look, as soon as the tanks are forwards, now Florida go forwards. But they've lost Gangnamjin immediately.
Yeah, losing those players is not good. But they do get 3 kills off the back of it. Gangnamjin going down, though, is not ideal. Because remember, you know, he's playing your Moira. You want your Moira to be up, so he's building up the coalescence. And Nico was just getting these stray kills. Chris goes down.
Chris goes down again. That's really, really unfortunate. I mean, losing both of your supports, especially your Lucio, because it's what defines how this defensive composition works, is going to be a problem for them. Yes, Chris is going to come fast out of the spawn, but now Paris have all of the high ground control.
Yep. And Chris is back in the fight, but as you said, it's the positioning that's important. And Paris, they have all of it. They're on the high ground, raining these rockets down from above. Nico is the one setting up his team for the kills. You can see a defensive ice wall being used here by Yaki, but he's trapped. A poor May trapped behind the counter. No, he's not here to sell you anything. He's actually here to just give away his life. And it's going to be Paris Eternal, the ones on top of this team fight. Not able to get a checkpoint just yet, but they are in complete control as soon as they clean up the last few members of Florida.
Soon disappearing there with 11 health, unable to find a healer, and because he has to disappear, that allows the Florida Mayhem to regroup a little bit. And now I'm worried.
Don't tell me this. BQB, he had free reign, as you mentioned, Josh, because Soon was backing off for the health pack. They have an opening to work with here. Fate, though, goes down. Blizzard going to be used. Nico on top has to use the barrage, and he finds so many kills. 4 for him. Nico, God hand, clutching up when it was getting a little bit sweaty.
Yeah, that is perfect as well, because the Blizzard and the Supercharger, arguably the 2 best ultimates for the Florida Mayhem, have now also been expended. And so, 25 seconds on the clock. We will be having fights in overtime here, but the Paris Eternal are in a reasonable position. I must say I'm a little surprised that Nico hasn't switched over to the May so that they have this direct fight, but he's going to continue to apply pressure.
That is so interesting. Nico just wants to be sticking onto the fire, raining into the rockets. Florida, the onus is on them to play high tempo. You can see Nosmite going to be using his own supercharger, laying it down with a gravitic flux. It's so much damage, but they're all frozen up, and it's anyone's game. Traded out. Florida Mayhem seem to be the ones who are coming out on top now. The kills flowing for them, but Nico's still alive. Resurrect came out. FD got, he manned up. He got the Resurrect here onto Nosmite. Bringing up the Orisa could be critical. Nice little car pressure. They're unable to bring him down, and that leaves time for the spawners to come through. Florida Mayhem, they have to coordinate. They have to try and get a couple of picks here. Otherwise, they're going to get ran over here by the Paris Eternal, using their sound barrier now to try and work their way back into this fight. But I'm afraid it might just be futile. Soon, moving over to one of his signature heroes, the Tracer, desperately trying to clutch this one up when his team needs it most. Goes for the 1v1 now against Yaki. 2 formidable opponents not choosing to take the direct confrontation. Florida, they back off, looking for another
barrage available here as well, though, Bren.
Here we
the barrage could be absolutely huge from Nico.
It's got to be huge. Nico goes for the concussion blast, sets himself forward. The barrage comes out. He gets brought down. No, BQB was there. He peppered him down from the sky. He was a walking target. Not quite walking, but maybe flying in the air. And that might have just sealed the deal. Florida are dominant. They are inevitable, and it seems like they are going to almost clinch this series. There you have it, 3-0. The Paris Eternal are going to be bowing out. What a series by the Florida Mayhem. That is fantastic, honestly. I love to see that.
Yeah, absolutely great use of the terrain there to be able to get close to the point with their May Reaper composition and take the fight, force out ultimates, make Nico fairly useless. Great Resurrect, though, coming out from FD God, brings up Nosmite towards the end. I thought the Paris Eternal had been able to do it, and Yaki switches over to the Tracer and showcases why the Florida Mayhem had been so afraid of running those compositions before, because Yaki's Tracer dominated towards the end there. He cleaned up everybody across the point, and Florida Mayhem come out with an outrageously dominant win against one of the best Atlantic teams right now.
Well, if we take a look at our player of the match presented by Xfinity, we had a bit of a discussion over this one, Josh, but in the end, I think we ended up giving it to Yaki. I think in terms of individual performances, Yaki had a good one, but honestly, you could have made an argument for a lot of people on the side of Florida Mayhem. Could have made an argument for Fate, maybe BQB, even Chris from time to time as well. So Florida Mayhem really stepping up. Yaki, though, is the one who we've chosen to bestow the greatest of honors to.
the greatest of honors, and I think he deserves it for his Tracer clutch towards the end, and generally how he was able to play the Mei here today. And this overall, though, was a great team experience for the Florida Mayhem. They were 2-4 coming into this match. They were a team that a lot of people had already written off as one of the bottom feeders. But I think this team has a lot of untapped potential. They've had a really, really tough schedule so far. They've gone up against some of the best teams in the league. They've gone up against the Philadelphia Fusion, the NYXL, the Atlanta Reign. And yes, they lost to those teams. But this has not been easy for them so far. And now with this win over Paris, I think people are going to start taking the Florida Mayhem much more seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. An astounding match overall, but the action, it doesn't end just there. We've got 2 more matches coming up. Just going to tease the next one because you may have heard the term El Clasico thrown around, you know, from time to time, but this one is certainly going to be living up to it. Of course, it is going to be Boston versus Toronto, 2 teams who, you know, Josh, you made the comment, you said, you know, people thought Florida was the bottom of the barrel. These 2 teams, though, my goodness, I am anticipating chaos. I'm expecting big plays. I'm expecting new storylines to be born. This is going to be the makings of a match you do not want to miss. I'm thoroughly looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic one, if for all the wrong reasons. Yeah. I think it's going to be a really exciting
Don't say that, Josh. It's all the right reasons. Everyone just wants to
all
see
the right reasons. True.
Some, you know, it's like, try and think of some analogies here for what we're about to witness.
I think we're going to see just players playing. I don't think we're going to see teams playing. We're going to see players playing.
Individual mechanics.
That is peak Overwatch.
Yep. Coming out to play and coming out to shine. But enough about us teasing the upcoming match. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we will have that match coming. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Xfinity, the preferred internet provider of the Overwatch League.
Gordon Hayward shows his opponents no mercy. He swats players without breaking a sweat.
Okay.
And he's unstoppable on game night.
Oh, Dad. Yes.
Okay.
No, seriously, he's like ridiculously competitive. Which is why he refuses to game on anything but Xfinity X-Fi. Xfinity gives Gordon the gamer-grade internet he needs to eliminate his enemies with no remorse.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. You're joining us for the second series of the day. Not going to spoil the previous one in case you are watching on some VODs at home. You know, maybe you want to check it out, though. Florida Mayhem versus the Paris Eternal was the one we just watched. It was a banger. Definitely want to watch that one if you haven't already.
It was a good match.
But we're going to be watching two different teams clashing here today. Of course, it's going to be the Boston Uprising and the Toronto Defiant. Two teams that we've seen interesting plays, we've seen magnificent plays, and we're bound to see a mix of the two today, Josh.
Yeah, we certainly are. I think this is going to be a really interesting match here and kind of give us a bit of a picture. And of course, we have also seen this happen before, Brad.
Yes, absolutely. We've got our connections presented by Xfinity. And Josh, take us through the history lesson that is these two teams as they've clashed, you know.
They have. They actually played in week 8 here. And when you look into some of the stats from that 3-1 win for the Toronto Defiant, the thing that they really did so much better than the Boston Uprising was just getting those first picks in the fight. It's not that they won vastly more team fights than the Boston Uprising, but they did get that first pick way more often. Just more coordinated, being able to dominate Boston's more scrappy playstyle. Now, things have changed between both of those teams since week 8. Swimmers departed from Boston. The Toronto head coach Fefe resigned as well, looking to do different things. But I think the crucial part here is Jerry. He really is the playmaker for the Boston Uprising, and we've spoken him up before, Bren. We raised him to almost godhood kind of status.
That's true, yeah.
When he threw himself off the map in the Houston-Boston game, it was a legend. But he really is genuinely an excellent player. He is a very good player on, at the moment, a very bad team. He's on the 20th place team, but he's performing like, you can see his stats here on Hangzhou, a top 5 kind of player. And whatever hero he ends up playing here, as long as it's some kind of hit scan hero that fits his playstyle, that provides Boston with the opportunities they need to be able to win this series. Yeah. They have to put Jerry in a position to succeed, and they have to be able to fend off attackers and allow him to complete the hard carry against Logix or Surefall.
Well, that was our connections presented by Xfinity. Thank you very much, Josh. I was giggling away midway through that because I was looking over at the match chat in the pre-lobby, and Myungbong is typing some naughty words and getting told off by the admins already. And he's just typing sorry again. I was like, it's a good thing we're not looking at it. But let's take a look at the starting rosters, because Myungbong's one of the players you're going to be seeing here today. Boston, I believe, only have 6 players that can currently play, so these are probably the 6 that you're going to be seeing quite often. Axiom, I believe, is in Korea as it stands.
He could play. It's a little lot of ping, but he could.
Wouldn't recommend it. The ping difference would be a little bit too much, but yeah, you're going to be seeing Jerry, Color X Fusions, Bruceon, what a personal favorite player of mine, and Halo, and Myungbong, of course, to round out this team. So beautiful little starting 6 here. We'll see what they can do against the Toronto Defiant as we take a look at their starting 6 as well.
And they're starting 6 at the moment, running Logix and Surefall for this opening control map that's going to be Ilios. And I think that when you see Logix and what he's capable of doing, this guy is just such a beast. I mean, we've been talking up Jerry, but Logix is a phenomenal player. His tracking ability has been really spectacular. He has the highest final blows per 10 in the league right now at 15.1. So this DPS duo has the potential to overwhelm Jerry and Color Hex. It's about finding good comps that this fairly rigid and inflexible roster of the Boston Uprising can actually function well on.
Well, we take a look at the map set as well that we're going to be looking at here. You can see the first one, Ilios, which is what we're going to be jumping into. These teams are going to be clashing on that one, but then after that, Dorado, Eichenwald, and then potentially Paris and Oasis. As our final 2 maps at least. But Ilios is the first map. Did you know that Ilios is based in Greece, Josh? Some of the markings that you can spot to know that you're in Greece is actually the white rock face. So the white rock face often is a signature kind of rock for the cliffs of Dover in the southern parts of the UK.
Sure.
But also in Greece as well. It's almost synonymous, as you can see the cliffs as we're flying around the map here.
Yep. Well, I'm sure all of that and more is racing around these players' heads as they get started in this match. They'll be assessing the geography to make sure they have indeed arrived at Ilios and not some other map. But let's take a look at the comps, because Ilios is really interesting, especially this well, because it doesn't really lend itself to playing the group up and rush kind of compositions, because there's a big hole in the middle of the map, and so you can't just run at your opponents a lot of the time. Yep. You have to kind of run around this big hole, which means, in a very simple way, it is better for divey kind of compositions, like the Toronto Defiant are hinting at here. The Wrecking Ball, the Diva can tickle the point from different sides, while Logix goes ham on the Tracer. And if I can possibly get an opportunity to witness the messiah of tracking, Logix himself, I love to see it. This guy's Tracer is unbelievably good at times.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Logix. I want to see some of that. Boston Uprising going for a bit more of a stable composition, playing around this Orisa shield. You can see them setting up now in the cover, just trying to rotate around when the speed boost comes off cooldown. And finally, the TP comes in from Jerry into the backline. He's going to be hunting for opportunities to try and get a kill too, but Toronto are trying to not give them anything, and it's Logix who's the first one to draw blood. Collects the kill onto Fusions, will meet his maker in the end though. This is going to be the trade out. Jerry puts an end to him. Toronto, they have a bit of capture point, but they haven't unlocked the point just yet. Boston going to be working, wiggling their way around this point, hunting for opportunities to see if they can get a kill or two. Beast, ready and waiting, is going to be sending himself in with a Wrecking Ball, grappling hook. The boops not quite enough here, but it's going to be equal trades once more. As you see, Logix again sneaking around the back line, hunting for an opportunity to see if he can get a one clip or two. He's putting in the damage into Jerry, misses the post bomb, but gets the beat down, and that will secure the kill for them. Still, Josh, anyone's game.
It really is. Logix is going absolutely ham at the moment, picking up kills left, right, and center. But Surefire on the Soldier 76 didn't really have the best of times. This rush composition from the Boston Uprising was running him over. But now that he switched over to the Sombra, him and Logix pairing up really well to be able to shut down what Boston Uprising were doing. And Toronto Defiant are going to eventually come out in control of this, I think. Except Color Hex lands an amazing headshot onto Logix. So this fight's going to continue.
Yep, anyone's game. The picks are being made, the mines are laid down by Beast. Forces them, they can't really touch the point too well. Surefire gets the hack off onto Fusions and just gonna spray him down, but forced to relocate back to the safety of the health pack. And now we see the nano boost being utilized, and we were promised a game of chaos, we were promised a game of individual skill, and we're gonna get just that as Logix is tearing through them with the damage boost on top of him. Lay it up, pulse bomb fade away, straight into the back line. Soundbarrier now going to be used by Boston to see if they can hold on to this point. And this is truly a bride of chaos. Who will win this series? I don't know, Josh, at this point. We can't even tell. They haven't even unlocked the point yet.
It's going to be a draw. This game is going to end in a draw on Control.
Oh, no,
These two teams.
Beast is locked into the pit, into the well, but he managed to work his way back up. He used a grappling hook to find his way back to society, but it's too little too late as the Boston Uprising are the ones to come out on top after what felt like 2 years of my lifespan.
I think that is the longest time I can possibly remember before anybody started accruing control of a capture point. That was a monstrous opening fight. It took years, yeah, like you were saying. And I think the crucial moment there was when Surefire died just before EMP. If he had been able to get off that EMP, it could have gone the total other way. So now he has it in his bag.
How have they swapped compositions? Beast is now on the Orisa, Fusions is on the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
They've swapped around. But
just mind games upon mind games.
The question is, can anyone follow up on this? They're not running a mobile composition. Surefire's going to try and set himself up in position. Logix is putting in a bit of damage. The hold comes out, but the mines from Fusions to try and separate them if they can. Now we see the Death Blossom on top of that. Boston are falling very, very low. Nevix is the one to find 2 kills, though, in the end. It looks like the Toronto Defiant are coming out on top. A lot of damage being pumped into the Boston Uprising. They can't really hold on for much longer off the back of this one when the picks start coming in. Or can they? Stranger things have happened. And honestly, this could be one of the wackiest games of Overwatch we have seen in quite some time. Defiant, though, they look in control. But trying to hold on, trying to recap this point is proving to be more difficult than anticipated. Still a couple of stragglers in the back line. They finally clean them up. Or do they, Josh? I mean,
they're still staggering onto the point.
Not able to clean up these players.
Yeah, it's taken them so long to be able to capture this over. The Boston have got 77% from 1-1 team fight right now that took an eternity, but it was still only 1-1 team fight. And now the Toronto Defiant are running a Sombra Reaper strat like we used to see the Asian teams run a couple of weeks ago. The Boston Uprising are running Reaper Torbjorn, but with double shield. Alright, we're starting to get to some realm of normality. But Sureforce still got this EMP.
Sureforce still has the EMP. He's holding on to it. He doesn't really want to use it, but now he does. Unleashes it. It catches all 6 members of the Boston Uprising, and they fall. They absolutely do. And with that being said, Boston, you know, go back to the drawing board a little bit. Colorhex pop in the overload, hits a nice little stray shot down to Sureforce, forces him to relocate back. But Boston want to keep running this composition. Now that Sureforce used his EMP, that's one of the main win conditions for the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, but having said that, Bren, the Sombra is still really good here. He can delay, they can kite. There's a lot of ways here that they can slow down the Boston Uprising. Toronto want to be backing off.
Logix with the Death Blossom straight into the back line. A lot of the damage is going to be eaten up there by Brusen, but Brusen hacked up, can't really do much. And look at the aggression. The Defiant just inting into them. The speed boost is ready and waiting. And they're going to utilize it to the fullest of potentials as Colorhex will fall once more. And this match, this round so far, has been evened out as Toronto remain in control.
Boston Uprising starting to get better ultimates now, but Sureforce is going to take up to his EMP probably in the latter end of this final fight. And so if Toronto can stretch out the fight, play a little slower, just try and delay the Boston Uprising from being able to run at them with the Reaper and the Torbjorn, Sureforce's EMP could change the tide of this entire fight.
Roaming in, the Coalescence used to try and get them positioning. Halo booping into the backline. He's trying to get Sureforce away, but the team is now a little bit split here. Colorhex trying to move onto the flank, because now we see Toronto utilizing their own Coalescence.
The point!
Trying to push them away. Nobody got onto the point for a second then. They almost just lost this initial round off the back of that one, and this is really shaping up to be a series you don't want to miss, ladies and gentlemen. Colorhex with the boop, the Supercharger laid down, but Jerry with the 2 kills. Jerry might have just turned this one for them, and I don't believe what I'm seeing. Logix just puts the Hellfire shotgun straight to the face and takes him out. Jerry notwithstanding. Nevix desperately trying to hold on to this point as best as he can. Logix using his own Death Blossom to clear them out of the way. And Boston Uprising are going to be losing this first round. Halo not quite fast enough. Despite playing the little speed demon, Admin, he doing it sideways. It wasn't enough, Josh. It wasn't enough.
What a bananas first round. I mean, if that is any indication of how the entire series is going to go, it's going to age me, Brent. This series is going to age me. And I don't have enough hair to lose. So these teams have got to figure out what they're playing a bit faster, because as entertaining as it is, it's, whoa, boy oh boy.
This is astounding. Toronto Defiant. We're seeing what they're going to be coming out with. It looks like they're teasing a bit of Torbjorn action, Boston Uprising, maybe a bit of May. Interesting. Logic's probably going to be going, just teleporting his team, probably going to switch to the Reaper. Indeed he is. Jerry going to be matching him on that role as well. So the team's going to more standard compositions, but I can assure you the gameplay will be anything but standard as these teams will begin to clash around the statue. It's made of some sort of...
The wall doesn't find anything there from Colorhex, just delays a little bit.
Yep.
So now, as soon as that cooldown is down, Toronto are going to look to engage hard.
Pushing them back, and now, as you can see, the wall goes down, but Boston are the ones who are taking the initiative. They're just running into them. They're getting the freezes off, and Jerry has the damage. 2 kills for him. Maybe hunting for a 1 more. Indeed, he gets it. Beast falls, and Boston, this time around, have unlocked the point in a rather rapid fashion.
Yeah, good work playing the sightlines actually there for the Boston Uprising. That was some smart play. Even though their May wall was down and they didn't have that opportunity to work around that in the fight, Fusions took a tight angle very close where Toronto couldn't do too much damage to him, and they pushed up sideways into the flank of the Toronto Defiant. Now it's their job to try and initiate here, but Myunbong with a Coalescence could sort them out real quick.
Boston Uprising. Fusion yoinked back. Pulled onto the point, didn't have his fortified. Sureforce misses the turret, don't worry, happens to the best of us, lad. Coalescence now by Myunbong, comes out and it's going to be just cleaning down the opposition. Toronto cannot stand against it. Jerry's able to pump in the necessary damage to clean up. Look at it, the aggression, the cojones, the minerals of the man.
Yeah, that's very impressive. And Boston have just utilized that very single ultimate from Myunbong to build up all the rest of theirs. So they're looking like they're in a good position, because for Toronto, yes, they have a coalescence that they could use to try and initiate, but Boston have got control of the map. They can try and kite and play sightlines and make them push into this blizzard as well. So it's actually looking like a great opportunity here for Boston. Unless Toronto can win this fight, they're in a disastrous situation.
Supercharger and Coalescence is a deadly duo, but Jerry's the one who brings down Logix. I still think, though, with the ultimates being pumped out here, it should realistically be Toronto's win, but Boston are expending a couple of their own. The soundbite, the Gravitic Flux, it's all used to fruition as the Boston Uprising are able to stay in control, and Jerry is the dominant force, the spearhead, if you will, is putting an end to any sort of attacking attempt from the Toronto Defiant. And now, time-wise, 90% on the clock, someone will have to touch from Toronto, and Boston have got ultimates to work with.
They certainly do. One fast push with the Coalescence and this could all be over. They've just got to dodge Nevix's Gravitic Flux, but we're looking for a big play here from someone on Toronto.
Coalescence, Jerry, Death Blossom, it's unleashed and it's massive! 2 kills for him. Wonderful stuff. The Toronto Defiant are going to try and answer back, but they are absolutely crushed. They cannot hold a defensive position onto this point. Their tanks have fallen, their will has been broken, and the Boston Uprising are going to be answering back with a round of their own. This first control map is going to be going a distance.
Yeah, we have gone from one of the longest rounds that I can possibly imagine on Ilios Well to one of the shortest. Boston Uprising coming back there and just asserting their dominance with a May Reaper composition that the Toronto Defiant could not break. But this map, this round of Ilios, again favors the more mobile compositions. The May Reaper is great at being able to get to the point and dominate that area, but if you run a Pharah, if you run some kind of hit scan, if you just harass the team as they enter, you can find a lot of value by playing something a bit more mobile. So Boston Uprising with the Tracer, with the Pharah, Color Hex's Pharah is very, very strong as well. And Toronto Defiant go over onto the Reaper and the Sombra. So Shieldforce Hack is going to be absolutely pivotal here.
Go as far as to say that Color Hex's Pharah is one of his best heroes that he plays, actually.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's what he was known for when he was playing in the Oceanic scene, to quite a degree. And now we see great little power drive, sets Calyx up to meet the Maker, as Jerry is the one who finds the kill. And the rocket's being sent in by Calyx here, and this is exactly what this comp is looking to achieve. Now Toronto are trying to take control, positioning here, defensive setups, but Fusion with these power drivers is perfect because it just sends everyone on Toronto up in the air, and the rest of the team can find the picks. Jerry putting on a masterclass once more. Let's take a look at his POV right now. And it might just look like Mayhem, but I can assure you, we aren't looking at Florida. This is the one and only Jerry. J-Dot, as he's known.
Yeah, Jerry there was really good at being able to sync up with the pile drives coming in from Fusions. Twice there, Fusions got some big pile driver hits that knocked up both of the supports from the Toronto Defiant. First time, Jerry comes in and kills Calyx when he's just airbound, just has nothing that he can do. Second time comes in, kills Kariv. If they can keep doing that, this map could be theirs.
He's got a contest with Logix, who's moved over to the Tracer zone. A little 1v1 action kicking off in the corridors here. Jerry, I believe he stole the health pack, the recall, trying to go for the beatdown. Jerry falls very low, has to back off away from Logix. Gives an opportunity and an opening, and they are going to capitalize. Toronto Defiant eating him alive. Myeonbong and Jerry falling. It's up to Calyx to try and clutch this one up, but he gets hacked up across the ledge. Still going to be surviving. But the Boston Uprising have lost too many players now. I feel like they should be backing off, regrouping, and seeing if they can re-enter this fight another way.
Yep, and I love this adaptation from the Toronto Defiant. Moving over to the Tracer Sombra dive. You've got Logix, a great Tracer duelist, to deal with Jerry. And I think this is going to prompt changes from Color Hex, from Fusions, from the rest of the team. The May Tracer. Oh, the Torbjorn Tracer. Okay, so this is still fairly good. Jerry's going to be able to stop Logix. All right, they're continuing to make changes. They're going to play the Reaper Tor. So wholesale changes there from the Boston Uprising. And now we see the opposite again.
Well, Logix is going to be sending them back to the drawing board with that sticky. Halo goes down, and yeah, the wholesale changes. You don't see this often from teams, actually, because you're giving up, despite the fact that sometimes a composition change might be necessary, you're giving up a lot of ultimate percentage when you make those big changes across the board. We'll see if it pays off, though, as the Boston Uprising are playing aggressively. Shurful forced to use the EMP, and his team are definitely going to be following up off the back of it. He managed to get it onto quite a number of the players from Boston, forcing them to stagger. Bruceon has to go off the edge, and the Boston Uprising are going to have to rethink how they want to enter this one.
Yeah, with all of their abilities down and with a Coalescence staring at them in the face, the Boston Uprising melted there incredibly quickly. Brusen moves over to the Sigma, and Myunbong is going on the Moira as well without that nano boost available. So, decent composition, but with only 25 seconds to turn the point around, they're in a very tough scenario here.
Logic's in the back line, peppering in the damage from afar, hunting for an opportunity. We see them using the self-destruct, using the Primal Rage. Beast might just go sicko mode. Finds one kill onto Fusions, but booped off at the edge. Halo, what a massive play. Somehow getting the environmental kill on a Primal in Winston. It's an achievement I didn't think I'd ever see. But the Boston Uprising have control of the point now, and this is what their composition wanted to achieve. See the pulse bomb laid down. Logix takes out the turret, which is often a bit of a nuisance when it comes to these team fights, but a necessary target nonetheless. And the Boston Uprising playing aggressively with their Coalescence, but not really finding anything with it. Still in control of the point, which is what they want, though.
Yeah, absolutely. They managed to just dominate the point there. And if their composition can get to the point for free, then they are very strong at being able to stay in control of it. The Sure-4 EMP is now the Toronto Defiant's main weapon at being able to win this map. They're at 88%, single fight territory for both teams. It all comes down to this. The beats available for both teams, but that EMP for Sure-4 changes the tide of the fight completely.
Turret down, Sure-4 with the EMP, just trying to farm it, 98%. Health pack in hand, Logix goes down!
Logix!
Oh, no, no, no! Those kind of pickups you cannot give up, and now Sure-4, he has to use the EMP here. They have to turn this fight into their favor, but he's waiting for the sound barrier. Toronto going to be using their own sound barrier, but it doesn't really connect onto too many targets. Still, the kills coming in now. Jerry into the back line. The death blossom is huge! Jerry with 2 kills, Calyx and Beast falling. Boston Uprising are doing it, and Sure-4's EMP doesn't get the value he was looking for. It was too little, too late. And Boston Uprising take map number 1 in the Battle of the Barnacle Fienders.
This has been a control map. You have just witnessed a control map. Yep. That's blown my mind, what we've just witnessed there. I liked the attempt from Toronto towards the end. They used their sound barrier because they know that Halo can't respond, because otherwise Sure-4 would EMP them, rip away all the barriers, and rip away the abilities as well. But Toronto Defiant's comp does not work very well when their Tracer is dead and they are sound barriering in to try and take an aggressive fight. So Boston just kite it, barrier afterwards once they've forced Sure-4 away, easy peasy. Honestly, pretty good work from the Boston Uprising in those second 2 rounds.
I would agree.
The first one, bit of a clown fiesta, but the second 2 rounds, good performance from Boston.
Yeah, I would agree. They knew the win condition for Toronto was Sure-4 with that EMP. They played around it, they baited him back, and they were able to work around it and get the opening picks. Boston Uprising turning up here, but
there you go.
We do have the rest of the series to play. It's coming up after this break. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss El Clasico.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Welcome back, everybody, to what is shaping up to be just a magical series all around. Of course, you're joining us in the middle of Boston versus Toronto, and currently Boston are leading one map to 0. We're going to be heading into the second map soon enough, which I believe is going to be Dorado, and I just got to say, it's living up to all of my expectations.
Yeah, I want to take you back in time to when Boston played against Houston. The first El Clasico of the year, some might have said. Yep, it was a beautiful game. It went the entire distance. Now, Boston started dominating once we actually got to Dorado, which is the next map coming up here. They set the 3rd fastest time ever on Dorado in that game against the Houston Outlaws. So, up against an opponent that is of a similar level, I don't want to say exactly the same, but in a similar level match, we could see something similar again come out from the Boston Uprising. These are some good beginnings, some good omens to the start of this match for them as they play against the Defiant.
Highlights of that last map, though, for me. Halo getting a kill on an environmental kill on a Primal Raging Winston.
Yeah, that's great.
Don't really know how that happened. I think Nevix fell off the map at some point.
Did he?
When he tried to peel for somebody. Yeah, I was paying attention to something else, but I'm fairly sure he fell off the map. He might have got booped and then tried to save himself with with his left click. I don't know if you can even shift your momentum using that, but so far this series, 100% delivering, and we are in store for a wild and wacky one. And as you said, think back, everyone engage your synapses to maximum efficiency when we were watching Boston versus Houston. Now, that match did go to distance.
It did. Oh, it went the distance,
all right. Boston, they've shown or showcased that they do know their stuff when it comes to this particular map. But it was in a different era, if you will, Josh. The hero pool rotations were different. We were playing in an online or an offline setting, I should say, compared to everyone playing at home. Do you think that makes a difference, the players playing at home?
I think it certainly makes some difference. It always has in esports. I think the difference that it makes specifically for the Overwatch League is hard to really be able to tell because the meta changes up so much from week to week anyway.
Okay. Well, I like
this
from
Boston. Aggressive hold.
Yeah, an aggressive full hold. I mean, we've seen some interesting stuff on Dorado. We've seen teams barely able to push it. We've seen some very rapid times from Boston themselves, actually. And they're going to be going for an aggressive forward hold here, setting it up. They get a lot of damage out into Fusion, and they take him out immediately. So not going to be trying to get the full hold here. But if the kills get traded into Boston, they could hold this one. Nevix trying to go for the kill here. The accretion comes out, but blocked from Colorhex's ice block. But it still seems like Toronto are the ones who are winning this team fight out. They're getting the superior damage output. Just slowly chipping away at them, and they are able to finally break out of their spawn here.
And normally, I think this is a great play. Normally, holding forwards, taking as many team fights as possible is just basic, great Overwatch. The problem is, you do give the enemy team a little bit of ult charge. Now, normally, that doesn't make any difference. You would rather take time off the clock than worry about that. But Surefour specifically, getting his EMP charge up this early into the fight could have fairly disastrous ramifications for the Boston Uprising. So we'll see how Toronto try and play this. They've got positional advantage all over the point now, and they're going to start ticking up to that EMP.
Ball essence used, traded out by both of these teams. We're going to be seeing if he can get any value out of it. Myunbong keeping his team alive, but Jerry is the one who finds the kill onto Nevix. Nice little hold. It's going to be collapsing. A lot of Toronto together, and Boston going to be the winners of this team fight here.
Yeah, nice aggression coming out from them, actually. You need to turn up the tempo. You need to play as fast as humanly possible because you know that you only have a very small window before Surefour's ultimate comes online. Surefour actually had the EMP towards the end of the fight, but decided not to invest it, waiting for a more even engagement this time around. He knows that his Lucio is getting somewhere close to sound barrier, so he probably thinks that Halo is pretty close as well, even though he's 25% off. So we might see some mind games around here with Surefour and the Lucio.
Yeah, Surefour has the EMP, but there we go. He chooses to unleash it onto a lot of the members, and that sets up Logix for the big one. Nice little 4 kills for him. Layered on top of a halt. Logix, add that one to your frag movie. Going to be very happy.
Yeah, and Surefour will be nowhere to be seen in that frag movie, despite the fact he set the entire thing up with an enormous EMP that even caught Halo, so he didn't even have to worry about the sound barrier.
Final few moments now for Boston to try and contest this one. Speed boosting in, the Ice Wall comes up early. Anyone able to touch? Nope, they actually missed the point completely. I believe they got halted back there. Who's to blame? Well, we'll find out in a replay viewer. But for now, Toronto are happily capping that one. And Boston are going to be a bit annoyed, I think, at the fact they couldn't actually get onto the cart in time because they did have 5 ultimates
Yeah,
to
definitely.
work with.
They had a huge amount of ults to work with there. The fact that they were able to stop the Boston Uprising from touching is enormous. Yes, Boston are going to have some kind of high ground control once they actually respawn. And yeah, they've got a lot of ultimates. But you would definitely prefer to be stuck somewhere in point B than have to retake the fountain on point A. That could have changed the whole momentum of this match. And another amazing ult coming out from Beast, denying high ground control.
Yep, pulled Boston away from the high ground. Not able to contest it whatsoever. Now, once more, free capture point here for Toronto. See the supercharger is going to be used by both these teams. Going to be looking to use that damage boost to try and get a kill or two. The Blizzard as well, used by Boston to lock down a couple of the members of Toronto. Do just that, and they're able to win the team fight using some of their biggest, most impactful ultimates. For Toronto, I think they might be okay with this one because look what they've got coming up online. The EMP, Gravitic Flux, it's all coming up Toronto.
Yep. And for the Boston Uprising now, you get into weird territory because you have your sound barrier and you know that Surefour's getting up to EMP. So you either hide very safe with Halo and play slow and try and use the sound barrier to counter the EMP, or you try and play very fast before Surefour can actually get his EMP to get much value. And I think they're going to play slow, just judging by... Oh no, Speed Boost.
Okay.
Speed Boost engaged very early
Aggression.
on that.
The Gravitic Flux is used, and I think it only caught onto Beast, but Beast just used Fortify, and the ultimate's just negated. Nevix, I don't think he catched anyone in his Gravitic Flux, but it doesn't matter anyway because his team are able to just clean up the rest of these players. Doesn't matter if you're whiffing ultimates if you win the team fight, I guess, but here we have it. Toronto still pushing in with 2 minutes on the clock. It looks like
Boston tried to do...
Yeah.
Boston tried to do a mixture of both there. They pushed very aggressive with the speed boost, but kept Halo on the high ground, and Surefour just kept hacking Halo, so he wasn't able to do anything. So all of the opportunities here for Boston to defend successfully, they've all failed. And Halo has yet to use a sound barrier this match so far, at least as far as I can remember. So Toronto just keep this snowball
Halo
rolling.
hacked as well. He can use a sound barrier to try and engage into this fight. Coalescence is going to be used, and Karuk forced to use his. Now the sound barrier by Toronto, and Boston is going to be traded. So equal support ultis. Still going to come down to see if who can get the pickoffs necessary to try and turn this fight in their favor. So far, it seems like the Toronto Defiant are the ones out on top. They're able to find the picks. They collapse into the backline. Myongbong gets brought down. Fusions is next. Boston, despite with the forward aggressive hold, it's the clever hacks from Surefour that enabled them to win that fight.
Yep. That's, again, great play coming out from Surefour. His Sombra has been fantastic so far this game. And we're seeing that this composition, the Reaper Sombra, really can get work done. The Blizzard here might be pivotal, though, for Color Hex. They've got some big ults online. They need to get value out of this Blizzard. Has to be well placed.
Ready and waiting. Ultimate's used. Color Hex unleashes the Blizzard out. Surefour going to be answering with his own little EMP. They're finding the pickoffs because of it, but it's going to be Beast falling very low. How is Beast not dead here? Healed back up, no one able to touch the point. And 2 minute 4 second time here on Dorado. Nothing to be scoffed at in the slightest. That is a very strong finish.
Very, very fast. We were talking about the Boston Uprising setting records. I don't think that's quite a record time coming out from the Toronto Defiant, but it's blazingly quick.
Well, coming up, Josh, this Sunday, 4 p.m. Pacific, you get to see some of the world's best compete with the newest hero Echo in Open Division, including, Josh, us. We're going to be playing in that tournament.
True. Yep, we have absolutely no aspirations of winning, but we have somehow managed to rope Dogman into playing with us. Dogman, noted Echo player.
Yep.
I mean, that shows you how high our aspirations are.
Players are going to be competing for thousands of dollars in prize money. The semi-finals and finals are going to be streamed right here on YouTube. And for more info, head to playoverwatch.com. Now, there's no guarantee that me and you, Josh, will be heading over to the semi-finals and finals. I like to think that I am more than capable of carrying our team there. Now, I won't be playing Echo for us.
Yeah.
But, you know,
there is
if Widowmaker's
literally
available,
no chance.
The Widowmaker hasn't come out in a while, you know, might have to
There's
flex
literally no chance. There will be good Open Division teams playing in that tournament. There will also, though, be plenty of teams like us. So if you're hanging around the kind of, I don't know, Plat Diamond level like we are and want to have fun in a tournament, then by all means sign up. If you want to take it more seriously, then that is, you are totally welcome to do so. Let's take a look at the compositions, though, that are being played here, because the Boston Uprising look like they're making... Okay, just scouting things out, taking a look.
Yeah.
I thought they might be wanting to play the Sombra of their own. That's definitely an option here, but for the moment, it seems like things are looking fairly stable. Logic's and Chauffeur over on the Reaper Torbjorn.
Just opting to trading a bit of spam. The war of attrition. Nice Hulk comes out, just going to be connecting onto a couple of them here. Just going to be sucking up the damage. Trying to get them free entry into this choke point. Now notice how Toronto Defiant have not opted to take an aggressive full hold. They want to try and defend at this choke point. One of the most pivotal sections of Dorado. Turret going to be slamming in a bit of damage, and the speed and the aggression is halted back by Beast using his ult. Now they're able to just collect a kill or two. Jerry might be next. Indeed he is. Shawful puts an end to his rampage as he tries to run into the back lines. And it seems like Toronto come out on top.
That halt coming out from Beast won them the fight. That's not an overstatement there. They halted the aggression coming out from the May Reaper composition, stopped them being able to lock down a single target, and Fusions was forced to use his Fortify and then got taken down afterwards. It's a really great halt just to stop an enemy Lucio speed boost being able to find that much value. And in these kind of compositions, the Lucio is almost everything. Your tempo, your speed that you can play at defines everything for how the composition plays. Another great halt. Another boop as well. Yeah. Boston have tried to push and got nothing for it.
Boston are struggling so much to try and push through this choke point. Now Toronto going to be answering with their own ultimate here. You can see the molten core used. That's molten hot lava all over the ground. Along with the coalescence. No casualties though. Boston able to just avoid it. They're quite agile. Hulk's going to be pulling them up, but the shield from Brusen is there. Ready to just mitigate as much damage as possible, and now they want to go in with the aggression of their own. Nice little ice wall. It's going to be pinging them against the wall here. Not able to collect a kill into Beast though. Beast is going to be waddling out. He's frozen though. They need to get that kill, and they do. The Sunlight doesn't catch onto him. Could be a critical mistake as Boston look to push and press the advantage even more. Losing your main tank, they no longer have the supercharger to use. And Logic's tried to clutch it up with his Death Blossom, but he was frozen up, unable to get anything done. Brusen now peppering in the damage of the orbs. And I don't think they really have to expend any more ultimates here. They can just clean up the stragglers, clean up the remnants, much like a janitor on duty in a supermarket late at night. And,
yeah, very much. That's the vibes that I get here from the Boston Uprising.
Yep.
Janitorial duties.
Janitorial duty.
That was a really good attack from the Boston Uprising, but again, Beast used his halt, but it was too early this time. He used it before the Boston Uprising had engaged. And then when Halo used his speed boost, they had already got in and got all of that position. And the Boston Uprising snowballed that positional advantage into a victory.
Interesting that Toronto's still sticking with the Torbjorn. I know it's most likely because Shawful has the Molten Core available, ready and waiting, the ultimate. Jerry in the back line, he's ready. He has a Death Blossom here. Goes for the shots. Excellent peel from Nevix there. Beast using his supercharger as well. Both of these teams have to be careful now because there's a lot of damage out on the ground. Shawful's collecting one kill as Fusion gets melted into spare parts. Or glue, if you will, you know. I guess it is a robot horse.
Yeah, true. And the Boston Uprising now have a bit of a difficult task. High ground is in control of the Toronto Defiant. And Boston are going to be looking to take a fight on the floor, utilize the Blizzard, but Toronto knows it's coming in. Expect boobs, halts to try and stop Color Hex getting max value out of Blizzard. Fortify, and they escape. Everybody apart from Nevix.
Nevix, yeah, he did end up using his bomb, which pushed Fusions out of position, so Toronto able to get a kill! Jerry! Jerry! Oh my goodness! Okay, alright. Yep, just when you think Boston, you know, they're going to be taking it nice and slowly, he comes out, he presses Q, and he impresses over and over again.
Yeah, wonderful flank. Perfect timing from Jerry. These Death Blossoms have been really stellar from him, actually. He's the key player that you need to shut down on the Boston Uprising, and so far Toronto is struggling with it a little bit. 2 minutes on the clock. This isn't as fast as Toronto, but it's a good pace.
That's dangerous, Sunshine. You can't be going down. You have the sound barrier. Your team needs you. Coalescence is now going to be used again by both these teams. Seeing if they can get any sort of advantage. Shawful with the Molten Core. No one really falling just yet, but as I say that, Fusions, once again, will be going straight to the back of the respawn queue. A lot of damage being peppered in here. Logic's almost falling. TPs, but Managed to get healed up here. Has to reform away. Now they're going to be slanging into them. Boston backing off. They don't want to be taking this team fight.
That was a late sound barrier coming out from Halo. Surefour had cut off the retreat from Fusions with his molten core, just put a layer of lava behind him. And as Fusions backed off, he took all of that damage and Halo was too late with the beat. Well, as soon as you lose your Orisa there, the fight's lost. So, unfortunate investment of ultimates. They have the Blizzard to be able to work with and the Flux in the next fight, but Toronto also have a lot as well. And you can see them just rotating away and dropping them to the high ground. Another good halt from Beast.
Trying to get that D-Mech onto Nevik so that he gets a free Blizzard, and there we go. Kellex lets it go. See them trying to get the damage in. Logic's wonderful Death Blossom. It finds a couple of kills. Brucean might be next. Indeed he is. Karib the one to find those pickoffs, and Boston left with just 40 seconds remaining. Wondering how do we get here? And what do we have to do to break through this defense of Toronto?
Yeah. I think for Boston, with 40 seconds, they're in such a tough position because they would love to take control of the high ground, but spending all of that time to rotate up top, it's just not feasible with only 20 seconds left now. So they've just got to play on the point, got to try and find big value out of both of their tank ultimates.
They have to get something done. Brucean has to come up big now with this Gravitic Flux. He's waiting, biding his time. He uses it onto Beast. Beast uses the Fortify. He completely negates it just by pressing Shift. You hate to see it, ladies and gentlemen. Supercharger, it's out in no man's land. It's going to mean Toronto forced to use that sound barrier. Nobody's really bringing it down, but Nevix sends in the self-destruct, and oh my goodness, it puts in work. Boston just hanging onto a thread, but a thread is not enough to hold you. You're dangling over a cliff. Toronto Defiant. The overtime burns down, and they are going to be the winners of this map, evening it up 1-1. Toronto showing why they can't really be messed with.
Yeah. Fantastic response on our second map from the Toronto Defiant. Attack blazing fast. Defense absolutely stalwart as well. I want to point out that the Boston Uprising won the first map, broadly speaking, because they were able to force Toronto away from what they wanted to play. And those constant composition swaps are not really possible on anything outside of control. So if they can't play the mirror here, if they're struggling with the Reaper comps against the Reaper comps, Toronto are going to have more and more opportunities to come back in this series and steal a win.
Well, we're halfway through the series as it stands, but we still have a game break coming up with our Watchpoint desk. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And this is our second game break of the day, presented by Pringles Wavy. I am Zoe. Joining me, as per usual, are reinforcing Costa. Guys, it's 1-1, and this match is shaping up to be a lot more entertaining than we initially, I guess, expected, honestly. The first round on Ilios was chaos.
Yeah.
Entertaining chaos. But it did feel a little bit like chaos. It was a little bit hard to really, get a good overview of what is happening. There were so many swaps.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many swaps. Can I just say first that, like, if I predicted Boston Uprising last week and was wrong about it, and then I'm wrong about it again this week, I'm just like, it'll be a bit disappointing if they end up winning this game. But I mean, okay, they only got one map. They only got one match, so they're not quite there yet. Anyway, so yeah, there were a lot of great swaps, and honestly, the Boston Uprising are looking a bit more confident and are looking a bit more like they have a play style attached to their brand. So I really appreciate that. The fact that they came out from the gates and then they started playing Tracer, and then we saw some Pharah coming out, and like there's lots of stuff going on here. So I like what the Boston Uprising have going for themselves. They look a lot more comfortable. That is until Sombra really hit on Dorado and they just got stuck.
Yeah, I want to talk about Dorado. It looked like when there was chaos and they were able to, kind of play their own thing and forcing the tempo onto Toronto, it went well. But Toronto seems to be more in charge when it comes to the actual mirror match. What do you think, Costa?
Yeah, I think when you have chaos on control, that's a good thing, especially if you're the one trying to wreak it. You saw them come in with all these crazy picks. They played, Pharahs, they played Traces, everyone was just switching all over the place. I couldn't list every character that was played. But you go into Dorado, it's a lot more linear, and you saw Toronto had this set strategy. They wanted to play the Sombra on the attack, and Shorefall was just absolutely incredible, getting hacks after hacks. Every time he had an EMP, that was pretty much 100% one fight. And then you saw they sort of just got to play their own game on the defense as well. So if I'm the Boston Uprising, you stay confident and you have been playing well, but you need to find a way to imbalance Shorefall and the rest of the Toronto Defiant from what they're trying to accomplish. Because if you just walk into that game, you're not going to win straight up. So in the future, I'd like to see maybe more swaps, go back to the Pharah, wreak more chaos.
Yeah, at least don't make it easy for Surefour, because that's one thing, right? Okay, Surefour, you can get away with the Sombra, but at least make it difficult for Surefour to hit those EMPs. And that's almost where we'd like the Boston Uprising to shy away from their static compositions, where they're sort of playing as a team and just grouping up together, and maybe apply some Chengdu, like be a bit wacky, have someone
apply some Chengdu.
No, not be like Chengdu, but
medical
be
advice
inspired by Chengdu. There's something to learn there. It's like spreading out a bit more, make it difficult for the enemy team to sort of wrap you up together and then execute with that EMP. But like we saw Surefour, he hit those 6-man EMPs, at least spread out a little bit and hit from many different angles to make it a bit hard for Toronto.
Just to give everyone watching an idea of how chaotic our control map on Ilios actually was, it took 7 minutes to conclude the first round. That's the same amount of time like the next 2 rounds combined, and it took 3 minutes to cap the point for the first time.
That's the craziest
insanity.
first fight I've ever seen.
It just never ended. It was just like one long, awesome fight. Now, it wouldn't be Ilios without a good boop moment, right, Costa? And that is why you chose a great boop for our crunch time presented by Pringles Wavy.
Yeah, and I want to highlight here, this is actually a round-winning and goes on to be map-winning play by Halo. Someone, rookie coming into this season, hasn't really sort of made a name for himself. This is crazy. Brenna's even calling this at the moment. Beast is getting so much value going on right now. He's jumping around, he's pushing out, he's almost getting boop kills across the way. This looks like a very winnable fight for the Toronto Defiant until he takes this swim. Halo does a really good job. The monkey uses a short leap to try and get on top of him. He boosts him off the edge. Cooldown doesn't come up and the monkey just dies in primal rage. Absolutely, clutch play by him and very crunchy, if I say so myself.
I agree with that as well. I think the word that Bren used was sicko mode. Beast was going sicko mode, and then Halo shut him down. So my question to Bren then is, if what is the counter? What is the antonym to sicko mode? So like if Beast gets going sicko mode and then he gets shut down, what mode is that? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, I'm sure he will.
He's a Brit. He'll figure it out
very soon. He'll figure something out. He will make something up for you, no problem whatsoever. Now, it is 1 apiece, and now we still need to figure out who will actually end up taking the W at the end of the series. It is a close one. It is a fun one to watch, so you don't want to miss the second half.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. Hope you enjoyed that game break. You're joining us midway through the series of Boston Uprising versus Toronto Defiant. But I just wanted to give you a quick little life update to see where I am. I stocked up on some iced coffee before the broadcast today because we're doing a lot of matches in a row.
Yeah,
put it in the freezer to keep it cool, I guess. Forgot about it and just tested it to see if it was still frozen by pouring it on myself. And what do you know? Partly defrosted because I'm now covered in coffee from the lower half. Luckily not on my top, but there you go. That's where I'm at, and now I'm just waiting for the rest of it to defrost so I can drink it.
Sometimes the chaos can be infectious, I think.
Yeah.
And after watching that control map and seeing the breakdown from our analyst, Bren decided his life was going to be chaos as well.
I'm
so
actually just
pour coffee down himself.
Coated in coffee. It's just the top layer that just defrosted and just poured onto me. I don't know what I was thinking. Anyway, we're heading into the series. It's currently 1-1 at the half between the Boston Uprising and the Toronto Defiant. Currently, a series that, for whatever reason, Josh, we just seem to be attracted to them, or they're attracted to us. You know, like bees to a honeypot almost. But we're going to be heading into
bees
the
to
series.
a honeypot.
Bees to a honeypot, I guess. Would bees?
Bees create honey.
What would be coming to a
like
honeypot? Flies?
Well, like flies to a honeypot, sure. Like flies to a light, perhaps.
What,
like moths? Like moths to a lamp, I believe, is actually the phrase. Oh yeah, moths to a flame,
yeah.
Sure.
In this case, the flame being long 7-map series.
Yeah, I get that feeling with this match. I get the feeling with this match. I don't think we've seen the full potential of either team just yet. We had one map where it was a lot of chaos, a lot of carnage, a lot of hero swaps, and Boston come out on top. Fairly dominantly in the second 2 rounds, actually. And then we have Dorado, where they're just playing the straight-up mirror, and Toronto crush. So Boston have got to be learning from this, saying we need to cause more chaos, and Toronto are going to be trying to just mitigate the chaos and play mirror matches as much as they possibly can. Okay. So 2 teams with directly opposite intentions coming into Eichenwald.
We'll see if it works out for them, and I'm curious as well, because what we've essentially gathered is that Boston need to be pushing Toronto out of their comfort zone, so to speak. But I'm curious if they're even going to do that. They might just decide to abide by almost a mirror match in a lot of senses. I doubt Colorhex is going to be sticking to the Genji. You know, oh, maybe. No, it's going to go over to the Hangzhou. So this is an interesting one. A lot of long-range shield pressure. He could just be using it to scout, but I doubt it. Okay, now he switches over to the Pharah, and the team look to be making some changes.
Yeah. The Pharah makes sense if you pair it alongside a Hangzhou or something like that for prodding. The Sombra, so this is going to be a very slow composition for the Boston Uprising. They have essentially it would be a 4-2 split with Halo and Colorhex just coming around the back, poking, prodding, doing as much work as they can, charging up that barrage. But you don't really have the 4 playing together because Jerry's on his own now as well, just building up an EMP. So this is going to take a long time for Boston's win conditions to come online. Unless a damage-boosted rocket can just find something like that.
Okay. Kareev goes to the meat grinder. He's out of there. And one pick like that, you're lacking your Moira, you're lacking the heals. You have to play aggressive if you're Toronto. You have to try and get a pick off, but Nevix has been demeched as well, and Toronto Defiant aren't really getting anything done. But I can respect the effort. You knew what they knew what they had to do then as soon as they lost Kareev. But it has cracked this one open for Boston to take advantage and map up this first point. And Jerry can start building up this EMP as well for the next fight.
Now, I don't know whether I missed a crucial hack there, but it did just seem like Kareev ate the rocket coming in. They didn't try and push Colorhex away. They tried to apply no pressure to him with Nevix's Diva. They just allowed Colorhex to shoot damage-boosted rockets at them, and eventually he got the kill. It wasn't even eventually. He got the kill really early on. So unless Jerry got a crucial hack there, I think that's just a straight-up mistake from Toronto. But they are going to mirror the Sombra. And Short Force Sombra so far this series has been wonderful. Really strong.
Well, Barrage into the halt. Gets 8 up. The majority of the damage by Nevix using his defense matrix, but finding Calyx is a pretty big pick-off. It means he's not going to be building up that ultimate. They're not going to have the speed boost. Toronto don't want to give up just yet, though. They're still looking for opportunities to go in here. But it is Surefour who will be the one going down.
He got hacked.
And yeah, that hack.
He got hacked by Jerry.
That hack
Huge.
Jerry just really asserting his dominance as a Sombra player. And now he's going to have EMP for the next fight. If I was Jerry, I'd be holding on to it, but you never know with these teams. Yep, just going to be holding on to it. You want to be trying to keep that ult advantage rolling in past this initial checkpoint. This is sometimes quite a difficult section to try and push through on Eichenwald, but Boston Uprising not really having too much trouble.
Yeah, Boston Uprising have slowly managed to get that control. Surefour dying as he went into the back to try and get a hack on Colorhex or Halo. You know, because if he gets the hack on one of the Pharah or the Mercy, as he has done right now onto Halo, it makes them a much more reasonable target for the rest of his team to rush down. That time the hack not quite synced up with the rest of his team, but Surefour's got an opportunity now. But Jerry's the man of the moment. He's got the EMP. He just saw where Surefour went. EMP surely about to come out.
Calyx, though, perfectly hidden, comes back out with the sound barrier, and that's going to negate a lot of what the EMP was supposed to do. Colorhex tries to even it out, and indeed, he does just that. Barrage, plenty of damage done, but he can follow it up with the help of his team. 3 kills for him. He's going to look to make it 4, and that's exactly what it does. And once again, we are learning to count with Brennan Hook.
The Boston Uprising are going to resurrect Jerry, and Toronto have many ultimates to work with. So for Boston, they want to try and get forward, get a pick early on, maybe get a hack onto Shore4. That would be huge if they can scout his location. They need some kind of play. They can't just wait for Toronto to use their ults, because they will lose this fight and they will get reset if that's to happen.
Shore4 called out in the backline. They're going to be wary of him. Shore4 has to relocate back. Coalescence is traded, but it seems like Toronto are the ones with the more formidable Coalescence, I should say. Because of the supercharger, damage boost comes in. Now they're going to be going for an aggressive play with the bomb. Nice little halt into the backline. That was Beast setting up Nevix for the kill down to Fusions.
Shore4 hacked out of his EMP. Jerry just with a default hack cancels the EMP from Shore4.
No, and Fusions got resurrected back as well. What little advantage they had is all for naught as Logix tries to even it out, but he gets rocketed down in the backline. Taken out. Now the good news for Toronto is that they do have positioning in terms of their spawn here. They can just keep dribbling out players one at a time. Belet's going to be using his barrage, but gets taken out by the default Nevix, who wasn't even in a mech, might I add. Got demeched by it, but anybody here able to touch? They do stop the cart for just a short moment. Bruce laying down a bit of damage, and Boston Uprising with a very nice time here.
Yeah, really fast pace set by them, and crucially because of that Jerry hack onto Shore4. Boston are doing a much better job in this map of keeping track of where Shore4 is, spamming him, making sure they're aware of his positioning, and then recognizing that Shore4 likes to hold his EMP for a long time, which does make him vulnerable to things like hacks, or for his translocator getting destroyed as well. So now, full-scale changes, where they're going to play brawl comps on both sides.
Sound barrier used here by Toronto. They're going to try and take out the supercharge, and they do just that. See if they can get any more kills now. Boston's still alive. No one falling, no casualties. Logix, he's thinking about it. Might go for a little flank attempt, but the speed boost engaged by Boston. Pretty powerful. See if they can get a kill or two. Not quite. Just trying to lock somebody down with the freeze, but they're not getting any stragglers. No one's really being picked off here. An even brawl and even engage, and now we see the supercharge being built up by Toronto. This should be the disengage by Boston. They shouldn't push into this, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They back off through the choke. They're going to wait it out.
But that did mean that Toronto didn't get a single pick with their supercharger, nothing to reset Boston whatsoever. And they're just going to push back in with their ults. They have a Coalescence to be able to engage with, a halt as well, Ice Wall just blocks off Beast there, and as they start to take progress, Colleagues is building up to his Blizzard.
They had to get a kill though with that Coalescence now because they've left it too long. Now Toronto have ults of their own. Coming in with the Coalescence, the Molten Core is putting in so much consistent burning damage. And that allows them to just clean up these softened up targets. Logix is just collecting up the kills, adding them to his collection. Nice little team kill there.
Two nice disengages by both teams. Boston, very aware that that supercharger was coming down, disengaged. And then Toronto, very aware that the counter push was about to come back in with the Coalescence, managed to ensure that they didn't lose a single player from that as well. At the moment, both of these teams are playing pretty decent Overwatch. This is back and forth, and Boston still have time on the clock, but it's been good so far from the Toronto defense.
Ice Wall comes up, Color Hex with the sound barrier overlapping on top of it, lays down the Blizzard. No one's in the vicinity though, everyone just kind of evades it, but Logix was caught out of position. He was going for a little play in the back line, gets taken out in the end. This is a great opportunity now for Boston to work with, but Nevix answers back! A massive bomb from him with the help of Beast, set up I believe with the halt. He does get 2 kills, which is going to slow down the war machine that is the Boston Uprising, but Boston's still going to be slowly trotting along here.
Yeah, all of this momentum now in favor of Boston. These spawners are going to come in. Jerry halted back actually. Might not be able to escape here. Just manages to squeak his way out. But that stops the momentum for Boston. They would have loved if Toronto were on the back foot instead of chasing Jerry down. They've got ults to engage with though.
Supercharger once more. Boston wants to go. Sound barrier going to be used. Jerry leading the charge but gets taken down almost immediately. And it looks like this is all Toronto. Even with Bruce using the Gravitic Flux, it's not quite enough. And as the seconds start to tick down, Toronto, I think you're going to be quite pleased that they managed to stop that before it was a full capture point. But the map isn't over yet.
Good work from the Toronto Defiant there. There was 3 minutes plus on the time bank for the Boston Uprising as they entered point C. And Toronto managed to make sure that they don't even full complete the map. It's certainly winnable for either team here. It remains to be seen what the push looks like for the Toronto Defiant, because if you remember back to Dorado, they were exceptionally good at being able to utilize Shofor's Sombra particularly to just keep that ult cycle going, keep busting Uprising on the back foot, and deliver a ridiculous time.
Now, Activision Blizzard and the Overwatch League are proud to support the World Health Organization to encourage all of our players that we have to play a part together. That's right. When we play a part together, we're using one of the most powerful preventative strategies to protect ourselves, of course, from COVID-19, our loved ones, and others. So we all have the power to combat this pandemic by staying at home and playing together online. Now, Josh, when they asked me to take a picture of my setup at home, I took one look at it and said, oh my goodness, I cannot send this picture in. I had to clean it up.
Are you ashamed of your setup?
It was an absolute disgrace. I was a gaming goblin. I was just a little gremlin. I had to clean it up. If you go through my social media, I mean, you'll see it, the eventual pic, and I mean, the desk looks clean, but I also conveniently used my body to block out the corner of the desk. So I was actually so lazy, I didn't even clean all of it. I just kind of shifted some of it into the corner.
Yeah, that's life in the pandemic, you know. Life in lockdown is about picking what's important to you and prioritizing that. Apparently, cleanliness not important to you. Wouldn't advise that for other people.
No, definitely advise you to all to stay clean. But me, I was
good for your mental health as well as your hygiene.
Listen, I'm just gaming out of control, Josh. Don't worry about it. But Boston and Toronto are doing just the same. They're going to be starting to clash. Just a few moments trying to get positioning here. You can see the choke point was given up pretty early now. Toronto Defiant, they're going to be seeing if they can engage into them, but Boston, look at the aggression, the speed boost. The Ice Wall doesn't really get too much. It only just forces Toronto to just kind of evade them around the car. Slamming in a bit of spam damage here. Beast waiting for his cooldowns, waiting for the re-engage attempt. Toronto just holding strong, very close to their coalescence. They may look to engage with this one.
Shofor with the hack on Color Hex.
Nice hack onto Color.
That stops him being able to use his ice block. Oh, he just gets it back in time to be able to stop himself from dying.
This is a fantastic disengage from Boston because they waited long enough, and the coalescence from Toronto didn't get anything done. Boston come back in with their own. They're healed up. They're ready and waiting, and that is the opportunity that they're looking for. Logix has no cooldowns. Just gets his Ray Form back just to evade the freeze as it stands, but no one has fallen yet. Fusion hacked up. Has to back up around the corner, but a stray icicle from Color Hex takes down Logix. And that's going to remove a lot of damage now from Toronto. Toronto have to rethink how they're going to be pushing back into this one. And they just opt to not take the fight whatsoever. They're going to be disengaging away.
I like this from both teams. Color Hex getting that pick is absolutely pivotal because Shofor was getting close to his EMP. But the fact that the Reaper goes down means that Toronto really can't commit to it. If they use their EMP there, they don't have the damage to be able to follow up. And now we're in another interesting situation. Color Hex hiding, doesn't want to get EMP'd. He wants to use the Blizzard and the Sound Barrier to be able to peel away from this. EMP is what Toronto are all about.
Well, Blizzard comes out. Is there anyone who's going to be caught in it? Looks like it's only Beast, but he uses the Fortify, and Nevix answers back. The hacks onto Color Hex at the right moment means he couldn't dodge it with his ice block like he was intending. Nevix getting maximum value out of the Supercharger thanks to his team once again. And these bombs have been critical throughout this series, and they've allowed Toronto to just open up this point and take it for their own.
Yep, really nice bomb coming out from Nevix. We don't often think of the self-destruct being better than the gravitic flux, you know, if we're comparing the two off-tanks for either team. But Nevix has been able to do more with his ult over the course of this series than Brusen has. I also want to point out, Halo did not want to use his sound barrier there because Shofor has the EMP, but he didn't use it at all. So now Shofor keeps the EMP. So we're in the same scenario and Halo's hacked.
That is a beautiful hack. Halo cannot engage with the sound barrier even if he wanted to. Shofor is ready. He's praying from the rooftops. A bit like Batman. Batman prays from the rooftops, I think.
Does he?
Pretty sure he does, but that's besides
religious
the point,
people
Josh.
pray on rooftops.
He's still waiting. He's still praying. Looking for an opportunity to just engage into the opposition. And he's got eyes onto Halo, but Halo boops him back. I think he spotted him there. Just detected him in the nick of time. Opportunities now to see as you can look at the engagement by Boston. EMP now comes out, but it only connects onto a few. I think Brusen was the only one caught up by that. Taken out though, still a winnable fight here for Boston, but it is very scrappy between these teams. Beast, opportunity to lay down the Supercharger, opts not to. I think he was afraid he might have lost it if he tried to place it into that fight. So just taking the L, taking the loss. Still,
strange,
Toronto moving forward.
Strange investment of the coalescence there from Myeonbong in a a fight that was essentially already lost because of the spawn advantage of the Toronto Defiant. I think he would like that back, because now Kariv is 60% ahead of him and in a great position to keep cycling these ults forward. You know, only the EMP used in that fight from the Toronto Defiant, and it forced out a bunch from the Boston Uprising. So that's one of the ways that the EMP can still get value even when you don't have it up.
Few dreaded moments on this bridge. We've seen some fantastic environmental plays. The Beast is the one who wants to take the initiative. The Supercharger's down for both of these teams, but Jerry's the first one to fall. Death Blossom committed into the back line. Doesn't do too much, but it takes out the necessary targets. Supercharger and the turret missing from this fight now, and Toronto are able to get a very clean capture now, 3 minutes 30. But to just try and waddle this cart now, they don't even have to get a full completion.
Yeah, it's all about the ult cycle in here for the Toronto Defiant. They're just looking for Surefour's EMP now. You know, one team fight you have the EMP, the next team fight you have all the rest of your ults, and that's basically how this ult cycle ends up working. So it doesn't matter if you have an ultimate advantage, but if you can keep your opponents on the back foot, you're in a good position. Bruson now hacked, can't use his Gravitic Flux. Surefour still building up that EMP, 75%. 85%, building up so quickly.
Gravitic Flux used pretty early. Sound Barrier instantly answered by Calyx. Going to negate a lot of it here. Nice little halt as well from Beast. Clumps together to Boston Uprising, but no one can really capitalize off of it. Surefour has the EMP. Relocated back. Boston by some precious seconds now as Halo's just trying to do a bit of spy checking, making sure he pre-fires all the corners, but that is an opportunity for Boston to go in with their own coalescence. Moving forward, Bruson falling so low. It has to be a defensive May wall. Surefour going for the hacks. He gets one onto Fusions. Fusions caught out into no man's land. And that is exactly what Toronto wanted. They take them out. The EMP finally used, and it cleanses the sound barrier off of all of them. Toronto Defiant moments away, and they cap up the capture card, I should say. They're going to cap up the map as well. Why not? Making it 2-1 in the end.
A really nice execution of that Sombra Reaper style from Toronto Defiant. Surefour's having a massive game. You guys can't see it, but he gets to play the game on Torbjorn as well, because why not? The Reaper Sombra is so much about how you use your ultimates and how you play when you have EMP up. And Surefour's really patient with his EMPs. He doesn't initiate with them. He waits, his team engages with like a Coalescence, for example, and then he saves it for halfway in the middle of the fight. Boston Uprising need to turn up the tempo against that. You can't just wait for the EMP engagement to come in. You can't hope that they're going to engage early with the EMP so that you can sound barrier afterwards and save everybody in miraculous fashion. You need to go. You need to play aggro, take the game into your own hands. And at the moment, the Boston Uprising are not doing that, and they're losing this series.
Well, not only are the Boston Uprising losing this series so far, but I'm also losing in the war of attrition against my iced coffee. But we'll find out if the Boston Uprising can come back, and we'll find out if I'm able to drink my iced coffee after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. If you're just joining us, we are part of the way through our second series of the day between the Boston Uprising and the Toronto Defiant. Currently, the Toronto Defiant are the ones leading. It's 2-1, and the series is shaping up to be, I think, about as evenly as we thought it might. You know, Josh, it's been backwards, it's been forwards, sometimes it's been upside down.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, that first map was incredibly chaotic, but since then, we've found a little bit more structure. Yeah, I think so. We found a bit more structure. The Toronto Defiant are using their Sombra really well to control the tempo of the fight, and they've been pretty dominant, honestly, on Dorado and Eichenwald. Those are the... it was especially their attack rounds. They were able to set very good times. Their defense has been pretty good as well, but it's mostly the way that they cycle their ults and play around Chauffor's Sombra that has really given them the advantage in this match, and they look pretty cohesive.
Yeah, big fan of Chauffor's Sombra. Take a look at the maps now. We're going to be heading into Paris, which always produces some you know, interesting results, is the word I'll use to describe it.
I want to give you a little stat here, Brent.
Sure.
Both of these teams are, if you pardon me the use of this word, dreadful at Assault.
Okay.
They have a combined record this year. Boston and Toronto added together have a combined 2-11 with 1 draw. So the 2 wins, 11 losses, and 1 draw on Assault.
That's together with both of them.
That's together.
Okay.
That's their joint records. So these are 2 teams that have not figured out Assault against the better teams, particularly in the Atlantic, because that's who they've been playing against a lot. And now they're on even footing because they're playing against each other.
Well, Josh, there can only be one. The Battle of the Highlander.
Well, they could draw.
There could be none. I don't know, man. I try to think positives of it, but yeah, they could draw. You're completely correct. We could see... the results continuing, so to speak.
The last time these 2 teams faced off in Week 8, it was the Toronto Defiant that closed out the series by winning on the Assault map. So we could see the same again happen today, but it doesn't bode well for either of these teams in terms of their execution. So I'm looking for some set strategies here, some hope for the future as well as just this game. Can either of these teams improve their Assault performances?
Well, the Boston coach had to avert his eyes, his or her eyes. Quite stand the pressure, perhaps, maybe, of his team potentially losing this match. We'll see. The Ice Wall comes up. It's going to be getting them through the choke point nice and easy. And the speed boost utilized as well by Boston, just trying to get positioning here, but Toronto's still on the high ground. The goal of Boston here is going to be trying to force Toronto away, push them off the high ground if they can. They hold them forwards. It's going to be forcing them to use cooldowns to just disengage now, and that's exactly what Toronto do. No casualties just yet, just waiting. Really just a war of attrition, as you can see, the slow siege, if you will, as they're pumping in damage into one another.
The halts are good here coming out from Fusions, but they're just not able to get the advantage. That early coalescence could be good, but Karib's going to have his own to be able to reply with, and this is even footing for both teams.
Yeah, very even between both these teams. Nice little boop knocking down to the low ground. Beast ends up going down, and Logix is the next one. Boston Uprising finding those 2 pickoffs. Nice and easy for them. Jerry, don't choke. Okay, no, he just opts to not even take the fight against Karib. And instead, Boston going to be focusing on the war on the point. Do just that, and going to be cleaning it up quite nicely. Jerry, do you get the right to you know, to spam crouch after missing those shots on Karib?
You know, his team's losing. They're not good on Assault maps. He just nearly whiffed a kill against a Moira. It's a confidence crouch.
Yeah, okay.
He's trying to build it back up, you know? A bit of disrespect to your opponents is good for building up your own morale.
Sometimes
that's
you gotta
why
hype
people do
yourselves
it.
up, you know? You gotta...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, Paris is either very fast or very, very slow when it comes to point B. So with a lot of ultimates up here, Boston are going to have all 6 to be able to attack this final point. So definitely potential for a very fast capture time here, but they're looking for big value out of the ults.
Supercharger laid down early by Fusions. Great disengage by Toronto. Everyone playing the line of sight here. No one is available for them to capitalize off of that. So Boston now getting nothing out of their Supercharger. One of the dangers of this map, it being so open, but they want to try and engage hard anyway onto Beast. Not getting too much value done, but they're going to be trading out the Sound Virus from either side. Using the extra health to just try and take the team fight here. Jerry taking a quick little 1v1 off to the side. Not really coming out on top here, but the Death Blossom now getting forced out, booped away by Kellex. And that is going to mean that Toronto, Defiant are the ones who come out swinging on top of that team fight. Goodbye, Bruce.
Really nice boop so that Jerry couldn't get anything done with his. Props to Kellex. And then Logix was in a perfect position to be able to use that Death Blossom and pick up 2. I want to point out as well, the Blizzard got 0 people. So even though they come into that with 6 ultimates, the disengage from Toronto was great. And then they used whatever ults they had up. They had the Molten Core, they had the Self-Destruct and the Sound Barrier to be able to make sure that Color Hex's Blizzard got nothing done. He had to use it in a bit of an uncomfortable scenario, and there's a lot of people on Toronto that have escape mechanisms for that ult.
I see a couple of ults being used though. Bruce with the Self-Destruct. It catches onto Kellex, and it also catches onto the Supercharger. Toronto Defiant, they need to keep Beast alive. Boston attempting to just try and collapse onto them using that Coalescence. Shortfall now going to be using the Molten Core, but he falls as well. Great Coalescence from Yombong. Finds 2 kills. Falls down pretty low, but Boston are looking like they're in a great position to hold on to this one, especially now that Fusions has laid down a Supercharger. There's no one really able to contest the point from the side of Toronto. Few players just about spawning. Beast, he's managed to grapple himself onto that statue, but brought down. Some wonderful tracking from the side of Boston. Slowly the capture point percentage is going to be going up. Coalescence though from Toronto. Don't want to count them out just yet, but they have the tools to maybe try and turn this one. But the way they're being focused down, it's not going to be happening. And the Boston Uprising are able to capture that one with almost 3 minutes in their time bank.
Yep, that final fight was really well played by the Boston Uprising. It was a very successful ultimate to be able to catch both the Supercharger and Kellex there. So great work by Brucen, playing a hero that we haven't seen him on too much, honestly. We've mostly seen him on the Sigma, but clearly showing that he can get value out of the Self-Destruct, just as Nevix can. And then they managed to catch Surefour a little too far forwards, trying to get value from his ultimate, desperately trying to slow down Boston as they came in through the doorway. If Surefour had been able to stay alive there, his ult would have found huge value, but good work from Boston, focusing him down, making sure that they pick off players one by one. And that is a good time for Paris. It's not one of those exceptional times that we often see, but if you're able to capture point A and point B, you're doing well on Paris anyway.
Yep.
Because a lot of teams end up getting full held.
Yeah, you're completely right with that one, Josh. The Boston Uprising now going to be on the defense as their turn to defend this one. Going to be opting into the Torbjorn meta. Trob really is OP, I do think. 100%. Emoji.
That's a famous quote from Sun Tzu, I believe.
Yep, Trob. Famous Swedish engineer. And it's time for the Toronto to see what they can do to attack this one. Teasing a bit of a dive composition. Would not be surprised in the sliders if they ran out with this one. This is a comp that they've been relying on quite a lot, along with Surefour and the Sombra.
The Ball and the Sombra are really good at being able to pressure the point here and draw people back. Now, I would expect Beast to actually make the swap over onto the Orisa. I think he's going back to do that right now. But even so, Surefour is going to be good at being able to tickle the point, draw the Boston Uprising back, and make space for the rest of his team. And then that EMP is always huge.
Toronto waiting.
Turret placement, though, is really far back to try and deny him that ability.
Yeah, super far back to try and stop the Sombra from getting any value, and Surefour has to play close to the rest of his team, as you can see, but forced back immediately. Back onto Color Hex, but that's going to fade and give Boston an opportunity to re-aggress onto them. Nice little hack onto Brucen now, and your Diva is just a walking potato. Mash it up, stick it in a shoe if you will, and Color Hex will find the kill into Surefour. So finding the opening with the span like that, crucial with compositions like this. You can't let Toronto just walk all over you. Now they are going to try and contest this one by using the Coalescence. Don't know if I agree with that one, because Boston still have the player advantage. So a bit of a waste, but it did force their own Coalescence out of Boston.
Yeah, I think at this point they're just trying to make sure the fight continues so that Surefour can get back in and continue to harass. If they lose, then they have to completely exit the choke point, and they have to do all of that work to get back in again. Now Toronto fighting forwards. Molten Core, though, used, and that should do enormous damage.
Yep. No one can really pressure into them. Press into them, I should say, as Toronto will end up falling. And you could see Color Hex teasing the hammer then. He got it out, despite the fact that he was miles away from Nevix, but it was a threat nonetheless. I saw what he was doing.
He thought about it.
He was trying to get in his head, play the mind games, you know.
Put
you
the
get out
fear
the hammer,
of God into him.
You get them thinking.
All right, Surefour now coming up to his EMP. He has been unable to distract the Boston Uprising. They've just left that turret there at the back, and nobody's really been able to take it out. So the EMP is going to be a forward-facing ult, trying to remove the tank line, probably. But Surefour's been slow with his EMPs in the past, preferring instead for his team to engage with a Coalescence or a Sound Barrier, and then coming in with the EMP. So, Brussen's just scouting. They know he's going to be around here somewhere.
Might wait for Halo to use his Sound Barrier. It's kind of what we've seen from...
They're good on the point already.
Yeah, they are rotated onto the point. Sound Barrier going to be used, waiting for Boston to use their own. But Boston are just kiting effectively, and now they're going to be coming out with their own ultimates. Halo still holding onto his ultimate, might I remind you all. Holt comes out.
Surefour's been caught, though.
Yep, and Surefour not really ended up using it, but I don't think he needs to use it. But now might be a good time, but too little,
this
too
is
late.
so good. That was beautiful play by Halo. I want to point this out. He had Sound Barrier, and he's scared to use it, right? He can't use it in that fight, even though Kellex used his, because the EMP is going to come through from Surefour. But Halo finds Surefour, does enough damage to him so that Surefour has to translocate out. Halo knows it's safe, pops that Sound Barrier, they pop the Molten Core, and they win the fight. Huge clutch play by Halo. Now, yes, Surefour still has his EMP for this fight, but the previous one, great work by the brand new Lucio player from Boston Uprising.
Okay, self-destruct initiation comes in from Boston. Now the EMP from Surefour is going to connect onto 5. Toronto able to collect up a kill, able to find a couple actually, and with that being said, all they have to do is clean up the remaining members of Boston, and they will have unlocked this first point. But, you know, I want to stress as well, just on top of the point you were making there, even if they did just, you know, prolong the inevitable, so to speak, buying time on Paris is often a really important quality, and Halo making those individual plays completely necessary in the scenario at hand.
Yeah.
Question is,
definitely.
can Boston hold on here?
Yes, they have certainly ultimates that they can work with. Color Hex is going to be close, but they need to dodge this Coalescence, and they're giving up tips. Oh my goodness, the point.
Almost left up the point completely. 88%, they capped it up. Hull comes out from Boston. Now the Molten Core laid down onto the floor. Coalescence on top from Myungbong. Goes for it, but Logic's in the back line! Along with Nevix, concatenated on top. It's too much damage. You can't deal with it. And Toronto Defiant setting a lovely time, along with the new time bank changes, means that both these teams only have about 2 minutes each to work with.
Yeah, that's superb play coming out from Toronto, but Boston just gave them too much space. I think one of the major issues that the Boston Uprising need to fix, that is self-evident from this match, is that when you have a disadvantage in the ult situation, you need to play fast. You need to make a play. Because if you don't, like, for example, on that final defensive point A, when you know Surefour's coming in with his EMP and you have nothing, if you just wait for the EMP, you are destined to lose. But if you run into the opponents, if you try and surprise them, if you make a play, if you try and do something, you have a chance at catching your opponents off guard. And Boston are just playing too slow when they're at a disadvantage. And it doesn't work against the Sombra.
Boston with another opportunity to defend this one. Toronto on the attack. Last time we saw these two teams in this scenario, which was just moments ago, Toronto were forced down to the final 30 seconds before they ended up getting the capture. We'll see if the same happens again here. Boston once again running Color Hex on Tourbillon. That's going to be to sort of mitigate the value Surefour can get farming up his EMP.
Yeah, positioning identical for both of these teams. It did take Toronto a long time, 4 minutes to be able to crack this. And Surefour's EMP was pivotal. What can they do differently now?
Toronto just rotating, taking the positioning again in the same position in the police station. Big rotations though all the way around, and Boston go aggressive into them. The Hulk yoinks them back into the fight, and they want to take a brawl. Jerry wants to fight. Smell the blood, and they're going to get the D-Mech here onto Nevix. Nice little boop as well, just going to be separating him. Hopefully should be able to get this kill onto Nevix. Meanwhile, the point though, Toronto were playing pick and split almost. Just trying to get a bit of capture point. They do get a tick, but it seems like Boston are the ones in complete control here. The hammer kill, the hammer kill, the hammer kill! Doesn't quite do it to him, but might try and get it here. There you go! Logix is down.
There we go, we
Color
love
Hex
to
is
see
happy.
it.
We can call the series off now.
60 seconds left. Surefour only built up 35% of his EMP because Boston Uprising went aggressive while he was out of position. So instead, Surefour makes the move over to the May. So now May Reaper But Sureforce not going to get this Blizzard up in time. It's all about the ice walls. It's all about positioning, being able to freeze people, lock them down, the CC.
Again, Toronto taking the positioning through the police station. Big rotations all the way around. This time not getting caught out by the halts. They want to take the fight on the point. Rotating around. Now they've removed them away from the high ground. Colorhex using the molten core. Layering it down below them. Trying to force the positioning of Toronto. Damage, forcing ultimates out as well. As you can see, Karib ends up using his coalescence. A little bit early, but so does Myeonbong. Traded it out. Now only 12 seconds remaining. Toronto need an opening pick. They got to make something work here. You can't just let them push you over like this. Boston now still holding strong onto the point. The final moments, potentially, of this round. Logic's going in with the shotguns. Finds a kill into Halo. The Soundbarrier getting enough damage for them. The defense matrix, not enough mitigation. Logic's with 2 kills. Only a few remain. Jerry tries to clean it up. Bruce and the last man left, along with the turret. It will not be enough. He will be taken out, and Toronto, in the nick of time, able to capture up this point.
Ah, Halo dies there while he's at 93% towards his sound barrier. The smallest differences making all the difference when it comes to that point A cap. And the Boston Uprising, again, just weren't fast enough, in my opinion. They didn't take aggression to the Toronto Defiant. They gave them all the space in the world to be able to work with, and that means that your back was up against the wall just before you had sound barrier. Toronto shouldn't be able to convert this, but with Sureforce Blizzard, anything is possible.
See if they can get value out of it. Multicore once more from Colorhex. Takes out the Supercharger. That's a big pickoff, even if it's not a player. Removing him from the fight. Colorhex using the Overcharge, or the Overload, I should say. Going to be able to put in a bit of damage here, but Nevic's answering back with the Self-Destruct. Logic's as
they're
well.
getting picks.
Toronto are getting the picks here. This could be their fight to win. Sureforce just got to try and hit a couple of these icicles off. He's going for the freeze. The ice will blocks them apart. Completely separates them from the rest of the team here. Now Toronto stay alive. They have an opening. They have an into this team fight. They're getting the damage in. Fusions force to walk onto the point. Uses the fortify to push back. It's only on a sliver of HP and will eventually go down. The D-Mech as well onto Bruce. Only a few members of Boston remaining. The Wrecking Ball switch over from Beast just so he can collapse onto the point. Toronto have got a tick. Can they keep this going even further as the overtime comes over? They have 2 ticks. Someone needs to touch. Someone needs to do something, but nobody can. Toronto Defiant with this 4 points cap now. Paris can often be like this. You just need to make one mistake, one slip up, and you give the enemy team an entry.
Yep. And Boston Uprising's mistake on that point B defense was that they played far too split. As soon as Toronto came in, Boston had double support ult to be able to work with. They had their Molten Core. They had the Supercharger, I believe, as well. But the self-destruct came down from Nevix, and everyone on Boston split in different directions, and Fusions died to it. And that's about as disastrous as it can get, because it mitigates all of the impressive defense that Boston could have put up, and it puts you at a 5v6. Toronto, that's an opportunity that they capitalize on, and they just take it. And this is now looking very rough for the Boston Uprising.
Yeah. They have 2 minutes and 10 seconds to get not only a cap on point A, but also a cap on point B if they want to stay in this series. Because remember, Toronto Defiant, they just need this map win, and that's it. Now, you know, Josh, we did say it's almost like Highlander, that there must be, you know, one winner, but it could be a draw as well.
Yep, get your telescopes out. It's possible to see the draw from here. I don't personally believe in it, though, because with only 2 minutes and 10 seconds left, and both teams playing this May Reaper mirror match, the Boston Uprising would have to outplay Toronto Defiant quite heavily in the mirror to be able to win this map, or at least to be able to make a draw out of it. And I don't see it happening. I feel like Toronto have been the better team when it comes to the mirror battle like this, and Sureforce is playing the May.
Ice War used early here by Colorhex again, just trying to get positioning for Boston. They want to try and get through the choke point. They do just that. You can see them all sitting there in the police station. Now looking for an opportunity to just work their way around once more. Waiting for the cooldowns. Actually going aggressively into them onto the high ground, but it's often a risky maneuver as Halo goes down and they're not getting any kills to really make it worthwhile here. Fusion's falling very low. Logic's frozen up though, but doesn't matter because Colorhex will be going down. And they get the stragglers of Boston as well. They're just hunting them down through the choke point. Nicely done by Logix. Might even opt to go even further. No, Logix just goes back here. But already a minute burnt off the clock.
A minute burned off the clock, and because Halo died so early on, he is still only at 18% of his sound barrier.
Yep.
This is now looking like he won't have one available at all throughout this attack. So again, we're looking for an amazing play. A beautiful May wall split off from Color Hex, perhaps.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Nice one going to be utilized here by Surefall. Nice little Blizzard comes out.
Early Blizzard. Only catches fusions.
Only catches fusions. A lot of damage being pumped into them. And again, 30 seconds on the clock, so Boston need to reevaluate what they're actually doing here. They don't have a lot of time.
Well, because Shortfall used his Blizzard early on, there's still now 20 seconds for Color Hex to be able to come in and utilize his Blizzard, but they need somebody to touch the point, which is why Fusions is going over to the Wrecking Ball. This is desperation attempts here for the Boston Uprising.
Logic's in the back line, ready and waiting. He has the Death Blossom, but he used it right into the defense matrix. That's an opening for Boston. I don't believe what I've just seen. Logix may have just gifted them something here. Boston are getting pickoffs off of it. Oh, no, no, no. What a disaster if you're a Toronto Defiant fan. What a misplay from Logix trying to make the hero plays in the final moments because Boston are getting the picks at Beast. Beast just throws himself off the map. He can't stand it.
He's going for the reset. He knows that it's not possible for his team to be able to come back in with Logix out. Logix swapped over to the Tracer as well to see if he could get anything done to be able to come back in the fight. But what a gift. What an absolute gift for the Boston Uprising.
And Boston are going to be walking themselves now into the final checkpoint here for Paris. Look at the ultimates they've got online. Coalescence, Death Blossom, Blizzard.
Blizzard could be huge.
So many ultimates to use. And it's just handed
Engage
to them
with
on
the
a plate.
Coalescence. Engage with the Coalescence, speed boost in, see if you can lock down players with that Blizzard.
Collect, guys! No Blizzard available. Jerry has the Death Blossom. He's got to go huge. We see the Sound Barrier being used. We see the Blizzard being used. Only one opportunity now for Boston to try and make something work with it, but they're all falling. They're dropping down. The overtime is burning Bruce and D-Mect. And I think this might be it. Color Hex falling was the nail in the coffin. Despite the fact that Logix tried to gift them a bit more overtime, it's not going to be enough, and the Toronto Defiant are going to be the winners of this series. GG's all around. Great sportsmanship being shown by both these sides. We'll see if they end up trash talking on Twitter later.
True, true. But there weren't any dishonest compositions being played today, Brent. Not that any comp is really dishonest, but the way that Toronto Defiant kept their mental stability, and were able to come back in the series after a very chaotic map 1, and then utilize the Sombra, utilize the May Torbjorn and the Reaper Torbjorn and the May Reaper compositions to assert dominance over Boston and play at a slightly higher tempo, a bit more coordination. That was very strong. It was a 3-1 scoreline, exactly as we saw in Week 8, the last 2 times these teams faced off. And also, I would say that generally, Toronto got a lot of the first picks as well. Jerry not having as much of an impact as we would have liked in that match. So, Toronto Defiant looking like a pretty decent performance coming out from those guys today. They shouldn't have ever been really worried about the Boston Uprising, but they put up a pretty decent performance in this match.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, we joked around a lot coming into this series, but now it's time for our player of the match presented by Xfinity. Who was it that we decided on, Josh? Honestly,
it is Nevix.
Say again?
It is Nevix that we're going to go for here, because he has, I think, been able to do a lot of work over the course of this series, putting his self-destructs in positions to be able to open up places, to be able to get clutch kills, and I think the way that Toronto Defiant worked around him was excellent. Now, Show4, of course, on the Sombra was also fantastic, and the way that Toronto works is so much built around him, but I thought Nevix had a particularly good game today.
I would completely agree with that. I think his peel was pretty on point for the most part. You know, there weren't any big ultimates negated, perhaps, you know, with the Blizzards being 8 or whatnot. But Nevix, just all around, has always been a solid central piece for the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah.
And he's always been almost, you know, if Sure4 is supposed to be the spearhead, so to speak, then I guess Nevix would actually be the spear itself, you know. The strong, the strong hilt.
The shaft,
if you will, of the team. So, yeah, you know, well done, Nevix. You've got one of our most prestigious awards bestowed upon you. Now, I want to check the state of my coffee because just real quick, there's a lot of condensation on it, and it does seem like it can be drank out of. So I'm going to attempt it now. Actually, I lied. We're actually going to go down to Zoe. She's got to interview one of the players for us, so you don't get to see me drink coffee.
All right, looks like we're on, or so I think. So let's just start talking. I now have Logix joining me for a quick chat after our match. Logix, thank you so much for taking the time, and also congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
Now, it is, I think, the first time that we actually see you in for the entirety of the series. We also kind of started to suspect that you're just going to be that control specialist. So what was the strat coming into this match? How come that you actually played all the way through the series?
So obviously Fefe, our head coach, left this week. Definitely had some change-ups in the, I guess, style of coaching we were going for. So we ended up practicing a specific comp where I would mostly play Tracer for this week, but we kind of changed it all up last minute. But we decided that it would probably be better to just play me and Surfer for this week's games. So that's basically how I ended up.
Well, it definitely worked out.
Yeah.
Now, how else has Fefe's departure actually affected your team? What's the structure look like at the moment for the Toronto Defiant?
So it's definitely I'd say it's a pretty weird thing for us. I think Fefe in general was a very leadership-driven coach. He definitely brought a lot to the team in terms of what being a teammate is like and what you need to be like within a team. So obviously with COVID-19 and everyone being in their own room, that leadership wasn't as prevalent, I would say. So in terms of our strategic coaching, I don't think too much has changed. Obviously, Lilbo is our interim head coach for now. We will probably sail out the rest of the season with him for now. So, but the coach are obviously hard at work trying to fill in the gaps that obviously Fefe left. But I think they're doing a great job so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if we're looking at your results, it's been a little bit inconsistent. Granted, there were a lot of changes with the matches moving online and also, of course, hero pools being introduced. What was the biggest takeaway for you guys in terms of adjusting to these new situations?
I'd say the biggest takeaway was for us not going to our practice area. I think we're a team that really thrives with each other. Obviously, being in our own rooms, we're on TeamSpeak together. So it's not really as humane, I would say. Obviously, I have my roommate Surfer that I can talk to after the games, but being able to talk in between, between each other, in between maps, even for scrimming, if a map goes bad, you can just see people's reaction. You can talk to someone if you see, they're upset if something went wrong. If something went right, you can cheer them on as well. So I definitely I suppose, the human contact.
So how do you guys make up for that? Are you guys having some online get-togethers? How do you stay in touch with each other and make sure that team spirit is still kind of there and you still have that group feeling of togetherness?
We're definitely been doing a lot more VOD review sessions. Obviously, try and get people's minds alike. Not all the time you have time during scrims. If you have a 5-minute break during a map, you can't always gather your thoughts of every single person. So we've definitely been more focused on bringing everyone's opinion forward. Whether that obviously he's online because we can't be together, but we're definitely trying to include everyone and try and get everyone's opinion and then sort something out.
Right on. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to have a quick chat. It's great to hear from you, as always.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Right on. So we're heading into a very quick break now, and afterwards we will be back with the Dallas Fuel, who will be taking on the San Francisco Shock.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Sweet. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
As we're about to head into the final series of the day, the one and only, it's the Dallas Fuel versus the San Francisco Shock. Bound to be an absolute banger, and I'm looking forward to it personally because the Dallas Fuel have been playing up to their opponents, so to speak. You know, you've got Decay, you've got Doha, they've been working well together, and the San Francisco Shock are always as dominant as ever. Sounds like Josh might not even be here. I'm not sure. Am I talking to myself? I'm talking to myself. But that's besides the point. Josh? Josh? Sideshow Gaming. Sideshow Gaming? Sideshow Gaming? Sideshow Gaming. We're not here just yet. I don't know what he's doing. Might be plugging in his headset. But besides the point, we do have a match at hand. I can start running through, I guess, the teams themselves. We can start with the starting opening roster for the Dallas Fuel. It's going to be Doha and Decay, as you might imagine. Just going to pull it up as well for myself, for my own notes itself.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Josh. Welcome to the broadcast.
Hi.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, dude.
Thanks. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. We're just talking about the starting lineups.
Be honest with you, I thought that was a longer break than it actually was, but instead, just get my makeup done live. So there's a little.
I'll tell you what, though, Josh. At least you're actually getting your makeup done because I'm an idiot. I left my powder and brush upstairs, so I've slowly been sweltering and sweating to death in this box, and I presumably my face is nice and shiny. But the match at hand, Dallas Fuel versus the San Francisco Shock. You know, as always, we are the pinnacle of professionalism, and we were just talking about the Dallas Fuel roster. So far, we've seen some absolute magic coming out of Decay and Doha.
We really have. I mean, Decay has put his name forward for like an MVP caliber DPS player. He's absolutely monstrous. And Doha is right there behind him, kind of propping up everything that they do. It seems like the tanks and supports and the teamwork generally isn't quite there for Dallas, but they've got some great strategies on some certain maps, and Decay and Doha are enough for any team.
Yeah. And on the other side of that, we've got, of course, the San Francisco Shock, which is always the dominant force. Except, you know, there was a couple of weeks ago, they had a bit some struggles against the Los Angeles teams, both the Gladiators and the Valiant. But since then, they have turned it around. They've still looked quite dominant. And given the compositions that we've been seeing being played, sort of the meta compositions, especially with Lucio still available in the pool, I got to say, this looks like a good week for the San Francisco Shock.
It definitely does, as long as they can sort out their May situation. Because you think back to when these teams first played against each other back in week 1, I think it was, you know, one of our absolute opening games of 2020. Yeah. It was Sinatra playing the May, and they didn't look particularly comfortable with it. They ended up flexing away from it a lot, and that ended up being, you know, a relatively close series considering it was our defending champions playing against the Dallas Fuel. So I think that with Rascal expected to come in here and play the May here for the San Francisco Shock, they should be looking a little bit better.
Yeah, and in terms of the match at hand, I think a lot of the Dallas fans are going to be a little bit annoyed that they have to keep going up against some of these very strong teams. You know, there's some teams that have gotten off scot-free when they've been playing against the weaker side of the division. Dallas, unfortunately, with where they are placed in the world, they do have to constantly go up against a lot of these West Coast teams, which often end up being some of the stronger teams that we have available in the league. But they have been making the improvements, as we said. Now, I believe if we take a look at the map set that we're going to be going into, the first one is Ilios, which is always a fan favorite.
Ilios?
Big fan of Ilios.
Do you mean Lijiang Tower?
Oh, sorry, Lijiang Tower. My mistake.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at Lijiang Tower right now. I don't know why I said Ilios.
Yeah, I want to point out as well that the maps where the Fuel have been good so far, in my opinion, have been the assault maps. It's where we've seen Doha come out on the Junkrat. It's where we've seen them really be able to full hold teams. It was the map, it was Horizon Lunar Colony, the assault map, that they ended up winning against the San Francisco Shock. But that's our 4th map of the series today, so they might not even be able to get there. They need to get one of the wins earlier on in the series to be able to push it to a 4th map. And this Control is, I think, their best bet. When the last time these two teams faced, Oasis was insanely close. I think you could argue, looking at the replay, that Dallas Fuel should have won it. So I'm hoping for huge plays coming out from Decay and Doha here to put them level with the San Francisco Shock and give them a chance to win Lijiang.
Shock going to be going for Rascal on the May, and he is obviously one of those star players that you can always count on. Rascal was my choice for the MVP of this year. Let's see if he's up to scratch now, as both teams are going to start to clash putting in the damage on the side. Choi going to be going for the accretion off around the angles. Not really finding any targets, but damage still being peppered into the Dallas Fuel. They are being able to just rotating, out-rotating one another, if you will. The San Francisco Shock finding positioning onto the point. Dallas having to waddle into them, and now they want to go aggressively. Look at this, Violet using his ship aggressively, fading right into the back line. They get the initial kill here onto Note. The Coalescence very fast, but Dallas answer back with one of their own. Coalescence comes out a little bit later for them now, as Crimso's going to look to try and even up this fight, but it's not enough. The damage output from the San Francisco Shock, far too much. The San Francisco Shock are going to be the ones to take over this point and recap it in their favor, or at least cap it initially.
This is the defending champions. This is the kind of form that we hope the Shock were going to be in. Absolutely dominant. Their decision-making with these Lucio speed boosts is sublime, and Moth's looking for a little bit of a boop here.
He's hiding patiently.
These people.
They don't know he's there yet, but here we
The
go.
halt,
Oh, the halt into the boop! It's beautiful! Moth, you absolute legend! Wow! Oh, my
and of course,
goodness.
Smurf to set that up as well. We've seen that play already today coming out from the Florida Mayhem, but San Francisco Shock, even better than the Florida Mayhem were doing it. Smurf and Moth combined together for 3. And Doha has his EMP, so that was perfect to be able to buy time for Moth to get the sound barrier, for Rascal to get his Blizzard, to give them some ults to counter Doha.
The aggression that they're playing into them here. They know they have EMP. They're playing full tempo straight into them, not letting Dallas take control of the tempo of the game. And this is exactly where the San Francisco Shock are really prevalent. They love to play this high-tempo style. They love to play aggressively. And Doha, he's left. Look at him. He's in the back line. He's waiting. He's saying, guys, I need an opportunity to use this EMP, but you've got to try and let me get in there.
Yep. Forged in the fires of running Batiste Goats against Sombra Goats, this San Francisco Shock knows how to be aggressive against an EMP. And there it is. EMP comes out, catches Rascal and Striker, who both die before Moth's sound barrier can be popped.
I just want to say, fantastic plays from Doha. Use the EMP, caught onto a lot of them, forced out a sound barrier, but then getting the hack onto Violet mid-coalescence, cancelling it, was excellent. That was giving Dallas the opening they needed to really start to win this one now. As you can see with these pickoffs, they are going to be able to slowly recontest and recap this point up. Striker is going to be buying them a couple of ult percentage here. Or, sorry, capture percentage, I should say. But
and now the
90%.
question becomes, Brent.
Say again?
Now the question becomes, can the San Francisco Shock play aggressive enough to get a team fight win before Doha gets his next EMP? Because Dallas have all the pieces they need to be able to back off, slow down the San Francisco Shock, utilize ults just to make sure that they don't lose people, and then win the next fight with an EMP again. Doha built 45% just cleaning people up after the EMP.
A lot of ults online for this Dallas Fuel. You can see them using that supercharger and the coalescence. That is a deadly combination of ultimates. You can see the damage is being flowed through the opposition. San Francisco Shock did not stand a chance. The only saving grace, the team fight ended soon. It ended quickly. They didn't drag it out. They didn't give Dallas
It was merciful.
unintended capture percentage.
Yeah, and Dallas did lose Doha there, but it doesn't matter because the EMP was never going to be needed when you lose, when San Francisco lose 2 players really early on. But a little more even in the ult scenario now. Dallas could play aggro with the Flux, but I expect them to EMP this fight.
Doha back doesn't quite connect. I think Choi Hoban ended up cleansing it there, but we're going to see Ultimate's being traded here. The point flipped back into the favor of the San Francisco Shock. Nice hack though onto Rascal. He has his Blizzard, can't use it. Now opts to just unload it. Nice hold into it. Decay gets 2 and Decay gets 3. Cleaning up right when it was necessary. Despite the fact that San Francisco Shock used the ultimates, they managed to connect the players. They managed to lock them down with the Blizzard. But that's okay because Dallas Fuel, they have those star players ready to just make the plays when necessary.
And this is the difference. This is a high-quality Overwatch match. They're saving the EMP, as Shawfall was trying to do in the previous game, but Dallas are playing so high-tempo with the rest of their ults, putting the pressure on the Shock, and Rascal has made the swap over to Tracer. This is final fight, and Doha still has that EMP available, and Moth nowhere near a sound barrier.
Rascal and Tracer. It's been a while since we've seen this. Supercharger laid down, but Crimzo removes it. Gamsu gets the kill. The sound barrier, the EMP. It's all looking good for Dallas. They find the pickoffs, and San Francisco Shock, they're left wanting. Striker, the lone soldier on the point, has to fade away to trigger the overtime, but they're chasing them down, and no one can touch the Dallas Fuel. Take the initial round here and control. Great high-tempo plays.
That is so good from Dallas. This may be the best that we've ever seen this kind of team perform. They've still got that amazing, powerful DPS potential coming out from Decay and Doha. But the team play was what won them that round. And if they can keep up that level of team play, the perfect ult cycling, the ability from Doha to scout and give intel and wait to use his EMP to the final fight, if they keep playing like this, San Francisco Shock have got a game on their hands. And they don't look to be slouching either.
Is this really the time of the Dallas fans been promised, you know, when they saw Doha Decay being introduced into this team? They were told over and over and over again, this is the time, this is Dallas's time to finally be a top team.
Reaper Doomfist.
They're proving it here.
Doha's Doomfist is very good.
Doha's Doomfist is very, very good. One of the reasons he's been picked up. San Francisco Shock going to be going for the Symmetra comp. You often see it on this section of Lijiang. Doha taking a lot of chunk damage. Almost died there. He was on a sliver of HP, had to get healed up. You see these right clicks from Striker. He's just sending them in, searching for an opportunity. Look at that. They end up just flying in. Dallas looking for opportunities. The rocket punch doesn't connect. Doha goes for it again and puts in the damage, I believe, into Smurf. Smashing him against the wall into a collection of robot parts. The San Francisco Shock are falling so low, enough that Decay can just waltz in and clean them up with the help of Crimzo's Coalescence.
I don't think that San Francisco realized they were going to run Doha on the Doomfist, because the Symmetra is not good against the Doomfist. Symmetra has to play so much more passive when the Doom is around, because she's worried about just getting punched and instantly removed from the fight. And so Striker swaps off the Symmetra, despite the fact he was doing a lot of work, doing a lot of damage. He just couldn't play as aggro as he would have liked, because the Doomfist is a great counter to that kind of composition. A Rascal with his Blizzard could be enormous here, but Doha has made magic happen before, and Decay's actually hiding on the left.
Decay gets spotted, they check the corner, and now we see the ultimates coming out here. Coalescence, Gravitic Flux connects onto tons of players. The San Francisco Shock in a bit of trouble here, but the Blizzard is going to be locking up enough players. Doha, Decay, Gamsu, they all fall. And the San Francisco Shock happily able to just clean up the remainers, clean up the leftovers, and they are going to recap this point over in their favor. But so far, Dallas are the ones who have been in control of this series.
They certainly are. This could be where the momentum shifts, though. May Reaper is a very good comp against Reaper Doomfist. It's got a lot of mobility, you can play very fast, and it's down to Doha to have some huge performances. Moth goes for a boop off the high ground. A lot of ults available here for the Shock as well, and they take down Note very early on.
That was all Moth's boop then. He set that kill up on Note, knocked him onto the low ground, and Dallas were too slow to react. If they jumped down to try and save him and peel for him, they weren't quite there in time, and he got just wiped off the map, giving San Francisco Shock some precious seconds, some more capture point. You can see Moth just hiding in the rafters. Now he's going to regroup with the rest of his team. And it's go time for Dallas. They want to initiate fast and hard here with the Coalescence. Straight into them. Seeing if they get any kills. Striker TPs into the back line. Though we're going to be going for a immediate strike of his own, though, as the Gravitic Flux goes off in the back line. Lays it down into the hold. Booms back, though. That's by Moth. Moth peeling for his team effectively, along with the sound barrier. Great plays by him, and they brought down Doha. A lot of the damage now going to be missing from the Dallas Fuel's composition. Striker TPing into the back line, and the Hellfire shotguns are going to shred through the Dallas Fuel as the San Francisco Shock are going to hold on to the point once more.
San Francisco are just so good at being able to put pressure on Doha. He's not able to find these picks with his Doomfist. He keeps getting walled off. He's getting booped all over the place by Moth. He's getting pressured and attacked from all different regions. So he makes the swap over to the May. And now in a mirror fight, the San Francisco Shock have all the advantages. They have that Blizzard available.
Gravitic Flux into the hole once more. This is the Dallas Fuel's time to shine. They're going to see if they can get anything done here, but the Shock, they answer back with the Coalescence. They use it to top up the rest of their team, keeping them nice and healthy. Striker has the Death Blossom. He TPs. He's looking for an opportunity to use it. Decay in the backline is going to trigger that overtime. Uses the Death Blossom, but gets 8 up now, and Rascal is able to get the pick. Close is going to try and shift this point over into their favor, but Dallas Fuel have lost the duel on the front line. And the San Francisco Shock now, they've got so many picks, they can just split up and take the attack on both fronts of the battle, if you will. Only a few players left remaining. The San Francisco Shock, they get enough kills that they're able to just cleanly close out that round. This is going the distance.
Yes, it certainly is. Third round. This is exactly how the previous match between these two teams happened. It came down to the final round in a clutch moment from Striker, and that was really the only reason that San Francisco came out with the victory. I will be surprised here if Striker continues to run the Symmetra, because he knows that Doha now
I think, yeah,
has been playing quite a bit of Doom.
The point, I think.
Yeah, the symmetry is much worse on this map, so I would be surprised if we see it again. It seems like it's going to be Reaper Doomfist against May Reaper once again, though, and San Francisco Shock know how to stop Doha from getting value so well. They seem to be right back to their previous championship form, the San Francisco Shock.
Dallas are right there next to him, playing up to the potential. Doha gets yoinked back, though. He's so low. He's caught out of no man's land. But it seems that Smurf is the one to fall instead. Incredible peel from the Dallas Fuel squad. The seismic slam to regroup, to recontest. The Dallas Fuel are doing it. They get the pickoffs they need. They find them one by one by one. The San Francisco Shock will fall. And the Dallas Fuel are going to take this initial capture now on the 3rd round of Control.
The Doomfist very much more powerful when you're in control of the point. It gives Doha many more angles to work from. Shock have to keep looking at their corners, looking at their backs, wondering about whether he's coming from the high ground. That's exactly where he's positioned at the moment.
Early
Sets up a punch.
Coalescence going to be used by the Shock. No casualties though. Dallas are able to just mitigate it. Crimzo uses his own now to see if he can get any picks. Meteor Strike forced by Doha. He needs to just use it to get out, but he gets a
Great
pick with it. Choi ends up going down. The punch connects. Doha has the shields, but he's yoinked and halted back, but that does not matter because Dallas are playing aggressive. They've worked their way around, a bit of a pincer maneuver, if you will. And the San Francisco Shock are in trouble. Backpedaling out of here. Dallas in control. This is fantastic from Dallas Fuel. This is what their fans have been promised for 2 years now.
Yep, the ability to go toe-to-toe with the best teams in the league. That's what adding Doha and Decay to this lineup has managed. But also the team play is just so much better. Look how fast the San Francisco Shock are. Caught up though. Sound barrier force for the Dallas Fuel.
And Doha with the punch. Violet goes down. Moth using the sound barrier just to stay competitive in this fight. The Shock could still turn this in their favor, but no, with a beautiful gravitic flux. It's very even across the board as it stands. Note sealed up from the rest of his team. Gamsu just trying to be kept alive right now by the Coalescence, but the Shock are moving forward. They have the shield pressure. They're trying to play aggressive into them. Anyone's game. Decay ends up using the Death Blossom, takes out Smurf. He's going for more now. The Hellfire shotguns ripping through the opposition. The hold doesn't quite connect. The Shock forced to disengage because we are in final fight territory.
And really, what do the Shock have to work with? Basically nothing. A Striker Death Blossom. A big flank from Striker is really the only thing that saves this for Dallas. Doha can play so much more aggressive because he has the Meteor Strike, and they've also got a Coalescence.
Meteor Strike used now. Holt moves into the backline. Choi Hobin so weak. It chunks him down. So much damage. The Dallas Fuel are doing it. Only a couple of steps away from potentially taking the first map against the San Francisco Shock. And as the overtime trickles down, both the support ults are all for naught. The Shock support line are trying their hardest, but it's all for naught, as I said once more. Choi Hyobin on the ball just to stall it out. Dallas Fuel have only just got to force them off the point, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Dallas Fuel winning map number 1 against the San Francisco Shock.
Well, this is looking like a day of upsets here, Brent. The Florida Mayhem takes it against the Paris Eternal, and Dallas start out with a win on Control. This team has been capable of making it close against Shock and other good teams in the past, but the thing about Dallas was they always choked when it came to the end. Well, not in that round. They dominantly shut the door in the San Francisco Shock's face, and this team, it's looking clean.
Yeah. We are absolutely being treated here. If the previous match was almost like, the entree, it's kind of setting your expectations reasonably low. You've got a bar there to meet. It met it. This series has just taken it to another level. The flavors are all over the place. They're marinating their carrots in butter. They're frying it, baby. They're serving it up. It doesn't matter. It's all delicious. And we're going to be seeing even more of it after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Gordon Hayward shows his opponents no mercy. He swats players without breaking a sweat.
Okay.
And he's unstoppable on game night.
Oh, Dad. Yes. Okay.
No, seriously, he's like ridiculously competitive. Which is why he refuses to game on anything but Xfinity X5. Xfinity gives Gordon the gamer-grade internet he needs to eliminate his enemies with no remorse.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by HyperX. Unleash your style, unleash your fury. With HyperX Fury Memory.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. You've joined us at a pivotal moment in potentially Overwatch League history. We're here for the Dallas Fuel versus the San Francisco Shock. Currently, the Dallas Fuel are leading one map against the San Francisco Shock, the defending champions. These are words that I didn't think I'd be uttering today, but the Dallas Fuel, they haven't been winning with cheese. It has been pure skill, mechanical ability, and teamwork. This is a new Dallas Fuel that we're seeing, and it is very exciting.
It really is. I mean, we've seen glimmers of it before in the past. We saw when Dallas went up against Shock in week 1 that they were able to come out on top when they have a specific strategy, like Doha playing the Junkrat on Assault. And then when Dallas played against Gladiators, they were close, but they choked in the important moments. When Dallas played against the Valiant, they needed Decay to have a monstrous performance to be able to win that series in a close 5-map game. So they've always been near to being able to put up a really close game against the top teams. But in that map 1, we just saw them outplay the San Francisco Shock. And it's not like the Shock were playing badly. Both teams playing very high tempo. Both teams playing, fast and loose and aggressive with their ults. But Doha, with so much value from his Doomfist, something we haven't really seen from anybody else in the league so far.
Some teams have been attempting it with the Doomfist, and haven't really been getting the same results. And Doha is a player that was picked up because of his prowess on the Doomfist, because of his prowess on the Sombra as well. So it's good to see them being utilized, every single skill set that he has, and coming out with the win now. As we head over to Rialto, this is a map where you can see similar compositions. I'm inclined to believe that it's less likely you might just be seeing some May compositions being mirrored up here, just because of the nature of the map.
I think Dallas will try and force this Doom as much as they can. Partly because I think it can be playable on Rialto, but also because Dallas forced Decay on Tracer against a Torbjorn for an entire series. So if they're going to force that, they're probably going to force whatever they want to play. I don't think we'll see Dallas crumble under the pressure and end up mirroring the Shock, unless they want to. Dallas are going to play what they want to play this match, I think.
And this match, it appears to be that they are going to be opting into the Farah Hangzhou. A lot of shield break with this composition. They're on the defense. When you look at this comp, it's all about the damage-boosted rockets. It's about the long-range pick potential from the Hangzhou arrows. And that's what they're going to be searching for. Let's go for a nice little trip through the canals of Venice.
They make me worried, because falling into them is instant death. We can't swim in the world of Overwatch, so I'm worried about boats.
Highly radioactive water this far into the future.
Right, okay.
Pollution, a real problem, you know.
Well, what's the San Francisco Shock's reply? I would assume they're going to swap their composition up, and it's going to be the Soldier Tracer.
Okay.
So the Tracer is designed to distract the backline, distract Decay, and while the Soldier puts down consistent damage. What a Bionade, though.
Yep, pretty big. Rascal and Choi going to be caught with it, along with the Accretion. But the Shock are getting a bit of free push here for now. Obviously, Choi on the Diva as well is just there to eat up as many rockets as possible, give a bit more pressure. But Decay finding those picks. Violet going down. That is the power of this Hangzhou composition. You get that one-shot potential across the map. All you need to do is hit one headshot, and you're laughing all the way to the bank. In this case, the bank being potentially a win against the defending champions.
Striker is one of the best tracers that we've ever seen in Overwatch. Up there at the #1 position with like Sabiorbi, maybe Prophet, these kind of players. If he can get an opportunity into the backlines of Dallas, wow. That tracking from Rascal as well.
Yeah, a lot of damage, and they brought him down. They've taken possession of the body. It means they can't go for a resurrect. They're taking the positioning. The San Francisco Shock are able to just waltz in there.
Yeah, that single pick from Decay is really the only thing that Dallas have been able to do. Otherwise, Shock have been patient with how they've taken position across the map. They haven't rushed anything, but they've just applied constant pressure to the Dallas Fuel's DPS until eventually they crumbled.
Still waddling forwards now. Have the players that I have control of this choke point. This is often one of the most difficult points to break in Rialto. Just on the basis of it is a very narrow choke point, but look at the way Shock are playing. Quite split up, looking for opportunities elsewhere, but now they're going to regroup and repush now that the cooldowns are online. See if they can go for some of that shield spam. Decay goes for the Dragon Strike off to the side. Gonna be splitting up the enemy team. Rascal, though, the Helix rockets connect onto Doha.
Was that an aerial Helix?
Yeah, he actually went for him when he was ulting, so it was an easy shot to get.
Oh, okay.
So nothing too impressive, but still, they take out the necessary targets. Now Violent on the back is going to be showing what he's made of. Note gets the nano boost, but I don't think it's going to be good for much. Doha booped back as well as he tries to make the play on the Doomfist, but as the rest of the Dallas Fuel just try and lump bodies onto the point to contest, the Shock will get the capture point. They will get the final say. 4 minutes now to work with.
Violet on the Batiste as well is an outrageously good Batiste in terms of how aggressive he is and the damage he's able to put out. The guy's aim for a flex support is unbelievably good, and he will frequently just position himself with his own amp matrix and kill 3 or 4 people in ranked. I have no doubts that he would be able to do the same kind of thing at an Overwatch League level if you give him an opportunity to.
Dallas playing aggressive into it, they force him away. Rascal tries to go for some sort of play with the tactical visor here, falls very, very low, forces out the ice block though, and that's more valuable than you think because look at the kills flowing in for them. Closer goes for a little boop attempt, but he's going to be pinned against the wall. Decay TPing into the back line. He's still alive for now. Eventually, Shock will overrun him. And they are going to keep pushing this car forwards. And that is a dangerous fight to lose if you're Dallas, because they've given up the precious high ground around this corner.
Yeah, the San Francisco Shock are rolling at the moment. And with Decay swapping over to the Reaper and Doha on the Mei, Rascal also respects the Mei pick and runs it, but Striker on the Tracer. We haven't seen too much of his POV yet, but we know how deadly this guy can be.
He's just spotting, actually. He's just trying to essentially hunt for any flanks. Nice little hold, pulls him away from the high ground now, along with the bomb into the back line. Choi Hyobin, he gets value with it. Striker lays down the pulse bomb, but the ice wall actually blocked it from his own teammate. Rascal not letting him get the damage done, but the beat down is more than enough. It's a brutal bit of damage, brutal work when it's up close and personal like that, but it gets the job done. And the San Francisco Shock are rolling this one in, and this is giving me flashbacks almost to, you know, last year when we used to see the San Francisco Shock play against the Vancouver Titans, and we would see them on Rialto, and the teams would just answer back after, you know, the Titans would take one map, and the Shock would answer back with a rapid time of their own on Rialto.
Absolutely. It's a map that the Shock are incredibly good at. But Dallas have some ults to be able to work with here. Great opportunity for Dallas to be able to win. The Shock don't have that much, so they're really going to prioritize high ground control, positioning, a good Mei wall here, play a little bit more slowly.
Permitting flux into them, instant sound barrier going to be used by Mock to keep them alive. A necessary evil at the end of the day. The coalescence from the Dallas Fuel is not really finding any kills, but look at that! Decay layers down the Death Blossom alongside the Supercharger, and it's just too much damage to ignore, especially when they didn't have a sound barrier. Nice little clean sweep there from the San Francisco Shock. They're going to be sent straight back packing.
I imagine that this is the position that the Dallas Fuel want to hold. They have control of the high ground. If the Shock retake the high ground, then Dallas can play aggressively into them with the Blizzard or with the sound barrier. This seems like a place where Dallas can tick off a lot of time on this clock.
See Coalescence now unleashed by Violet. Washing down the opposition, the Blizzard as well.
Why aren't Dallas using
lock
ult?
them out of the position here. Dallas, they just back off. They let them get it for free. Not really utilizing anything.
I'm surprised there. I thought that Dallas were going to be the ones to use the Blizzard themselves and try and put the pressure on the San Francisco Shock. But instead, they just eat the damage coming in with the Coalescence and choose instead to fight in this archway. The problem is, now Shock have a bit of momentum. They've already entered through the choke point, and they have a supercharger to work with. I think Dallas have misplayed this a bit.
We'll see now how to utilize it, because you can see Choi is very close to this gravitic flux of his own. He hits the shots, the accretion just misses. Ice block going to be used here. Now the Blizzard in the backline. Choi goes down before he can use the flux. Now we see the enemy team, Dallas, using one of their own. Send them straight up in the air, straight back down again. Smurf mistimed the fortify. The Shock have to back out of here. They've lost both their tanks.
Yep, so Dallas able to hold with only about 4 meters before the final checkpoint. With a minute and a half left, this is the hardest place to push on Rialto, bar none. This is really tough to be able to get through this final archway. But the San Francisco Shock have got a lot of ultimates to be able to work with here. A Flux and nothing to respond with on the side of the Dallas Fuel. Double Supportal, nothing to respond with on Dallas. Dallas need to make a play here.
Yeah, that's why Crimson switched over to the Batiste now. They need that Immortality field to try and negate something. McKay gets caught out of position. Striker, he TP'd into the backline. A Gravitic Flux sends all of them flying into the air. Straight back down again. Immortality field will keep them alive. But unfortunately, the damage was done. Dallas Fuel far too low to try and withstand that. The sound barrier on top is going to be doing enough. And the quick little headshot there from Striker onto Decay while he was frozen up means that the Dallas Fuel are able to cap it all the way to the end. 56 seconds in their time bank.
A very fast completion from the San Francisco Shock on Rialto, but we expect nothing less.
A reminder to everybody as well that you can show your team spirit, you know, by decking out your hero with a team skin. You can buy in-game using the Overwatch League tokens, or alternatively, you can get 100 free OWL tokens. That's right, I know you're all spamming exclamation mark tokens in the chat right now, but listen, if you go to overwatchleague.com/email, sign up for the league updates, you get 100 free OWL tokens. And if you're already signed up for the emails, doesn't matter, you can still get the free tokens anyway. So why not? Go to overwatchleague.com/email, get your free tokens, and, you know, maybe use it on the new hero, Echo, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
Anything, you know. You can spend those 100 tokens. You can wait a while. You can save them up. Save up your pocket change, if you will, for one of the fancy anniversary skins that might be coming out soon.
You could get the new Doomfist skin from the San Francisco Shock.
Is that still available?
I've no idea. Is it still available? Am I just telling the people lies?
You might be.
Who knows?
Yeah, you might be telling the people lies. But they haven't released the San Francisco Shock MVP skin yet. So
true.
You'll be able to get that
That's
one
Sinatra's MVP skin, right?
Yeah.
So we have yet to see that unveiled. So save up your tokens for that, or spend them. I don't care what you do with your tokens, honestly. Just make sure you get them.
Well, here we are.
All right.
Dallas Fuel opting for the same composition they did on the defense. Going to go for the fire and the Hangzhou. The name of the game in this comp is the same. It hasn't changed from one round to the next. They still are going for long-range damage with the Hangzhou arrows, you can see, along with the damage-boosted rockets to see if they can get a pick-off. It's all around the damage.
Halt accretion there actually landed onto Closer. Knocked him out of the sky for a while, but nobody was there to capitalize.
Big Bionade. Oh my word. Crimzo.
But another Halt accretion.
Yeah, but Crimzo goes to an aggressive angle there to connect onto the Bionade, but he gets punished immediately with the Halt accretion. Wonderful by the Shock. Answering back straight away.
Dallas are slowly pushing them into unfavorable positions, though. And they're actually just running down Note.
All right, Note caught out of position. I mean, not a lot of teams would be as explosive. Spotting a weakness there, and another Halt accretion onto Doha brings him down. They went for the res onto Note, but Doha's down.
Yep. This is such great play coming out from the San Francisco Shock, both from their tank line and from Moth, guiding them around the map with these speed boosts.
Sleeping on the job here, Rascal caught. Smurf has to try and defend him. Doesn't go down. Big Bionade onto the tank line of Shock, but it fades. And now they're going for the big wraparound here. The Coalescence into it. The aggression playing straight into them. Halt comes in though! Doha! Oh my goodness! 4 kills. That's a lot of work, pal. There you go.
What an unbelievably good play there from the Dallas Fuel, reading the aggression coming out from San Francisco because they know that they like to play aggressive, and a perfect halt from Gansu synced up with Doha. Wonderful.
So sick to see Dallas playing at a high level. as I said, as we've been promised for the longest time. Now the Dragon Strike, the hold comes through. Choi Hyobin caught, and that's the damage. It's through, baby. Look at the nano boost. Look at the damage boost. There's too much. They can't deal with it. 4 kills for Doha. Make it 5. Give him the 6. Do it. Beautiful stuff. I love to see it. Dallas Fuel rolling forward.
And they've forced the swaps from San Francisco. Rascal again going onto the Soldier. And this is perfect because for Dallas, when they're attacking, they can change compositions whenever they want. They could go back into spawn right now, switch over to the Reaper May, and roll over San Francisco. Now, assuming that Striker doesn't pull out something godly. But they're going to try and make it work with one more barrage, I think. Another nice Bionade onto Smurf, knocks him down to half health before he gets his supercharger.
Yeah, tank line forced back a little bit by that shock, but the question is, can they break through this point here? They use it there. Oh, the barrage gets a lot of value. More than I was expecting. 2 kills is wonderful. And now these rockets are going to be sent into the fray. 8 up by Choi Hyobin, but
I thought that was deliberate. I'm not going to lie. I thought that was a deliberate bait of the barrage from Smurf. But then he ends up dying and Rascal dies as well. That did not go well for the San Francisco Shock. And they are firmly on the back foot. 3 minutes and looking to capture point B.
Giving them free positioning here now. You can see they're trying to force down a supercharger. Both teams' superchargers going to be falling here. The Shock, though, have the aggression. They've speed boosted into the back line. They're going to be looking for any kills they can get, and they find them. The front line ends up collapsing. The only remaining member is Doha, but Doha's going to have to evacuate his way out of there, and he does just that as Striker takes him out.
I'm expecting to see composition swaps here from Dallas. And I think that Rascal is going back to spawn in order to swap as well. It looks like Striker is too. So they're reading this really nicely, the Shock. They recognize that with how devastating of a loss that previous fight was, Dallas are more likely to make swaps. So they preemptively send their DPS back. This is going to give Dallas a bit of an opportunity to enter, but at least the compositions are good.
Played so fast into it, but Moth was there with his sound barrier. He negates the Gravitic Flux. Doha playing quite defensively now. He fell down to about half HP. Had to back up around the corner. The Shock already and waiting. You see the accretion come out. It knocks Doha down. That was a preemptive accretion. They knew the play was going to be made by Doha. Great read from the Shock. Able to capitalize off the aggression from Dallas. Playing right into their hands now. And it's only a matter of time before they clean up the rest of these members of Dallas. Dallas forced to back off here. Another accretion connects. Note falling low. And this is the Shock just really reading these team fights well.
I wonder if the Dallas Fuel attempted now to go back to a split composition. Play the Hanzo, play the Pharah, something like that. Then I don't think they're going to. They're going to still invest in this Reaper Doomfist versus the Reaper May. But it was an opportunity with 2 minutes left on the clock. The lower this clock gets, though, the less chance you have to really change your compositions around. And it's all going to come down to the value Doha can get on the Doomfist.
Crimzo ready with a Coalescence. Now going to be using it. The Ice Will splits them up. Bolted off to the high ground, but the Supercharger goes down. That's going to be pretty key for them. Gravitic Flux is going to connect. No one has the sound barrier on the side of Dallas. Closer doesn't have it yet, and that allows him to get a kill onto Note. Pretty big one, losing one of your tanks like that. Rascal just playing the line of sight. He has the Blizzard available, just tries to go for the freeze, but dodged out of the way. Doha in the back line. Rocket Punch does connect, but it seems like it is all San Francisco Shock. The kill feed lighting up in orange.
Ult situation, just to check in. Rascal still got that Blizzard for the final fight. They've got Strikers, Death Blossom, though that won't be as pivotal. And Moth, crucially, is getting up to his sound barrier, so that will be able to counter Note's Gravitic Flux. Dallas have got an opportunity here. Doha can play very aggro. They can trade sound barriers. They can go for a Flux. But Doha needs to find some value before the Blizzard comes out.
Gravitic Flux into the hold. Pulls them together, sends them down, slammed down. The Shock are going to be answering with a sound barrier, traded out equally, but Rascal goes down. This is an opening now for Dallas. Let's see if they can find it, if they can work with it. Doha in the back line, he has the Meteor Strike, he can play aggressively. Everyone is disengaging from the Shock now. They're just going to try and wait and try and take this team fight a little bit later. Choi into the back line. Moth, stunned, bashed up. We see them moving down. Supercharger from Dallas, along with a Coalescence. No one can contest, no one can get close. They're going to get this cap.
Moth with a bit of a late sound barrier. I think a moment of mistake
hesitation
from Moth.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of hesitation there. He thought that his team would be able to survive inside the gravitic flux that came out from Note, and he popped it a bit too late. Smurf had already died. So, unfortunately, they weren't in a direct 6v6 for that final fight. Only 1 minute left though for Dallas, and this is a tough area to push on Rialto.
Backline Decay. He prioritizes the supercharger once more. He's still a threat in the backline, but a shock. The aggression is there. They've just sped boosted into their backline. Decay needs to come up big now. Shields are there to protect the rest of the San Francisco Shock with 45 seconds remaining. Dallas Fuel needs to just go back and rethink how they want to approach it.
35 seconds. Doha can play aggressive. Note has a Flux and Moth does not have Beat. But there's Fluxes on both sides. So a lot of it could come down to these off-tanks. Note isn't known for his Sigma, but he's been playing well so far. Nice seismic slap.
Doha, ready and waiting. He's going to play aggressive, but he gets brought down! Again, the accretion. He primed it. He had it ready and waiting despite the fact that Doha had the Meteor Strike. And now the Shock have that opening pick. Dallas are crumbling. They have to use cooldowns to just even get out of the fight. Shohyobin over the rafters. The Gravitic Flux takes out Gamsu. The Fortify wasn't enough to save him. They've wiggled their way around to the backline, but Moth is there to defend. Doha with a Meteor Strike, forced to half HP. Closer using the Sound Barrier, but it's the only player it connects onto is himself. And Doha, one man against the world, is not enough for now. The San Francisco Shock, moments away from taking this map away from the Dallas Fuel. That is going to do it as the overtime burns to a halt. San Francisco Shock going to even out the series 1-1.
Great response from the San Francisco Shock, but I would expect nothing less from them on Rialto. Escort is their best game mode all time. Over 70% win rate all time on Escort. And Rialto, we've seen just insane stuff from the Shock in the past. In my opinion, this game comes down to how well Dallas can perform on Assault once we get there. I'm already giving up the hybrid. If you're a Dallas fan, you're hoping that they win the Assault. Dude, I'm giving it up already. San Francisco Shock have an 80% win rate on hybrid so far in 2020. Just Dallas fans, you're praying for the Assault and you're praying for the tiebreaker. I think genuinely that is their win condition in this series.
Okay. Well, we're about to find out if Dallas Fuel can do it. Can they do the impossible? Can they take down the defending champions? We'll find out after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Gordon Hayward shows his opponents no mercy. He swats players without breaking a sweat.
Okay.
And he's unstoppable on game night.
Oh, Dad. Yes. Okay.
No, seriously, he's like ridiculously competitive. Which is why he refuses to game on anything but Xfinity X5. Xfinity gives Gordon the gamer-grade internet he needs to eliminate his enemies with no remorse.
What's up, everyone? This is our game break presented by Pringles Wavy. I am Zoe, joining me are Costa and Reinforce, and it's currently 1 apiece in the match between the Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock. Dallas came out storming on Control. Granted, that's not necessarily San Francisco Shock's best map type to begin with. However, we don't want to take away from how good the Dallas Fuel actually looked like. Specifically, when they were on their comfort picks with Doha on Doomfist. Costa, were you impressed at all?
Yeah, absolutely. We came into today in our pre-show and we said, if the Dallas Fuel are going to win this match, I think it's Doha who needs to step up. Decay is obviously phenomenal, but Doha, we haven't really seen these like blow-up performances from him, but we have today. We've seen the Doomfist, we've seen the Sombra, we've seen the Pharaoh, we've seen him play absolutely everything and play it to perfection, and it's been really good at sort of pushing the Dallas Fuel towards this win against the Shock. The issue that I think they're having, though, is if they ever get forced to play the Reaper or the Reaper Mei composition against the Shock, they're really struggling to win on the mirror matchup. So you see the Fuel trying to force it here and there. You saw them do a mass switch at the second point of Rialto. So they are forcing things here and there, but I actually really like the way the Fuel are playing right now.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that as well.
Reinforce.
I agree with that as well. I mean, they are looking really good when they can play those niche picks. But yeah, as you said, like in the head-to-head matchup, they're not looking as great as the San Francisco Shock. So I know we're building up this hype about the Dallas Fuel, etc., but in the head-to-head, they're not looking quite as well. But if they can get on those heroes, I mean, we talked about Doomfist, Sombra, etc., that's when the Dallas Fuel are really shining right now.
So what kind of changes do they need to make if they don't want to actually get into that mirror composition scenario where they are forced to play the Mei and the Reaper, where they just did not look as crisp when they went up against the Mei and Reaper from the San Francisco Shock? Do you think they can make the Doomfist Reaper actually work, or is that just not really a possibility when you go up against?
In my mind, it comes down to the maps, right? We'll have to see later down in the series, because I think that a lot of these picks are map dependent, and we saw that yesterday with the LA Valiant as well, playing that Ashe and playing the Winston, etc. It comes down to what maps you're really playing, right? So I think that over time throughout the series, we'll see what the Dallas Fuel go for, but it's very map dependent in my mind.
Now, as per usual, during our game break, we do have a crunch time presented by Pringles Wavy for you. And this one is, of course, going to be featuring Doha and his Pharah. He had an incredible barrage, but Reinforce wanted to walk us through everything leading up to said barrage. So please,
here we go again. Here we go again with the Utah bots. We're back at it.
Down the rabbit hole. Everyone take a seat.
So let's take a look at this composition. I mean, me and Costa, we were loving this when this came out. So Dallas Fuel, they're playing this very poke composition, and it's very, very similar to the Ashe composition we saw yesterday, right? Where they tried to create all of these different pressure points, playing these different heroes. You have a Pharah, you have a Hangzhou, and you have a Sigma. So there's a lot going on right here. But the San Francisco Shock, they're going to have a bit of a problem dealing with all of this at once. Because if we look at their composition, they are playing the Mei Reaper, so very close range stuff, and they're playing the Moira and the Lucio. I mean, there is no range to this composition. So how do they adapt to the Dallas Fuel playing this very high mobility type of composition with so much going on with it? So we can see right now they're grouped up and they're playing in this sort of area. They're very clumped up beneath the houses because they do not want to take that Pharah spam. That's what you really have to stay away from. But they do not stay in that house necessarily. Now, they are still playing on the outskirts at the doorway right here, and they find an incredible pull onto Crimso, and that's going to result in a kill. But what me and Costa really want to emphasize is how the Shock are constantly proactive. They're not standing around waiting for Dallas Fuel to come to them. Instead, they're being proactive about it and taking the fight to all the individual parts of the Dallas Fuel. I mean, this camera angle right here, and I know that Zoe and Costa can't see it, but I can see it, and it's a flawless angle because you have Hans over here, you have Sigma over here, you have Pharah and Mercy over here, and then you have a Mercy over here. There's so much going on for the Dallas Fuel over here. So the fact that this comp just playing together can deal with this is so incredible to me. They're being proactive, so they're going to push into Note right here because they realize if they just stand around over here, if they just wait and then just poke at the car a little bit, contest the car, that's not going to work with this composition. So the way they're being proactive with this close range composition and always rotating, always moving. I mean, you gotta find a pick onto Note, and now you're looking for other picks. Can we get a pull onto the Pharah and an accretion? Yes, we do, because this is a replay, and I know it's going to happen. Note gets resurrected. No, Moth is already onto it. Can we get Note again? He backs off, cannot get him. okay, let's push forward. Can we find any other picks? Can we find a Hangzhou? Can we find a Mercy? There is so much going on here, and the fact that they're staying so proactive is beautiful. Now, it isn't going to work out forever. Rascal gets slept, some other things happen, and then, of course, Doha is going to hit that beautiful barrage that is going to nail point A for the Dallas Fuel here. But what me and Costa really loved about this was the fact how proactive the San Francisco Shock were and realized their win conditions. So, there you have it. There is the Doha barrage, and that essentially sums it up. But please learn something from the way San Francisco Shock played that close range composition, because that was beautiful.
All right, so proactive and reactionary plays coming out from the San Francisco Shock, taking them one step closer to maybe getting the W in this series. But it's still 1-1. We have a second half to go. So for all the action over on Numbani, potentially more for our play from Doha, question mark. We will find out anytime soon. And for all the action, we're sending it back to Sideshow as well as Bren.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor. Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League, and you're joining us at a monumentous time, I think, in the history of the Overwatch League so far in 2020. The Dallas Fuel versus the San Francisco Shock, and it's shaping up to be a good one. You're just probably joining us off the back of our game break. The scoreline 1-1. The Dallas Fuel versus the San Francisco Shock. something I think that we weren't quite expecting here. The defending champions really getting pushed against the ropes in map number 1, battling back in map number 2. And now, Josh, we're going to be heading over to Numbani as a map. So a change of pace once more, but something that fits once again in the wheelhouse of the San Francisco Shock.
It definitely does, and that's the point that I really want to harp on about here, is that Escort and Hybrid are just so good for the Shock. Anywhere where their ability to put pressure on you with a Lucio speed boost is like down a payload section where you have to retreat, you have to give up space, and that space equals constant payload progress. That's where the Shock are so good at being able to apply that pressure. Even though they lost, Bren, to the LA Valiant and the LA Gladiators a couple of weeks ago, they have still maintained an 80% win rate on Hybrid this year. So even when they were losing, they were still winning Hybrid. And so that's a rough situation for Dallas Fuel to be in, which is why I said before we went to the watch point break that I think Dallas Fuel's best chances are on Assault here. But you're not just going to give up on Numbani, you're still going to try and, you know, put the pressure on them and see if you can win. And Dallas have been playing fairly well so far this series, so who knows, they might be able to surprise here.
Definitely curious to see if they can take it the next step, you know. This is something that I've been making reference a lot, I think, to the Dallas Fuel fans themselves. This is something that they've been promised for the longest time, actually, is that this team would finally start to come together. And we're almost starting to see it come to fruition now against one of the very best teams in the world. But so we head over to our map, so you can see we're heading into Numbani. And this is a map that really just has Shock written all over it. You'd anticipate Shock to be the ones who are coming out on top when it comes to this map. But the Dallas Fuel, an opportunity for them to upset, an opportunity for them to surprise us here, especially with the way they've been playing, because I said it previously, it's not, you know, it's not a cheese strategy that the Dallas Fuel are employing. There's no tomfoolery going on here. This is the Dallas Fuel playing towards their strengths with good teamwork to boot.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm hoping that the Dallas Fuel have something interesting to pull out of the bag. Not necessarily a cheese comp, but something that fits into Doha and Decay's strengths. Because that's when Dallas are playing their best. That doesn't necessarily mean the Doomfist for Doha. It could certainly mean the Hangzhou Farah, as they're hinting towards right now on offense. It's a very good composition of being able to break down the point A defense of Numbani. I don't know why Crimzo's saying that Striker's cut in the chat. Maybe he knows more than we do.
He was playing Farah and he used his rockets to end his own life.
Okay,
so,
right.
Apparently that's a reason to cut Striker. It's okay though, he's playing Reaper, he's back in the fight now.
So Dallas are going to be looking for the same kind of stuff here, where they push their Farah and their Mercy probably towards the coast and do constant damage from behind, while Decay pushes up maybe on the top right-hand side from main. And they are trying to attract pressure from all sides, or rather apply pressure from all sides.
We'll see if the Dallas Fuel have any chance, any luck doing that. As you can see, just playing it quite slow right now, waiting for opportunities. They're using the recon arrow, so the Shock actually moved forward aggressively. And the Dallas Fuel have recognized this and have gone to wrap around here. Shock are in the choke point. They're going to be able to get a kill here onto Note. The Immortality Field kept them alive for a short while, but they've already got a tick on the control point. And the rocket damage is still being flung in. The Accretion Halt, though, is enough to put an end to Doha's antics. Takes him out of the fight with that stun, and the Dallas should really just be backing off here, rethinking how they want to approach it.
Hey, they'll take that. Two free ticks. That was great work from Dallas, prioritizing capture point progress because they know that the San Francisco Shock have to stick together. They can't play split. The Shock comp does not split up. You must stay together as a team. And so when you're playing against a team composition like Dallas's that tries to stretch you out around the map, the Shock's answer to it is to stay together as a group and run aggressively into the Dallas tank line. The problem with that is you are going to give up capture point progress, and that is not something you can do at all anymore.
Damage being pumped into them from Dallas is absurd. Now, one of the keys to victory is going to be avoiding these Halt Accretion combos. Doha in the sky. He goes for the barrage and he finds a target. Can he find anything else? Smurf goes down. It's going to be the 1-for-1 trade. But Dallas looks like they're in a good position to try and take this one now. Rascal using the May wall defensively. He's eating a lot of damage though, and Closer manages to get the Resurrect and goes for the kill onto Choi. Pumping in damage. The pistol does the work. And Doha, with the help of his team being damage boosted up, they're able to just cleanly take this first point. that is the power of the Dallas Fuel's opening composition here. It's almost just a matter of time, it feels like, once they get those opening picks, that opening damage out onto the Shock.
Yep, but it doesn't work once we get to control. It's very good for the first part, for the capture point segment, because Shock have to split their attention a bunch of different ways and still put their pressure on the point. But once we get to the payload, then the San Francisco Shock can just work through all of these little side buildings and take a fight on the payload itself. So that's why Doha's gone over to the Mei, closer over to that Lucio, and playing much more of a mirror style.
Okay, still has a Dragon Strike as the defensive wall comes up, along with the Amplification Matrix and the Dragon Strike. But it's not enough. The San Francisco Shock just leap into the back line, leaping into the fray. They use the Blizzard on top, and they lock down the remaining members of Dallas. They played aggressively into their back line, and they're able to find these picks. And they're looking for more, honestly, but the wall just doesn't quite connect onto what they were looking for here. Decay has to use his Ray Form just to waddle out of there. He wants to try and survive this one, but the Shock are playing aggressively. Look at how far forward they're holding.
Yeah, very aggressive. Crimzo's made the swap over to the Moira, so slightly more healing for Dallas.
Blocks. Striker answers back straight into the back line. Death Blossom into the left clicks. It's all you need when you have the Halt there to keep him in place. It's a beautiful set little play.
And the San Francisco Shock decide that the best defense is a good offense. Instead of utilizing anything to really block the Gravitic Flux, they turn Dallas's attention towards themselves with a huge Death Blossom in the backlines. Nice Mei wall here.
Very nice Mei wall.
Isolates Choyobin.
Again by Rascal, though, he answers back with one of his own, and Dallas have looped around. The positioning is almost in favor, I want to say, of Dallas, but losing Doha is not good. If they can take out Rascal, it could be salvageable, but Striker's really putting any chances they have in the dirt. With that kill onto Note, he's taking out one tank and he's going for another. He's just saying hello to him. The Fortify won't save you for that long. Committing a Coalescence, though. Striker has to back off now. Smurf does end up falling. They're finding the pickoffs. San Francisco Shock biting off a little bit more than they can chew there.
I think they were playing with their food. I think the Shock didn't realize how quickly those spawners were going to come in for the Dallas Fuel, and instead were just kind of backing off and playing split. They needed to play around the payload to delay capture progress, because now the Shock are going to be hard pushed to recommit and stop point B. Only a couple of...
They're not going to go for it. Okay.
And that's because they made those mistakes on the previous fight. If instead they had played aggressive and died on the payload, they would have been blocking the objective moving forwards and could have gone for another push. Oh, they're looping around the top.
Going for a play right now. They're going to try and hold this one. Rascal's wall does not connect, though. They were looking to try and split a member of the Dallas Fuel away, but that's going to mean the Blizzard comes out. Along with a Halt, it's going to lock Note up. Blizzard's traded out, but it's actually Doho who gets nothing really done with his own into the back line. They are able to get a kill, though, onto Rascal, which is better than nothing at the end of the day. We'll see now as Decay goes for the TP into the back line. Says hello once more from on high. Takes them out as the Dallas are able to quickly identify what they needed to do in that team fight.
And that time, though, because the San Francisco Shock pushed up top, they stopped the payload about, 10 meters before it otherwise would have stopped. So by playing aggressively, they've bought themselves more time for this defense, this final hold on the last stretch of Numbani. The problem being double tank ultimates and starting to get their DPS ults up here for Dallas.
Into the Flux, sends them up, sends them back down again.
They save the sound barrier.
They do indeed, and then they come out with a Flux of their own. They've got nothing to really counteract this. Can Troy get any kills? So this Supercharger's not going to be going down anytime soon. Gamsu keeps it alive, but now the Shock are unloading ultimates. The Blizzard from the side of Doha doesn't really get any value. The Shock are the ones who come out on top, utilizing Moff's sound barrier to really just get ahead when it comes to that war of attrition. The extra HP helping them.
Yeah, good work from the San Francisco Shock. They didn't panic and utilize their sound barrier there when they were all caught in the flux. Great patience from Moth. Saves it to win the fight later on. That might be something that he'd like to have in the next fight, but they still have enough ults to be able to work with here. A really fast Coalescence charged by Violet should give them a bit of an advantage in what is otherwise a dry engagement. Bolt Reapers battling for high ground control. The Striker gets health from the rest of his team and realizes that Decay is quite far away from everybody else on Dallas.
They do know this, but the Shock are going to start to try and play aggressively now because Dallas have wrapped all the way around. Nice accretion in the back. Note falls low. The Coalescence just washes him down. Takes him out, and Doha is locked behind enemy lines right now. He's going for the right clicks, but Rascal finds him first with the freeze. 1 minute remaining. Striker wins the 1v1, goes for the tactical crouch.
Wow.
Decay types ... ominous. Just be sleeping with one eye open tonight, Striker.
The Shock are doing well at rotating their ultimates around, and this is one of the greatest strengths of this team. They can play aggressive and beat you in the neutral, but also they tend to be pretty disciplined with how they use their ultimates. And Dallas don't really have any explosive potential.
Yeah, for the Shock.
Not so for the Shock, though.
Shock definitely do, as they went in with that supercharger, and you can see just the effect of that damage boost did a lot of work, but it's actually an even fight. Dallas could still win this. They're halted together, though, and the Gravitic Flux will connect, but stunned out of it. Huge accretion. Wonderful stuff from Note there. Negated that ultimate completely by himself.
And now all starting to go in favor of Dallas, so we could see an overtime push here. They need to get in position, maneuver their tank line forwards, but then they've got a Flux. Oh, Gamsu dies!
Gamsu dying is not fantastic, not great at all. And the Coalescence from Shocker will keep them alive. Blizzard comes into the backline here. Smurf waddles forward because he has the Fortify. He can afford to pressure them. Dallas are a little bit split here. Decay has to come out clutch. Sandbar going to be used now just to keep Shock alive in this fight. Dallas are the ones who are currently falling. Nice Moira Orb is going to be keeping Note alive here. Crimso's desperately keeping him up, and he eats the Blizzard! Rascal, the game-changing ultimate negated completely by Note. Note has had the most stellar last minute I have seen in quite some time on Sigma. What a carry performance from him. And now they're running this one all the way to the finish line. The supercharger comes out from Gamsu. They have the damage. Dallas will not go unrewarded. The punch comes out from Doha, and they will get the full completion.
Unbelievable scenes there towards the end from Note. Saves his team from a Gravitic Flux with a long-range accretion to stun up the enemy Sigma, and then eats Rascal's Blizzard in a scrappy kind of 3v3 situation. And that Blizzard would have caught everybody up before double support came up for Dallas. That was absolutely game-changing. Sometimes, when we see ults negated, it might not have had too much impact on a fight. That there was supremely clutch from Note.
That was so good. Honestly, so good. Plays like that, I mean, you love to see it. But, of course, Activision Blizzard and the Overwatch League are taking part in the Player Part Together initiative. We're proud to support the World Health Organization with this one to encourage all of our players, all of our gamers to play a part together. Because when we play a part together, we're using one of the most powerful preventative strategies to protect ourselves, our loved ones, and others. And me personally, I've been closely affected by this COVID situation back home. So if you are already taking part in this Player Part Together initiative, I'm very appreciative to you guys for keeping it up, and if you're not already, no better time to start than now, so you can always protect each other, and you're really doing a lot to prevent this kind of pandemic from really getting too much out of hand, more so than it already has. But enough about that. Here's this replay that we saw from Note. This was game-changing. I mean, look at this.
He's actually just trying to eat the attacks from Striker, but he whips around 90 degrees to his left and eats the Blizzard.
That is magic.
Unbelievable stuff. Okay, the San Francisco Shock on the attack, now running the Reaper Doomfist of their own. So strategies have changed sides here.
You see this Shock are going to be going aggressive into them, TP into the back by Striker. Looking for any opportunity they can to take them out, but Dallas are the ones who come out on top. That was a nice Ice Wall from Doha, but he falls low, forced to use the Ice Block. They're playing a little bit split here, but it still seems like Dallas are the ones coming out on top of the team fight. Now they're playing even more aggressively into them, seeing if they can take out Striker or Mop. They recognize, they can't really quite do it just yet. Just going to be backing off now, regrouping onto the point.
And you saw with that teleport from Striker, one of the biggest win conditions, one of the best ways to put your team at an advantage with the Reaper Doomfist comp is with a well-timed flank from the Reaper. And you do that, you distract the backline as your front line pushes in, but they dealt with it really, really well. San Francisco Shock have a lot of experience playing this composition. It's what literally won them the grand finals last year. But right now, Dallas are doing a good job at countering it.
Rascal goes in for the seismic slam, but it's too little too late. The Ice Block is going to be utilized by Doha just to keep him alive and standing in this fight. And the Shock have lost too many players to really stand a chance here. Doha with the Icicles on point. Heads are being clicked. And again, another hold here for Dallas Fuel. Ultimates coming up online. But you could say the same now for the San Francisco Shock as well, if you look at what they've got coming up.
But the ults, I feel, are more advantageous for Dallas. The San Francisco Shock yet to get their tank ults up, and Rascal's not close either, so he can't play much more aggressive than he currently has been.
Quick wrap around now from Shock. The Halt is going to catch
Nice
onto Decay. Force him down onto the low ground. Nice Blizzard though. Note's going to get uppercutted, slammed around. A Meteor Strike from Rascal does a bit of work, and he's going to re-engage now with a Sound Barrier from Moth. Gravitic Flux from Note going to be used. Connects onto one. Rascal did not have the Sound Barrier to save him, but the Shock still have an opening, but will be for much longer. Sound Barrier now going to be utilized as Closer wants to initiate his team in. Halt pulls them, but not quite. Doesn't connect onto the members of Shock, and Shock are able to disengage effectively. Best case scenario for them, realistically, into K caught out of position. Yoinked off of the high ground.
He wasn't expecting them to push back in so quickly.
Yep. And that was a disengage from Shock. It was picture perfect, and it's allowed them to try and take a fight. They've already got a cap now. TP into the back line, Supercharger. Nice little Death Blossom by Striker, but it gets cancelled, and Decay comes in with one of his own. Closest the one who steals the show, though. The kill feed will light up with his name instead. Really is showcasing some of the support line of Dallas right now. And the Shock
they are playing so well, Brent.
Going back.
They are playing so well. The coordination, the way that Gamsu's halts are getting followed up on. I mean, Decay there with a Death Blossom that took out Smurf's Supercharger and allowed Gamsu's Supercharger to do all the work. This is Dallas Fuel, as we've always wanted them to be, contesting the top teams at their own game. There's only 40 seconds left here for the Shock.
40 seconds remaining. The Halt comes up, the Coalescence just to keep the team topped up. Violet opts to use one of his own as well. Choi using that Gravitic Flux. He tries to catch him, but he whiffs it! I don't believe it! He caught it onto the corner! Oh my goodness! That could be critical! And now they're trying in the final moments to make it work, but it's all Dallas for! Dallas Fuel, burning strong, burning brightly. They're finding the pick-offs necessary. And with only 10 seconds remaining, I don't think anybody can touch the point.
No, this does not seem like it. What an incredible win this would be for Dallas. Choyobin in at the final seconds on that Wrecking Ball.
He's going to trigger it. The overtime starts to burn, but can anyone else from Shock even contest this? They don't have ultimates. Moth goes down. Striker has to back up to his team. The ice wall. Choi Hobin covers back in, but the players are falling one at a time. Choi almost frozen up, desperately trying to find an opening for his team. It's too little, too late. The Gravitic Flux might just seal the deal. And honestly, if we were in an arena right now, you might be hearing an eruption of burn blue, because the Dallas Fuel are achieving the impossible, and they have taken a map against the San Francisco Shock here on Numbani, what we didn't think was possible, leading the series now 2-1.
What a fantastic defense coming out from Dallas. The San Francisco Shock try and run their own strategy against them with the Reaper and the Doomfist. The strategy that took them to the grand finals and a win last year. The championship strategy for the San Francisco Shock. Altered slightly, but pretty much identical, and they weren't able to pull it off. The movement around, the coordination with all of the halts was so good from Dallas, and they now lead this series heading into the Assault map, which I thought was their best chance of being able to take a map. This is a supremely winnable series for the underdog right here again.
I gotta say, I'm absolutely beaming. You know, not a personal fan of Dallas Fuel, of the team itself, but a lot of the players I'm personal friends with, along with the Shock as well. And the fact that we're finally seeing the Dallas Fuel playing up to this potential that for 2 years, I'm going to keep reiterating it, every time that team has just said, you know, just wait, just wait, just wait. They brought in the pieces now. And seeing it click before us, I'm so happy to be commentating this match.
Yep.
But it's not over yet. We're going to see, can the Dallas Fuel do the impossible? Can they clinch out this match against the San Francisco Shock? We're going to find out after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile, helping you stay connected to what matters most. Learn about T-Mobile's COVID-19 response on T-Mobile.com.
Gordon Hayward shows his opponents no mercy. He swats play. And he's unstoppable on game night.
Oh, Dad. Yes.
Okay.
No, seriously, he's like ridiculously competitive. Which is why he refuses to game on anything but Xfinity X5. Xfinity gives Gordon the gamer-grade internet he needs to eliminate his enemies with no remorse.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League, and we are in the midst of perhaps one of the best matches we've seen actually this year in terms of the level of play.
Yeah. It really could be.
I was reflecting on this during the break, Josh, and I gotta say, a lot of people are going to be looking at the Shock and they're going to be like, oh, well, the Shock are just playing badly again. Firstly, I think you're downplaying the credits there of the Dallas Fuel to actually take it 2-1 now, and also almost downplaying the Shock to a certain degree. Both of these teams are playing to a high level, a very high level. So it is really just magic unfolding in front of us here. And I gotta say, it's shaping up to be one of the best matches that we have seen thus far in 2020. And we're going to be going into Hanamura next, which is the match, Josh, that you said. You said to Dallas Fuel, you said you should give up on the hybrid map.
Whoa. I never said you should give up. I said just that you were unlikely to win the hybrid map.
But you said that Hanamura was the map that they were going to bring it back on.
Yeah, I really thought that because the Shock had 80% win rate on hybrid maps. They were 1-1 on Numbani. They were unbeaten on Eichenwald. They just looked fantastic on that game mode in general. But they got full held right there on Numbani. But Fuel have been good on Hanamura, and the way that this meta plays out, I think offers opportunities for Doha to pull out the Junkrat. And the Junkrat defense was exactly how they won the map last time these two teams faced off on Horizon Lunar Colony. Fuel also, last week when they played against the Justice, set the 4th fastest attack time ever on Hanamura. So they're comfortable on this map as well. Bren, they hold 3 out of the top 5 best times on Hanamura attack.
The Dallas Fuel.
The Fuel. Yeah. So this is a team that, despite not ever being able to play up at this kind of level, have still had moments and certain maps and certain pushes where they've looked good. So if they can tie it all together here, we could be in a world where they win 3-1 against the Shock. In a good meta for the Shock as well.
This is, make no mistake, exactly right. We're seeing the Reaper May, the double shield. This is the composition that the San Francisco Shock have been excelling at for months. And the fact that Dallas Fuel are taking the fight to them, not just playing up to their level, but exceeding them in some regards as well.
Shock this season have a 20% win rate on Assault. They have been poor at it.
Never a better opportunity for the Dallas Fuel to seal the deal here. Can they do it? Can they defeat the defending champions? They're certainly going to attempt it. Fuel fans from all over going to be crying, and Decay going to go for the Symmetra strategy. They're going to be TPing up to the top right here.
A lot of the time, Hanamura comes down to how much capture progress you can get on point A, not whether or not you can cap it, you know, in total, because teams have become so good at full holding it in this kind of meta. So that's why Decay's going for a sim strat.
Icewar's traded up along with the Immortality fields, but it looks like Decay falling will put an end to this push. Dallas no longer really have the damage output to keep pushing into this here. Hulk comes forward. Any follow-up? Not quite. Closer will be the one who falls. And well, they're getting a couple of trade kills, which is always nice when you're on the attacking side of Hanamura, but the San Francisco Shock are the ones who are holding strong, so to speak.
Now, with a Symmetra, though, they can play fast here. As soon as Gamsu respawns and Decay gets there, they can teleport in and try and take another fight before Rascal gets to the point. Rascal still hasn't quite arrived with the rest of his team. I think he's just got back now.
So the TP is already in, and now they're going to be starting to unload a lot of this damage. Look at that. Deleting Choi Hyobin. The accretion makes short work of him there. You see the beam as well is doing enough. It brings down, but Moth gets 2 environmental kills. Are you kidding me? He clutches it up just when the San Francisco Shock were looking like there was a defeat. Moth comes out of nowhere from on high and gets a double kill with the environmentals.
That is unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Moth just saving them in their darkest hour. Because if Dallas managed to take point A, they're set up for a wonderful position for them to try and full hold on their defense. But Dallas back to the drawing boards. Moth is so clutch.
And he's escorting his teammates back to the point as well. Dallas going to be trying to play fast now. They have the big old sim barrier ready to use. They're going to be sending it straight down the middle, splitting the team up. The Hulk comes up on one side. Doesn't really connect onto anything. The Gravitic Flux now going to be traded by both these teams. Sent straight up, sent straight down again. The only casualty going to be Decay. A little bit too far forward here. And again, that damage output from Dallas is missing. Moving forward, we see the Blizzard going to be committed by Rascal. Uses the wall.
Oh, no.
He's going to be pinning Gamsu against it. And they're closer using the sound barrier.
They use sound barrier?
Not ideal. Dallas crumbling before our eyes.
This is more what we're used to with the Dallas Fuel. It sounds cruel, but Dallas have been chokers in their entire franchise history. And this is the kind of position where they tend to fall to pieces. I really don't like that sound barrier coming out from Dallas. And Decay as well. I don't understand how he couldn't get caught in the immortality field from Crimzo. But that's how things go, I guess. Decay goes over to the Reaper and Crimzo on the Moira. Playing the mirror comp here against the Shock with 1 minute left.
Only a minute left, as you said, Josh. And they're caught Note out of position. And they've absolutely brought him down. Note out. You see the Blizzard used by Dallas, but it doesn't find anything. Striker using the Death Blossom just to peel away from them, along with the Coalescence. Dallas have to back out of here. Might get a pick as well into Decay. Indeed they do. Not ideal if you're a Dallas fan. And now we're getting into final fight territory. The Shock are in control. They have a sound barrier. They have the supercharger. They have all the tools necessary to shut down this attempt from Dallas.
Yeah, this is not looking good. It smells like a full hold here. They need to be able to find an entry. That's going to come down to a Doha wall, probably. And then the supercharger. But it's on both sides, and Moth has the sound barrier, so you can't just take a straight-up fight like this.
That's brutal. Straight in the choke point and just slapping down the supercharger. I mean, that's not the play. And now Moth using the sound barrier. They have the HP advantage. The Gravitic Flux is tearing through them. And the Dallas Fuel, they do not stand a chance. They shifted a couple of members onto the point just to try and squeak out maybe a tick, just to give them a glimmer of hope. But now, the only outcome is a draw or defeat for the Dallas Fuel. And Rascal, I mean, he could be typing anything. He could be evading the fine system.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't speak Korean, so there's no way that I understand what he just put. But I hope that it's something suitably
Striker says $1,000.
Oh, it's wonderful. $1,000, 10,000%.
Uh-oh.
$10,000. Okay, well, I mean, keep us updated on what that meant. Okay, but let's get back into the game a little bit here. Dallas Fuel had 2 fights there where they had ample opportunities to be able to win. The first one, Moth got 2 environmental kills. The next one was a crumbling where Decay died and then Closer wasted his ultimate. It fell to pieces. Is this where the nerves hit? Because Dallas here should be playing for the draw. If they can get a draw, it means they have 2 control maps to win this series. Not just 1. They have 2 attempts on control maps to try and win this series. But if they lose, as it seems like is much more likely, the San Francisco Shock could just take this all back on a final control map. Yep. I'm so surprised that they aren't running Doha on the Junkrat.
The San Francisco
I thought
Shock,
that was going to be the strategy.
I mean, they've been in this scenario before, and Crimzo switches over to Zen. So we'll be running the Zen Batiste.
Batiste Zen? Yeah, it's pretty good if you're just trying to poke them from a distance. They've got the Hangzhou as well. This doesn't feel like a full hold comp to me. You have to take risks to full hold an opponent. This is too safe.
A lot of damage being pumped in, and it is a safe composition. They use the ice wall. Rascal just wants to get his team into the fight. They're taking the long rotation around. Going to be prodding for weaknesses in the composition, because remember, all they need is one slip up from Dallas, and the shot got in. For 3. Nice little hold, pulls them down, and that is the collapse necessary. That's a collapse needed. Great opening here. This good orb has enough damage to take out a couple of these members here, and they're able to collapse onto the necessary targets here now. Decay with a couple of nice little shots here, takes the 1v1 against Moth. Does not lose those, unlike me.
Decay is such a scary DPS to be going up against. His damage dealing capabilities on every hero are powerful, but the Hangzhou is certainly one of his better ones, I would say. And Dallas Fuel's advantage here is that it takes roughly a minute every single push for the San Francisco Shock. So they really only have like 4 good pushes, because they need to work their way in and slowly rotate around and deny high ground and all of that kind of stuff, because Dallas are playing a split comp. But as soon as the ults come up, they could just lose.
Well, Coalescence is used early. Gamsu has to use his Fortify, but No gets yoinkers off the high ground again. And No's going to get brought down. Cannot eat up any of that freeze damage, just goes straight through him. And now Doa caught between a rock and a hard place. He will go down. No one is able to touch the point. Already half the control points. Gamsu has to waddle his way through the ice wall, but it's not going to be enough. The San Francisco Shock, with a blitzing pace, are able to clean up this map, and they're going to equalize it now. It's 2-all. We're really going a distance here.
I think Dallas have lost this mentally. I know that might sound strange when they were 2-1 up in the series, but they fired the Shock up, and I think they crumbled a little bit in that map. Yeah. That was not how I was expecting them strategically to play. They've had so much success with Junkrat in the past against May Reaper kind of compositions, and also May Symmetra kind of compositions, this kind of stuff. They didn't even try to run it. Instead, a slow-paced comp, which was inevitably going to fail in the end. And it all comes down to one final control map. And you can see from Striker in the chat, he typed at the end of that, "Let's go Busan, dude." They're
fired up.
Ready.
How many times have the
fired
San
up.
Francisco Shock been in this scenario, where they've been pushed against the ropes in the almost the dying moments, and how many times have they brought it back? It's almost countless at this point. This is a team.
They don't choke.
They have been forged mentally in the strongest fires, in the GOATS meta, for goodness sake. You know, their mental is strong at this point. But we're going to find out. Can Dallas do the impossible? Can they win the next control map? Or will Shock take it away from them, and will they assert their dominance? We're about to find out after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League. We are here in the final moments of the final series of the day between the Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock. It has gone the distance. We are 2-2 as it stands. The Dallas Fuel moments away, potentially, from taking a win against one of the best teams in the world right now, the San Francisco Shock. One map away from potentially just shutting it all down. We're about to find out. So far, this series has really just exceeded all my expectations. We have seen some class Overwatch from both of these teams.
We really have. It's been supremely good. Dallas with a little bit of a choke, though, on Hanamura, and I'm worried, Bren. I'm not going to lie, I'm worried. Even though they won the first control map, the San Francisco Shock seems so excited to close out this series, and they've been here so many times before. I feel like, is it almost inevitable that Dallas get our hopes up here and then disappoint us?
It couldn't be. That's
they can't
almost,
do it to us
that's
again.
almost too Dallas for even me to take.
It is.
You know, the fans have had enough. But for me, I'm not even a Dallas Fuel fan. You know, I just like a couple of the players, a couple of the staff. But if it's almost too Dallas if they lost in this fashion. But they're certainly going to try and avoid that fate if they can. The Shock, on the other hand, as you said, they're hyped up. They're ready. They're waiting. This is a scenario they've been in time and time and time again. When they've been in that map 5, that game winning or losing scenario, their mental is strong. It's uncrackable. It is a fortress that they've slowly built up. Krusty has built that fortress with his bare hands, brick by brick.
Yep, and Doha and Decay are looking to tear it all down. I think this will be a huge blow for whichever team. I mean, Dallas should reasonably be happy that they managed to take San Francisco Shock to a 5th map. But if they lose here, I think that'll be a bit of a mental blow for them looking forwards as well. They'll always be thinking back to that time where they could have beaten the defending champions. And same for the Shock. If they end up losing here after they just lost to Valiant and Gladiators and, you know, only just bounced back, starts to look a lot different, the San Francisco Shock season. Let's take a look, though. Both teams running the Reaper, but Doha on the Sombra. I love Reaper Sombra here. I think it's very powerful on such a big open map.
Very open. Great for getting those aggressive angles around. And if Doha can set his team up with a hack, if they can play aggressively into them, which Dallas Fuel did initially on that first map, that first control map, we may see a return to form here. Shock playing aggressively to halt. He's going to be clumping them all up for the time being. Any kills? Not quite. Nice hack on the Striker, though. Dallas can't really capitalize. An excellent disengage from Dallas Fuel. They're going to let Shock get the point, and they're going to bide their time and wait for an opportunity to see if they can get anything done. Shock, on the other hand, is going to be playing a bit of Ring Around the Roses as the Coalescence gets built up closer, falling so low, and he just gets hosed down and brought down. The absolute laser beam just tears through him. Closer falling means that no more sound barrier now for Dallas. It's most likely going to be a lost fight. Or no sound barrier, I should say. No speed boost is what I meant to say.
Yeah. The very, very quick generation of that Coalescence from Violet aided them in winning that fight. Violet was able to get that up so much faster than Crimzo was because his team was aggressively taking the engagement and taking all of that damage deliberately. Whereas Dallas are trying to play a bit slow, wait for Doha to get hacks, wait for them to get the EMP. But I'll remind you that this is roughly the way that our first map started as well. And as soon as Doha was in position, they will win.
EMP gets unleashed, they take out Joy. With the hacks, they're able to claim 2 kills. The Shock falling down ever so slightly now as they're trying to recontest this one, setting a couple of players around the point, but it does not matter. Doha is there, ready and waiting, picks up two of the kills, I should say, 2 of the eliminations going his way. Dallas Fuel.
I think they're actually leaving damage for Doha to build up his next EMP.
Feels like
because look, he's at 50% already, and they've only just won that fight. So his ult generation is super fast, and they're able to stay in control of all the rest of their ultimates. But San Francisco Shock have a lot of their own to work with here.
Coalescence going to be used very early on here by the Shock, but look at that gravitic flux. In the back line, it catches onto a few of them. Dallas answer back. Closer ended up using his sound barrier. Didn't really get anything done here. You can see the Blizzard now being utilized as well. Note throws it up. The Shock in complete control of the situation. They knew how to play around the abilities and ultimates, and they do so elegantly.
Yeah, on our first map, the biggest reason that Dallas were able to come away with the win was because when they didn't have EMP up, they were able to use their ults to stay in control of the point. They didn't just rely on the EMP. They managed to combo all their other ults as well. They failed in that push. They failed to defend effectively.
Choi Hyobin using the Gravity Flux now to try and engage, but now Doha comes in with a very, very, very fast EMP. Question is, can anyone clean up any of these kills? Rascal does go down, and they get the yoink back with the Halt. Coalescence going to be used to try and lay down enough damage to bring down Smurf, but Smurf, the peel is there from his team. He fortifies away, and he's got that damage reduction to help him get out of there alive. They're very, very close to bringing down Choi Hyobin, but again, he's there from his team and they regroup. Dangerous scenario for Dallas. They needed to get a pick off there. And now they're going to be relying on Decay on the Tracer. It worked for them before. Can he do it again? He's working his magic in the back line. He's trying to get a pick off at least once or twice, but Rascal made the switch over to the Tourbillon just to try and negate it. Now we see the Death Blossom come through as Striker. 3 kills. And despite the fact that the accretion stopped him in his tracks, too little, too late, and the San Francisco Shock going to be taking round number 1.
Beautiful flank timing from Striker there. Just phenomenal stuff. The Dallas Fuel nearly managed to get back into that fight. If Striker had not clutched up, that was looking like it went the way of the Fuel. But the Shock, much better this time at being able to respond. And Dallas couldn't stay in control of the point. Despite the fact that Doha was blazingly quick to build up his EMPs, getting good hacks off as well. And EMPs were all excellently placed. The Dallas Fuel couldn't stay in control when he didn't have that key ultimate up. And that's the big difference maker right now between map 5 and map 1. The San Francisco Shock lead 1-0. And it just, honestly, Brent, it almost seems inevitable. The Shock are here to win.
Doha, though, playing his Doomfist. And this is a map that suits it, the mecha base. It's close quarters. A lot of walls that you can land those punches onto. Halt comes through.
Great wall.
Dallas, a lovely
stopped
wall.
his punch.
Stops a lot of the damage in its tracks. Dallas going to be still hunting for an opportunity with Decay. Falls to about half HP. Now Choi going to be sacking up a lot of that damage. Gets hoisted up by the uppercut, but there was no follow-up here. Dallas, they look a bit disjointed here. Choi gets punched back. The Halt comes through, but it's the San Francisco Shock are the ones who are getting the kills. Doha, though, answers back with the punch, but frozen up in his place and taken out by Moth. A very quick Coalescence is utilized very early, and it's enough to take down Note as well, meaning San Francisco Shock will be the ones who potentially take this point. I say potentially, but only because Decay was able to get a kill.
And a second, actually. So even though the San Francisco Shock have started ticking up the clock, this is going to go very quickly back over to Dallas.
Available as well.
Yeah, Shock overstayed their welcome here.
Yeah, Gamsu's got to be kept up, though. If you lose him too early, then will just kill the push entirely. But yep, Dallas are going to be retaking this point now without really much on the defense from Shock. Now we're going to see that early Coalescence being used. Nice punch combo coming out from Doha, just sets him up for Gamsu to set up that kill. Along with the Halt, this is beautiful work from Dallas. They're using just their neutral abilities to take these fights.
Yeah, this is really well played. The peel for Doha is phenomenal. The rest of the Dallas Fuel pushing forward when he needs to pull back, giving him the heals, giving him the shielding when he needs it as well. And as for the San Francisco Shock, they're doing everything they can to stop him getting punches. There's walls going up to stop the punches. There's boops. There's harassment and damage and poke from all directions. He really is the focal player.
Gravitic Flux sent up. Moth, he can't use the sound barrier. He was out of the line of sight. But is it enough? They're going to use the Coalescence. The Shock are still alive in this fight now. Rascal with a Blizzard as well. Yoinking Decay back. He cannot use his Rave form. He didn't have it on cooldown, so he will be falling now. The Dallas Fuel probably looking to just get as much capture point as percentage as they can. Doha falling, the wall comes out to just try and lock them out. Dallas right now, they know they're not going to win this team fight. Their only goal is to just crank up that percentage onto the point before the San Francisco Shock end up retaking it.
Decay trickles his body on and they get it to 69%. That's nice. And the San Francisco Shock now in control with a lot of ultimates on both sides. Blizzard aggressively could be very powerful, and Doha has made a swap off. They're trying to play the mirror.
Trying to play the mirror.
I don't know whether I like this.
Well, we see it's going to be an early Supercharger, and the Coalescence on Crimson was just keeping his team alive. They force out the Ice Block. The Supercharger does go down, though, and now it's going to force out the Sound Barrier. It only connects onto a few. Decay ends up going down. The Gravitic Flux, it's free. They already used the sound barrier to try and engage into this one, but they recap the point, Josh. That's the important fact right now. Dallas ended up re-flipping it into their favor, so what should have been precious time being gained for the San Francisco Shock actually went to the way to Fuel.
Yeah, that is really pivotal, actually. The fact that 10% swaps over means that they have almost a whole extra team fight that they just bought because of that flip. And the ult situation is starting to get better for the Dallas Fuel. Not that it's solved yet. Mott still has his sound barrier to be able to work with, and that's a great mate wall to split everybody else up. Striker with the Death Blossom.
Has the Death Blossom, unleashes it, lets it go, connects it onto one, and he's going to find it on another as well, just with the Hellfire shotguns. Great plays from the Shock, well executed, using the Supercharger as well to win that one out.
Doha with a sad face in the chat. I mean, I think that he can feel it a little bit as well. He's been forced to move over onto the Mei, not able to play his signature hero that he's been doing so much work with in this series so far, but he's getting close to that Blizzard, and there's only really one fight in it. Oh, a little bit of a bait! Trying to bait out the Mei wall, but they still get stuck!
Brimzo gets caught out of position, but they still find a pick onto Rascal. Now to Gravitic Flux. Moth using the sound barrier in the nick of time, just holding it for the perfect moment to re-engage this one, but now they want to focus on the back line. Smurf will fall, but they need to get somebody onto the point. 95%, they start contesting it now, and they do have ultimates to work with here. Decay with the Death Blossom, they flip the point back over, 82%. The Shock realize that they can just regroup here and wait it out, but this is going to be final fight territory for this round.
Closer needs to get this sound barrier up for his Gravitic Flux. Closer, 99%, he's just got the ultimate. He'll have it for this final fight.
Gravitic Flux gets nothing. Closer using the sound barrier, and it's going to be keeping his team topped up, but Dallas, they need to prioritize the right targets now. They're getting frozen up onto the high ground, frozen up onto the rafters, and they're falling like flies. Choi almost falling dangerously low, frozen up, and No beats him down, getting the kill. Striker gonna try and trade it out for his team, but he's frozen as well, falling very, very low. Ice block on point now, as Doa's gonna be using it to stay alive.
Wonderful
Flux
boop.
used to send them flying up into the air, straight back down, no kills being found. Striker, he's hunting for the kills now, but Dallas Fuel, this is their lifeline, and they are not going down without a fight.
Freeze! Don't move!
What a chaotic final fight! That had everything! Just beautiful flanks coming out from Note to be able to take down Choyobin at the beginning. Both of the Reapers looking like they're almost in position to clutch. Death Blossoms, but both Lucio's saving boops to make sure that they found zero value. Wow.
Yep.
Dallas Fuel just by the skin of their teeth holding on.
That could have been a completely different scenario if there was someone to follow up on Choi's Gravitic Surge, or Gravitic Flux I should say. It could have been a completely different scenario. Just a few
It all comes down to this.
plays, but as you said, Josh, it comes down to this, the final round now. Dallas Fuel versus the San Francisco Shock, 2 maps apiece, 1 round in the final map. This is it, do or die time. Dallas fans all over, probably holding their breath. Make sure to breathe. Just a casual reminder. The San Francisco Shock have been in this scenario before. They are probably going to be cool, calm, and collected.
A bit of a faster rollout there from Dallas because Decay was on the Symmetra, but it's all about positioning and how you rotate around these obstacles.
You see the Ice Walk
the Lucio
used very
speed
early
boost.
on here. The accretion does not connect. Ice Ball, the Ice Block I should say, is pretty good, but Rascal kills Note. They're getting a few trade kills, but it's the Shock who come out on top, and I gotta say, you're running this mirror composition, the May Reaper into the San Francisco Shock. This is almost their bread and butter.
It does seem incredibly risky, doesn't it, from the Dallas Fuel. I expected them to be running something slightly different. The Doomfist can find value here. You could also play some kind of crazier dive composition, but we haven't seen that so far from the Dallas Fuel. At the end of the day, they are now playing into the Shock in their comfort territory.
Coalescence is going to be used now, a defensive ice wall from either side, just trying to split apart the enemy teams. No casualties as of yet, but the Shock are falling relatively low. Note going to be looking for an opportunity to get value with his Gravitic Flux. He sends it up, he connects it onto 3 targets. That's pretty good because Moth does not have the barrier. And the Dallas Fuel, off the back of that added damage, chunking away their HP, are able to just win the team fight out, and they are going to flip this point back over to them.
I gotta say, I didn't know whether Note was capable on the Sigma. He's the kind of player where we've only seen him have enormous success on the D.Va before. Somebody that rose with the D.Va, somebody that's played it most of the time. He hasn't been flexible across his off-tanks historically, but today, his Sigma has been lights out. He's been right up there with Choyobin, building that Gravitic Flux a little bit faster and turns the tide of that fight. It's back in control of Dallas.
Now we see the Gravitic Flux available for Choi, and they don't even need it to find the kill. Violet just finds it onto Gamsu anyway. Smurf's Supercharger does go down. But you can see Violet using the Coalescence. A little bit of a later one now from Dallas, and it is chaotic. Striker ended up using his Death Blossom on the low ground, was taken out. Still anyone's game. Moth ended up using his Sound Barrier, but I think this is going the way of the San Francisco Shock. I don't agree with Decay trying to clutch it in the final moments with that Death Blossom. Seemed like a bit of a waste to me, but the point is going to flip back to the Shock now, but that was scrappy.
That was incredibly scrappy, but Dallas had really lost the entire fight as soon as Gamsu died right at the beginning. Closer was walled off and couldn't get a sound barrier onto him. And so Gamsu falls over. You're playing a 5v6 at that point. And it was good from Dallas to be able to force out the ults, honestly. If Rascal still had his Blizzard, this would be disastrous.
It's used early. They're falling low. Choi Hyobin's in the back line. He comes from on high, doing tons of damage. And he is going to stay alive. His team are able to peel for him. Doa finally takes him out. Still gotta say though, this looks like it is Shock's team fight win. And I gotta say, imagine if Decay had that Death Blossom available, if he didn't waste it and throw it away, could have comboed it up with the Supercharger, maybe gotten some value out of it.
Yeah, definitely. The Bongo Blossom, as it's known, is supremely powerful. Dallas Fuel are coming in here with a Flux. Again, built a little faster from Note compared to Choi Hyobin. But this
they have to get some value out of it. The accretion gets blocked. Note is safe. He sends it up, but only catches onto one. They collapse onto Gamsu. They take him out. No one is able to touch. Someone's got to get there. They do in the final moments. Closer gets to it, but I think it is too little too late, Josh. 99%. The San Francisco Shock are rolling over them. They found the opportunities. They found the pickoffs. And the Dallas Fuel, they came oh so close. But in the final moments, it was not enough, and the San Francisco Shock are the ones who close out the series.
That is an absolute heartbreaker for the Dallas Fuel. Oh, it was such a close game, and Dallas played most of it absolutely incredibly. A great series from them. They should be happy about taking the San Francisco Shock at their peak to 5 maps, but I don't think there'll be any happiness over the faces of the Dallas Fuel players right now. That's a gutting way to lose a series that you were 2-1 up in the very final round. The San Francisco Shock prove that they are dominant for a reason, the defending champions for a reason, and come out with the win.
I cannot believe what we've just seen. I think the Dallas Fuel themselves are going to be gutted about that one, obviously. Coming so close. Probably going to be replaying that Hanamura map in their heads quite a few times, honestly, as well. Going back.
Yeah, I think so.
But I think key takeaways for this, if you are a Dallas Fuel fan, is your team look infinitely better than they have done starting at the start of Season 1, Season 2. Doesn't matter, because coming into this one, they are looking so much better. And this is a Dallas Fuel I was not expecting to see, but here we have. It was the Dallas Fuel that was promised, and they weren't able to quite do it just yet. But the Shock, I think as well, this really does highlight how comfortable they are when it comes to those down to the wire moments when it's so tense and you can tell the nerves starting to take place with the casual little mistakes here and there, but the Shock stay composed. And that's why, as we take a look at our player of the match presented by Xfinity, it is the one and only Moth. I think this guy is the central foundation, I think, for the San Francisco Shock's play. He is the reason why this team has so much success on a regular basis. It all comes down to his Lucio play.
Yep, it's about the speed boost, it's about the engagement, the tempo that the Shock can play at, but more just than that, his individual plays so far in this match were sublime.
So many clutch moments.
The Halt Boop at the beginning of the first map to be able to set up the kills on Li Jiang, but then the moment that sticks in my mind is that 2k Boop on Hanamura to stop the Dallas Fuel being able to take a tick, possibly the entire point. And that changed this entire match from being a dominant series for the Dallas to being a clutch win for the Shock.
Yeah, really, really well played to the San Francisco Shock. And I know Dallas, as I've already said, Dallas fans are going to be probably very disappointed with this one, I can only imagine. But the Shock, I think a couple of takeaways from this is still that I think people will look at this match, and if they look at it just from a broad perspective, which often some people do, and I get a lot of messages on social media from people who maybe don't quite look at the game as closely as others, but they often will make these sweeping generalizations, and they'll look at this scoreline and they'll say, well, the Shock almost lost to Dallas. Well, the Shock aren't really a good team anymore. I cannot stress enough how much this was the Dallas Fuel really elevating their gameplay and just two very good teams going at it.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. There really is nothing more to it than that. The Dallas Fuel have improved. They've closed the gap between themselves and top teams, and they're now a genuine contender in the Pacific Division.
Well, enough about us. We've got an interview. Zoe, I believe, has Moth on the deck to talk about how that all went down.
I do indeed. Thank you so much, guys. Moth, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats to you, victory, and also for the player of the match honors.
Oh, thank you.
Well, let's actually talk about the series we just got to witness. It came down to the wire. This one went the distance. Were you guys at all surprised that the ways the Dallas Fuel were able to actually step their game up?
Yeah, that was really impressive from the Dallas Fuel. You could see how well they adapted through the series. It's something you'd expect from a top tier team. They came out really strong.
So how did you identify your win conditions? Was it a genuine focus on Doha and his Doom and shutting that down? Or what went through your head in terms of the strat?
That was definitely part of it. We realized on the first map when we played against Doomfist that we were playing a little too aggressive and not paying attention to their DPS enough. So when they pulled out the Doomfist for Busan for the last map, we adapted and played a little more slow and pushed their DPS away before rushing.
Now, adaptation, as you just said, that's definitely the name of the game, even more so now than ever with the hero pools in place. But a team such as yours with so many variables, you have so many players with such deep hero pools. What's the preparation like? How do you actually prepare week to week, and how do you decide which players to field?
Krusty's always been amazing at giving everyone playtime in scrims leading up to a match, making sure he evaluates everyone's play style. Make sure he picks the best player for the role, and that changes from week to week. As you've seen, Shock's really good about utilizing all of our DPS players.
So do you feel like no matter what players you're actually fielding, the synergy is just always there?
Yeah, I definitely think so. It doesn't matter who we play.
Is that just in-game, or you guys just generally also get along with each other?
Yeah, it's both. We had a team house last year, and that definitely improved our synergy a lot because we spent every second together. Yeah.
That's good and bad, I guess. So I take it from what you just said that you guys are not in a team house anymore. What's the living situation like at the moment?
Yeah, we're in 3-bedroom apartments right now, and we have a practice facility.
Who's rooming together?
I've got Violet and Architect in mine.
I love that you just made that sound as if that's just a lottery. I guess I got these guys. Were you guys choosing, or was that just randomly assigned?
No, the manager decided.
Oh, okay. Right on. Now, you do have a new addition this season, Ans. Apart from his incredible hit scan skills, what else is he actually adding to the team?
He's improving a lot, not just as a hit scan player, but as a team player. And he's coming in as someone with very little team experience, but I think Krusty's molding him really well into our other DPS players, where they can be leaders, they can be supportive, they can do everything. So he's developing really well.
That's fantastic to hear, and I mean it's certainly showing in game with absolutely fantastic performances in the last 2 games we saw him. Now, one last question for you. You, of course, as the 2019 champions, you are the team to beat for many out there. But who is the team to beat for you guys? Who are you watching out for, and which victory would actually give you guys a lot of satisfaction?
I feel like the team we always have close matches with is Atlanta. I don't know if it's something about their playstyle, but they always seem to throw us off. Last year, we always had close games with them. I think they're one of our rivals, and it would be great to beat them.
Wonderful. Well, let's hope that is going to happen very soon. Thank you so much for joining me, and it was great to have you on the show. We're now heading into a quick break, and afterwards, we will be back with the Watchpoint post-show, so stick around.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Xfinity, the preferred internet provider of the Overwatch League.
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show. It is me, Zoe, and I am joined by Costa and Reinforce to dissect all the games we just saw. And quite frankly, I think we had a lot of great games today.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Toronto Boston was I don't know, it is a bottom of the table match, but it was actually super interesting, and it was actually really cool to see their back and forth, and then obviously Dallas Shock match. Couldn't ask for better
Absolutely,
matches.
couldn't agree
I
more.
feel like there was a lot of like hero adaptation today. It was very interesting because
Yeah.
in the past, like sometimes we just had an entire day of deathballing and it's like Torb Reaper and you just speed in, and some days it's just like, you know, weird compositions. But today it felt like we saw a little bit of everything. We saw some Tracer Soldier, we saw some Reaper, we saw some Torbjorn Sombra. Like it was a bit all over the place, and there was actual like sense to the chaos, sense to the madness, which I really appreciated. So
yeah, like it made sense. You could see the switches, and it wasn't just, oh, I guess Team A practiced this and that's why they're running with it. It's more of a matter of like, oh, they're actively reacting to what they're seeing happening on the surface. So yeah, great stuff. Let's actually talk about the Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock, because that match went the distance, and Moth said it himself in the post-game interview. He was quite surprised that Dallas were able to actually step it up that much. What do you guys have thought?
Yeah, it was really interesting because we came out of the halftime and Dallas Fuel came out of the gates firing. So they ended up finishing Nabani. They then full hold the Shock on first point of Nabani, which we very rarely see. Not many teams have done that to the Shock. So it was very impressive to see it. And then, you know, Crimzo might have flicked the switch on the Shock, hitting them with the GG easy. But all of a sudden, it fell apart. They go to Hanamura. The ult usage that we've been praising them for so much that we'd barely seen went out the window. We saw bad beats, bad fluxes, bad ultimates across the board, and Shock just took that one easily. And then that fifth map, that was everything you wanted.
I mean, round two, the end of round two, that last fight, which really came down to the wire. Like everything happened. That was just absolutely phenomenal to watch, and also a fantastic job from Sideshow and Brent to call the action.
We were just screaming. We were just screaming in TeamSpeak together. We're like, oh, there's the boop! And the flux! Oh my god, it was so much happening. It was lovely to watch, really. But I gotta bring it back, like, to the Crimso BM in chat, because I'm like, okay, first of all, you're talking trash to last year's winners with, like, the biggest winners mentality in the league. And it's not even good trash talk. Like, you're literally just like, GG. It's like, come on. Like,
that's what happens in my ranked game, you know? At least step it up from my ranked games.
More personal so that you actually get into their heads.
Yeah, can you please personalize your hate messages?
It's not hate.
It's like, don't be so generic.
No, it's
lesson from Johnny.
You know, like
warfare.
Tactical BM.
So I'm like, okay.
But you know, it didn't work in his favor though. All it did is fueling up the San Francisco Shock. That's not what you want to do.
Exactly.
That was actually not intentional, but I'm taking the credit anyway.
I just want them to like fuel. You looked incredible when it came to the gameplay. You brought Shock to 5 maps, 3 rounds in the last map. It's like, okay, great stuff. Now it's time to up your BM, like up your trash talk.
I do want to know from you guys though. So initially, when they tried to mirror San Francisco Shock with the Reaper May, it didn't really look that good. How do you think they managed to somehow make it look better towards the end? Was that an oversight from Shock, or was it just them starting to get into it?
When you have these mirror matchups, and both of these are very good teams, Dallas aren't that far behind the Shock in the mirror matchup, but I would say they would lose most of the maps in which they play the mirror, and that's why you heard Josh and Bren sort of break it down. It's not great to see from the Dallas. It kind of feels like they're fighting an uphill battle if they take them in the mirror. I would have preferred to see them stick to the Sombra, stick to the Doomfist, at least go down swinging with what you want.
No, I completely agree with that. That being said, though, like, we got to keep in mind, going into the pre-show today as well, we highlighted how good Doha's stats were on May even. I think what was most impressive about this matchup wasn't the fact that Decay played well, because Decay played well, but the fact that Doha was able to carry the way he did, because he had a fantastic Doomfist, he had a great May, and the fact, if you can get both of these superstars really going and really firing, if you can have both Decay and Doha at the same time, I mean, that's when Dallas Fuel will really hit their stride. But it feels like we have one hero pool sort of catering to Decay, and then we have another hero pool sort of like catering to Doha, but if you can get both of those working together and really pop off at the same time, that is when the Dallas Fuel get really scary. So I really appreciated how this week we saw Doha pop off in a similar fashion we saw Decay do last week. Now you just gotta make it happen together.
Yeah, and I mean, single performances aside, I really think that the Dallas Fuel as a team, as a whole, really stepped it up. Their communication looked spot on. They were very cohesive. And that is a Dallas Fuel we've not really seen in the past. And that is a Dallas Fuel which is very, very scary moving forward. Now, from that match, we're going one step further back, and that was the second match of the day. It was the Toronto Defiant who won against the Boston Uprising. First map did look very close. That was quite a back and forth between Boston and Toronto, but then Toronto just kind of ran away with it in the end. Why do you think that is?
Well, it came down to the Sombra, right, Costa?
Yeah, I think you have to highlight the strategies that Toronto came in with, and Boston came in with this really explosive comp on the first map, and it was actually really impressive to see them. You know, we said coming into this match, hey guys, you got to play something different, find something unique to you guys, and they did that. They sort of played a little bit of Farah. They played Wrecking Ball. We all saw that 18-minute, or at least what it felt like, first fight that happened on Ilios well. And it was really good to see from them, but I think as time went on, they just sort of tended more towards the May Reaper because it wasn't working all the time. And in that situation, I think Toronto's just going to get the better of them most of the time.
Going back to what you said earlier as well, I think it's a bit easier to embrace that chaos when you play the control maps, and it's a bit like back and forth all over the place. But then when you go to these linear maps like Escort, Control, etc., that's where the Toronto Defiant were really able to execute the way they wanted to, and really force Boston Uprising to position in a way that made it easy for Surefour to hit those big EMPs and really enable the rest of his team. Meanwhile, the Boston Uprising, they didn't have the best positioning when it came to these other linear maps, and so they just enabled the Toronto Defiant to get those perfect engages, and I think that made a big difference. Still though, you know, Boston, they got a map. They played some compositions that they didn't feel comfortable with. Like, you know, there's some stuff to be unhappy about,
well, then
but you got a map.
Let's talk about that though, because currently Boston are 1-7. I think that includes the match today. Yeah. So clearly something needs to change. But what is the one thing that needs to change? Is it a lack of cohesion? Is it individual plays? Like, can you even pinpoint it on one thing?
Alright, let me break this one. I think this was actually a positive game for the Boston Uprising. I think they looked better. Yes, it was only against Toronto, but there were some positive signs. It did seem like they were bringing it together at some point. If I am being honest, though, this team needs a couple of new faces. They need some extra players. They have the bench slots. They only have 6 active players. Surely they have, the money to purchase some players. Johnny brought up a lot of great examples in, contenders that are there right now. They can be brought up, and they can definitely add some lifeblood to this team, because I don't think with the current 6 players they're in right now, they can actually take it to the steps.
No, and this is very unfortunate for them, though, because a lot of the recent happenings, it was kind of out of their, out of their hands, and now they're left with just 6 players. So that's, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Alright, I do want to, before we go to break, I want to hit this because they don't give me the segment anymore, but I'm doing You Hate to See It. I'm running it live on my own, okay, because this one's actually great. So we have Beast on the Orisa, on the horse, trying his hardest, really trying to help his team out, and we see him right here drop the supercharger in front of the payload, and then it just gets run over, which has to be up there with one of the most You Hate to See It ever. We had Leg Day highlighting it here. So this is just the ultimate feels bad, where he's playing aggressive, he's rushing over the bridge. It just doesn't have the legs.
I honestly didn't even see that happening.
And that's you got to feel bad at that point, because that would happen very rarely. It's not like when you're putting down the supercharge you think about that much. But that's You Hate to See It. I'm adding it back. Josh, this is my segment, not yours. Just be reminded.
Yeah, just as a quick reminder.
That might be one of the worst things I've seen in a long time. Like, wow.
Yeah, I think we need some time to digest what we just witnessed. Kind of getting over it. We're heading into a very quick break to, all calm down a little bit. And afterwards, we will be back with a very exclusive interview. Yeah, that's right. We have so many interviews now in the show. Isn't that great? So we'll be right back.
Overwatch League online play is brought to you by Xfinity. Experience gamer-grade internet with Xfinity X5.
Gordon Hayward shows his opponents no mercy. He swats players without breaking a sweat.
Okay.
And he's unstoppable on game night.
Oh, Dad. Yes. Okay.
No, seriously, he's like ridiculously competitive. Which is why he refuses to game on anything but Xfinity X5. Xfinity gives Gordon the gamer-grade internet he needs to eliminate his enemies with no remorse.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
Now, before we are breaking down the first match we saw today, we have a very exclusive interview with our field correspondent, Reinforce. Please take it away.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, Johnny, is that you?
Yeah, it's the internet connection is pretty bad over here. I mean, I've used that backdrop now for several weeks, but little did you guys know, I'm stuck here in the middle of nowhere, north of Moscow. It's very cold. I'm freezing my buttocks off, quite frankly. It's really cold. For some reason, Reinhardt is here. We didn't see any Reinhardt this weekend. He was removed from the hero pool, but I managed to find him outside at the supermarket. He was looking for a bunch of meat. I think that's why he needs a lot of protein for his muscles. Anyway, Reinhardt, you know, big fan of you. You know, I've run into you a few times past couple of years. You know, we have a great relationship, etc. Mr. Wilhelm, he's called. You know, me and him, we're close like that. So I can call him by his last name. Yeah. Are you still hearing me? Still hearing me in the studio? Hello? Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
we got you loud and clear, Johnny. You keep
Mr. Wilhelm.
Run
Mr.
it back.
Wilhelm, I gotta ask you, what is it like being removed from the hero pool? Can you tell me that? Mr. Wilhelm?
Johnny, we can't hear him.
No,
is he breaking up?
He's just silent. Okay, never mind. So, Mr. Wilhelm, you know, there's hero pools going on, a lot of stuff happening. Can I ask you, what do you think about May?
She sucks.
That didn't sound like him.
Please, like, gotta cooperate here.
I tried.
You know, I'm struggling. I'm struggling. Like, he's not cooperating. Who's your favorite player to be played by? You know, can you tell me that? No, sorry. You guys are breaking up to me. I can't hear you. Please. Goodbye.
Please, goodbye. Well, thank
Johnny,
you so much. I think his
we
body language said that Reinforce is in fact his favorite player, but I'm reading between the lines. But this is why you should never meet your
That's
heroes.
not what I got.
Like, he was just, you know, a bit of a letdown.
You could just see the joy in his eyes. He's met his childhood
He did.
hero. Everything happened.
Talk to him.
And this is why you never meet your heroes, because they will always disappoint you in person. So,
Sure.
unfortunately for
Hello?
Johnny, hopefully he gets back
Can
into
you
the
hear me?
studio real soon.
What
Hello?
happened there?
Johnny's back
Oh,
already.
wow. So quick.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, you know.
Yeah, I'm happy to be back in the
things
warmth
are as they are.
inside. That was.
Well, we're very happy to have you back. I'm very sorry that he didn't cooperate. I'm really
Yeah,
sorry
I don't know what
he didn't
happened.
talk
He
to
seemed
you.
grumpy. Maybe he didn't have dinner. I don't know. Yeah.
Or he just didn't see much playtime this weekend and was a bit
Yeah.
upset. But don't you worry, Reinforce. He will
That
be
was my
back
childhood
in
hero.
the lineup
I mean,
next
I don't
week.
Anyway, what's happening?
is Overwatch
Move away
for
from
you?
my
Your
failures
child?
into the future.
Okay, well, you know what? I think if we're just moving on from what just happened, that might be the best for all of us. So let's discuss the first match of the day. Reinforce, starting with you. We did see the Mayhem and the Eternal facing off against each other, and that one took us by surprise because the Mayhem looked absolutely phenomenal and the Paris Eternal really seemed to struggle. Do you think that was maybe partially because Reinhardt wasn't able to be played?
You really gotta do that to me, huh? Like I just got into
really
warm.
That's
just gonna bring it straight back up.
And you know, I'm really happy about this Florida Mayhem squad because it seems like they got something going for themselves. You know, rumor has it.
It's not what I asked, but sure.
Well, you know, I don't want to talk about Reinhardt. I'm really happy that this Florida Mayhem squad is looking pretty good with the Hangzhou and the Tracer composition, and therefore they can also play the May Reaper composition. The fact that they're so good at 2 different compositions is really forcing teams like the Paris Eternal, etc., to adapt their playstyle throughout the match. And Scott, I do think that throughout the match, Paris Eternal, they looked a bit whack, and it has to do with the fact that Florida Mayhem are so good on Yaki Tracer and, of course, BQB Soldier, etc. So, like, it was a tough match for the Paris Eternal.
Yeah, I think the Paris Eternal just didn't look comfortable in this meta, which is a little weird because we saw them play a lot of this earlier in the season. But Florida just seemed to have an answer to everything that they did. You know, the Paris tried to go to the Farah Hangzhou like we saw, and they just went Soldier Tracer instantly, and then just got the reaction, always forcing Paris to play the game that they're playing, and they just played it better. Yeah, the DPS lineup of BQB and Yaki, a lot of people were kind of had question marks for them coming into the season, and they've just completely blown those out of the water. People would usually be saying, where's Sireplayer? Like, I got no complaints with what they're fielding right now, and I'm really impressed. But I had doubts about Fate coming into today's lineup, but he played phenomenally on the Orisa, Gargo, and the Sigma. This team looks revitalized, and this looks like a team that actually might, you know, exceed everyone's expectations, just like the Dallas Fuel. The Florida Mayhem are actually doing it, potentially,
honestly,
maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Maybe eventually. But yeah, I can't help but wondering, towards the end of this series, we did finally see the May Reaper coming out of the Paris Eternal. Quite frankly, that is when it looked the closest against their opponents. Initially, at the start of the series, we thought that, or some people thought, I was one of them, thought that maybe they didn't play the Reaper May because they were worried about the counter to that. But do you think if they would have made that switch a little sooner in the series, this could have gone their way?
It's super hard to tell, Zoe. I do think that maybe they, you know, were stuck inside their head a little bit, and maybe didn't want to bring it out when they should have. That being said, I mean, you don't know how those maps are going to play out. If Florida Mayhem swaps to the Tracer, the Hangzhou, or the Soldier, we don't know how those maps are going to play out. I think that it's quite obvious that Paris Eternal had the wrong strategy on the first 2 maps, and they didn't play like the normal Paris Eternal that we know of. Because Paris Eternal so far this year has been arguably a top 5 team in the league, right? But they just didn't bring that today. You can, you know, all credit to Florida Mayhem for playing a fantastic match, but it did seem like the Paris Eternal today was a little bit off, and I do have to wonder if it was the fact that they didn't come out with the May Reaper in the first 2 maps.
Well, not every match can be the W, so yeah, but still, well played by the Florida Mayhem. Absolutely fantastic stuff coming out of Yaki. So much value being given with that May. Speaking of value, we do have a fantastic alt economy today presented by State Farm, and that one features another player who got the most value out of his hero, and that is Surefour on that Sombra.
Yeah, me and Johnny kind of wanted to highlight and identify the value that Surefour brings when he plays Sombra, and he's actually highlighted this on his stream before, but he doesn't, the way he plays it is he likes to use the EMP in a style that the fear of the EMP is almost greater than the EMP itself. And the way they play around this style is that if you're the opposition team and you know they have EMP, you got to play very defensive, you don't want to group up and that kind of stuff, which then gives the opposition team just the ability to walk over. So the way Surefour plays is he lets the fight draw out and lets it go on until the other team has to commit, and then he uses the EMP, and you saw that in his incredible stats that he put up today.
There's one fight in particular that stood out to me, and that was actually on Paris point A, where Halo did a super nice play and booped Surefour away, so Surefour was forced to translocate. But the fact that that fight went on for like 10-15 seconds, and the fact that Toronto Defiant had point control, with Halo just like struggling, he just couldn't beat for like 10-15 seconds, because Surefour was just lurking, waiting for that sound barrier to drop so he could EMP. So, you know, the mind games going through with the Sombra, that's what Surefour does best, like you mentioned. So really impressive display by Surefour. We know that Sombra is one of his better heroes, and I'm quite excited to see more of it.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of seeing more, we have more Overwatch coming your way this very weekend, because this was not it from us. In just a few hours, we will be seeing the Chengdu Hunters going up against the Guangzhou Charge, followed by the Dragons going up against the Spark. Reinforce, if Dragons take out the Spark, where would you put them now in your power rankings?
Number
one.
No, I don't.
Wow.
I'm not.
Wow.
I'm not super comfortable with number one, even if they beat the Spark. I mean, it depends on what other teams they beat down the line. I think right now we have one Atlantic team that is really good, which is the Philadelphia Fusion. We have Seoul Dynasty, who is really good in the Chinese region, or well, you know, the Asia region, but we're soon going to see them play against the Chinese teams. So I do hope that they are going to actually take it to teams like this in the top 3, and that's when they really can start breaking through. It's very hard to tell who is the number one. Is it Philadelphia in the Atlantic Division? Is it San Francisco Shock in the Pacific Division? You know, is it the Shanghai Dragons, etc.? There are so many teams that are so good in different regions of the world that it's really hard to pinpoint just one team based on VOD reviewing other matches going on. So I'm gonna give the cop-out answer. I don't know, Zoe. I don't know.
But that's okay. You don't need to know everything. You know, I don't know is an absolutely valid answer. Costa, looking at the teams which will be playing in just a few hours and looking at the teams which have been playing for the past 2 days, do you expect more of the same, or do you think they're once again in their own little scrim bubble and show us a different variety of compositions?
I expect to see very similar things from 3 teams, and there's one outlier, which I'm sure you guys can guess, is Chengdu. I'm expecting Chengdu to play a lot of Pharah, and I think they're actually going to tend towards that almost everywhere, other than specific certain maps. But I expect the other 3 teams to play a lot of the Reaper, the Double Shield, the Lucio Moira. That seems to be the way a lot of teams are tending, and for the most part, the Asian region isn't too different when we have these kind of hero pools that aren't like ridiculous, you know, like no Lucio in the meta or something like that. So that's what I'm expecting. So Chengdu gonna Chengdu.
Chengdu gonna do Chengdu things, and that's why we love them, and they better win it for Wei Wei, because she counts on you, and we do not want to disappoint. That said, lifting the pressure in the mood. Guys, the pros are not the only ones playing this very weekend. You guys are going to have a jab at it as well.
Pros too.
Oh, Costa. You're new here.
Oh no. I'm still pro, right? I still count, right?
Sure, whatever you want to tell yourself. We have the Flash Ops Echo Showdown Community Tournament. That's a mouthful. All of that will go down this very weekend. 25,000 prize pool for each region. That's NA and EU. Guys, there will also be the hero pool reveal right after the tournament, so everyone should be sticking around for that. And all of that will be broadcasted over on youtube.com/Overwatch League. You guys are participating. Where do you see yourself placing in the end there? How are your chances?
I hope we get by 1 round.
Yeah, I think they say here that teams can have up to 2 Overwatch League players. We decided to pick up Dogman, who's going to be on our team, which is great, and we also decided to pick up Sideshow because we obviously don't value winning.
You got to balance it out
we'll
somehow.
See how we go tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. So 1 round is all we're going for, really. That's
you know, imagine if we get a bye.
Just do some name dropping though. Who else is? Wow. That's the aspiration.
Our team.
But what's who else is going to be playing in that tournament? Do you know any?
Yeah, well, we got
names?
Jake playing as well. He's a fellow talent, and he's playing with Fran and Dante, etc. So, you know, there's a lot of great community personalities playing in this tournament. I heavily recommend you to check it out this upcoming weekend.
Yeah, definitely do so. And you, as per usual, can find lots of information about not just the Echo Tournament, but also about the Overwatch League if you follow at Overwatch League on Twitter. Also, of course, follow at Costa, at Reinforce, and at Zombie. That will be the 3 of us for all the really important updates of our lives. And it's popping, I tell you, in quarantine, doing exactly the same thing every day. Either way, we want to thank you all for watching. It's been an absolute blast, and we will be back again next week. Make sure to check out at the overwatchleague.com website for the schedule of the upcoming matches. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, and we bid you good night.
Good night.
Good night.